belongings, your valuables, your phones, car keys. We wouldn't want to come here to start announcing missing items. So please ensure you keep your valuables. Very important.
Very important. Just
Please.
this morning, a certain individual misplaced the key to a Mercedes M-Class. This is not a joke. It actually happened. Fortunately, I prayed to God for a brand new Takeover car. And when I saw the key, I thanked the Lord. Was it wrong for me to thank the Lord?
Of course not.
Please, was it wrong for me to thank the Lord?
No.
May we all find missing keys this morning. Amen. See them. Anyway, we're glad we could get the key back to the proper owner, but it's very important to keep your belongings with you at all times. And please ensure that you take your belongings with you if you do leave your seats. All right. Once again, we will commence shortly. Please take your seats, speakers, participants, as we kick off with day 2 of Unleashed for Takeover. How many of us were here yesterday? If you're here yesterday, let me hear you make some noise. No, I didn't say winch noise. Please. Oh, this is your winch. Woo. That's how you know them that watch Nollywood. Let's do tush noise. We're into real estate. People, if you're here yesterday, let me hear you make some noise. You see that winch net? It can't leave you. May you be delivered from woo in Jesus' name. All right. So if there's anyone that was here yesterday, let me just show me with a sign. Just raise your hand. I'll come over to you. For everyone that speaks, I'll be giving you 200,000 naira. So if you were here yesterday, please put your hand down, bros. If you're here yesterday, let me see your hand and just get a recap of how it was. Okay, there's a lovely lady over there. I was joking about the 200,000. Gloria, what do you think? Economy is
100,000.
We should just do 100,000.
So we should just do 300.
300.
Yes.
Only you. Good morning. You didn't raise. You raised your hand. Okay. So how was it yesterday?
It was indeed insightful.
What's your name and what do you do?
Aramide. I'm an independent realtor.
And who was your favorite speaker? And if you remember anything from yesterday?
Pastor Godman.
Okay.
It was so good yesterday.
So you thought you were in church yesterday?
No, not at all.
What do you remember about? Anything he said in particular? Was there anything he said in particular that really stuck with you?
Not really, but he spoke very well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Gloria, just a quick run through of those who were here yesterday for those who are here for the first time. Anyone else?
All right. So yesterday we were honored to have the presence of quite a number of dignitaries yesterday. But Oscar, I'll get his thoughts about yesterday and then I'll give a run through of the speakers we had.
Fantastic. So what I'll do is, I think everyone is ready. So again, if you're ready to go, let me hear.
It was working. I'm coming. It's working.
Okay. We're back on. We're going to kick off officially with the national anthem. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're raring to go to be unleashed for that takeover, let me hear you make some noise. You see?
Plus, it's just this side that is making that noise.
We know them.
They're not making that noise here.
So this is like Banana Island.
Yeah. Ikoyi.
VGC. VGC, Orange Island, right? That's you guys.
Citadel View Estate.
Then you guys are.
Abulegba.
I didn't say anything, no, Gloria. Please don't cause wala.
Also, the Pan Groove.
What's wrong with those places? Everybody needs to start somewhere. Please, can we all rise?
Please, let's all rise for the national anthem of our dear Republic, Nigeria.
God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Amen.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, great to have you here with us officially for day 2 of Unleashed for Takeover.
Absolutely. And when we talk about reshaping the real estate industry in Africa, we speak of adopting new technologies, changing our strategy and approach to doing real estate, and creating a heavy awareness of the ever-growing industry standards and stakeholders. Now, yesterday, we had mind-intriguing conversations, thought-provoking panel sessions, close mentorship, intense networking, good food, and great music. All of this and more have characterized the Unleashed for Takeover 2.0 conference, day 1. Well, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, captains of industries, I make a promise that today will in no way be different from yesterday. My name is Gloria Olufeko, and I'm delighted, honored, and elated to serve as the co-compare at the day 2 of this August occasion, which is Unleashed for Takeover 2.0.
Thank you very much, Gloria. I am Oscar Onyinson, and it is a privilege and honor to share this space with Gloria and, of course, with you beautiful people. MC Wilmouth, thank you very much for holding it down yesterday. A big shout out to my brother here for day 1. Well done to you. You'll hear more from him later on today as well. The lineup, like Gloria said, is much, much more intense than yesterday. Who are you looking forward to the most today? Let me just hear a random shout. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. What is it? We'll see. Who else are you looking forward to? Bella Durotoye. Okay. And who else?
Sit them backward.
Say it backwards. That's not. Who else are we looking forward to?
Ali Nonyema.
Fantastic. Who else?
Alan Oyema.
Alan Oyema. Okay. Okay, I wanted to touch with a gentleman here. Just a quick recap for those who were not here. How many of you are here for day 2? This is your first time, first day. Just signify by raising up your hand. Fantastic. Thank you. I'm glad you could join us for day 2. What's your name, sir?
Kisomi.
All right, Chen, what do you do?
I'm an author, writer, and speaker.
Are those your books?
Yes.
You came to sell markets.
No, actually, to appreciate some of the speakers.
Fantastic. But it's still selling markets. So what was your takeaway from yesterday, speaker, or any particular quote you heard?
Okay, so Dr. Olashore, and I learned, Prince Olashore, the importance of having redundancy. I wrote it down as having a backup of a backup. You know.
I like that. Having a backup of a backup. This is shown stuff from prison to photography. My journey from 4 American prisons to the photography industry. I think you should be a speaker today, oh, bros. Looking forward to that. Fantastic. Thank you so very much. Gloria, any other highlights from yesterday?
Oh, yeah, we had quite a number of amazing speakers. Yesterday, we were joined by the Global Lead Pastor, Elevation Church, Pastor Godman Akinlabi, and he really spoke about excellence. And I said, excellence begs one question. Is that the best way to get it done? If that is not the best way to get it done, then it's not excellent. Did you enjoy the second panel session we had with the CEO of Lagos? Yes. And then we had one of the panelists almost sitting at the edge of his seat. That passion was there. We could feel it. Well, I'm really looking forward to the panel sessions that we're going to be having today because our panelists are on fire. They're here to give it to us. We're going to talk about really interesting topics when it comes to our panel sessions for today.
Absolutely. And of course, our first session, Sell to Wealth, that will be kicking off in a couple of minutes. But we just wanted to get you in the right frame of mind with a very stellar performance by one of Nigeria's spoken word veterans and creative. It's an honor to share the stage with him as well this morning. A brother, a friend, and a stupendously talented spoken word poet. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make noise and make welcome Tope Sadiq.
Please, can we make the applause a little louder, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. 5 times. 5 times this morning I heard the cock crow. 5 times I heard the cock crow at 4.
And even though I hadn't yet started to yawn, the cock crowing at dawn made me think, is it not supposed to be 3? 5 times I heard the cock crowing, and I wondered, is cock crowing at 3 not just a symbol of Peter disbelieving he? Wait. What has Peter disbelieving he and Judas stabbing him for C got to do with the cock crowing, not just 5 or 3? The idea behind it is the fact that we are awaking. This is a new dawn. We are beginning not just to ride the storm, but to begin to do things that are not normal. 5 times I heard the cock crow at dawn. And even though I was still sleeping, I was wondering, is there not much more? Why is the cock crowing, and what is it crowing for? Why are we here today, if not for real estate? But not just real estate, but to debate on how we could make and inflate this real estate to come not for what we do, but what we abate. 5 times we've tried to get it right. 5 times we've tried to do the proper selection. But at the end of the day, we had to check back. Is this change or is this inspection? 5 times. There was a time that there was 5 days in between, and they asked him, why won't you go and meet your brother, you that you are going to raise from the rust, you that are going to be part of the insurrection? And he says, wait, I'm waiting 5 days. Do you know why? I am the resurrection. And it was 5 days later, and he brought him back, and he now used 3 days. What is the difference between 5 and 3? What is the difference between you and me? What is the difference in what we have to do today? The difference is the fact that we are begun. This is our turn. In us reshaping our fact, we must reshape our act. And we as a continent must come together. In fact, we cannot have Africa in countries. We must have them, and that's the only way to be clever. The reason why Europe and all the other continents can stand strong is not because they speak the same language or they worship the same, it's because they all speak the same tongue. So my dream for Africa, and it doesn't just start today, is that let there be no borders in any or other way, so that one part of Africa is the same in the other day. That is the way we will take over. And not just today. 5 times they've tried to bring us together. 5 times they've tried to make Africa together. We are at the beginning, and this is now. We won't just use real estate, we'll use the know-how. Real estate is just changing land, but changing our fact is how we understand. 5 times the cock crowed at dawn. This is the beginning. Thank you.
Make some noise. 5 times. Make some noise. Thank you very much, Tope Sadiq. Gloria, just a quick run through. What do we have for our people today?
Gentlemen, today we have quite a lineup of activities for you, from panel sessions to mentorship classes, and we have amazing speakers. We have Dr. Odabo Ejumudo to speak to us very shortly. And much later, Dr. Kennedy Okonkwo, the Group Managing Director for Netcom Oaks, will also be speaking to us. And then Fela Durotoye will come up shortly. We're going to have a panel session right after that with amazing lineup of panelists. And then we'll have Dr. Ezekiel Adamu to also speak with us. We'll have lunch and then another panel session, and then we'll call it a day.
So I was talking to some of the participants here, Gloria, and they said because of the wealth of knowledge they're going to experience today, they don't want lunch, that we should scrap lunch.
Is that true, my people? Yesterday, I gave you lunch. Oscar said you don't want lunch today.
Did I mishear? All in favor of lunch, say aye. All in favor of scrapping lunch, say aye.
Okay, so I think that's.
So while we get our first speaker ready to come on board to kick off this event, it is indeed day 2 Social media is very much active. So please, the hashtag is Unleashed for Takeover. That's number 4. And Unleashed for Takeover 2023.
Remember yesterday, Oscar, I was about to tell you that hashtag Unleashed for Takeover trended on Twitter at number 5.
Please make some noise, guys.
So today, let's make it
Fantastic.
number 1.
Let's make it number 1. And the way to do, in fact, you know what we're going to do?
Yes.
Please take out your phone. If you have a mobile phone, take it out very quickly. Are you there? Now take a selfie with the person closest to you. Just a quick selfie and post it. We have a team going through the hashtags to see who has the best selfie today. You don't have to know the person. Just make sure the selfie is on flick. For those that know how to, bros, I said selfie, not phone number. Please, if anybody's asking you for more than selfie, let us know.
Please, let's be careful.
We have security. Let's be guided. I need to move around. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to kick off. Once again, the hashtag is Unleashed for Takeover or hashtag Unleashed Takeover 2023. So who do we have first up?
All right. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, captains of industries, Unleashed for Takeover, our very first session for today is from a man I respect so much and I've been looking forward to listening to at this event. He's a man of the people, a man of great wisdom, intense knowledge, and I want you to get your pens, your paper, even as he speaks to us this morning on Sell to Wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, multimedia, please project his bio, Dr. Odabo Ejumodo.
It's okay to clap. It's okay to clap.
Dr. Odabo Ejumodo is an entrepreneur, speaker, and consultant with a focus on Dr. Odabo Ejumodo. Dr. Odabo Ejumodo.
So I think it's because you are not clapping, ladies and gentlemen. We need to make some noise. This is our first speaker. Let's show him we appreciate him and that we're glad he took the time to be with us here on Unleashed for Takeover 2.0.
Sustainable businesses through a committed and fulfilled workforce. Dr. Odabo Dr. Odabo Ejumodo. Dr. Odabo Ejumodo is an entrepreneur, speaker, and consultant with a focus on building sustainable businesses through a committed and fulfilled workforce. He started his career as a doctor, but moved to sales after a few years of practice. He has worked for several multinational companies across different sectors, including FMCGs, pharmaceuticals, healthcare, and lifestyle, and is an alumnus of the Lagos Business School Executive MBA program. He recently founded Oyster Hill Limited, a consulting company that specializes in corporate training, especially in sales and leadership. Dr. Odabo is passionate about sharing knowledge and inspiring people to live their best lives, especially in the workplace. Dr. Odabo will be speaking on Sell to Wealth, increase your capacity to sell out properties.
Keep clapping, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. Great to have you with us here, Dr. Odabo Ejumodo.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hello. Hi. Can somebody give me a wiper? Praise the Lord, somebody. Glory, glory. So nice. Thanks, guys, for having me here. My name is Odabo Ejumodo, and like the profile mentioned, I'm a sales expert. So today is going to be very exciting. But before I get into it, I want to thank Dr. Okonkwo and his lovely wife for allowing me to grace your stage today. Okay? So we're starting a bit behind schedule, so I'll do my best to manage the time, and I'll make it very interactive. Before I start, can I see with a show of hands, who's a salesperson here? The sales guy, sales lady? More hands? I'm seeing very few hands. You sell, right? Fantastic. So what I'll do is make sure we get to the nitty-gritty of sales. Sales is a hard job. It's hard, but with the right principles, you will do the best. You'll be the best salesman. And not just a salesman, I'll turn you into a sales guru. A salesman is anybody who just goes, sells, but he never makes that impact. A sales guru is someone who understands how to sell big, thinks big and acts big. Okay? Please, can you start from the beginning? Just towards the slide before this. So before I get to that, let me tell you a bit of my story. So I used to, like you mentioned, be a doctor. However, when I started the journey, I decided this wasn't for me. It was interesting and all, but I just couldn't see that being my future. So for everyone here, whatever career, whatever course you studied in school, you don't necessarily need to pursue that path. You can really change the game by deciding what you want to do in life. So I went into sales. And I worked with a couple of great companies, GSK, General Electric, but along the way, I learned a few things. So those are the things I'll share with you today, 12 principles that will help you shine in the workplace, and especially in real estate business. Next slide, please. I think there's a glitch in the network. Anybody there? Ida, please give my phone. So the slides are up now, but let me just have my phone in case I'm moving faster than the slides. Thank you. So, like I mentioned, there are 12 principles for every sales guru, and I'll use principles to highlight what I'm saying. Before this slide, there's a quote called, "Everybody lives by selling." Everybody lives by selling. No matter what you do, you sell a product, you sell a service, you sell knowledge, and most importantly, you sell yourself. That is the biggest thing to being a salesman. You have to know how to carry yourself and sell yourself wherever you are. That's what they call packaging. Say packaging. Packaging is the first thing. When they see you, what's the impression they have about you? So to sell yourself is one of the biggest things you can do. 12 principles. And the first one I will start with is, what is your why? Can someone say that with me? What is your? Brilliant. This what is your why? What does it mean? You can skip the slides, please. It means what motivates you, what drives you. Yesterday, Dixon mentioned that you need motivation every day, right? But this whys I'm talking about is called the 5 why technique. So I ask you, why do you sell? Why do you sell real estate? You say, I want to make money. Any answers? Why do you sell real estate? Anybody? Can I get any answers? I can't hear you. Anybody? Give me answers. Why do you sell real estate?
Okay, anyone? Okay, we have a lovely lady here. What's your name?
Arachi Bojiba. So I'm selling real estate to be able to create the life that I want to live and the life that I want my children to also live.
How many children do you have?
None yet.
Okay, that's another seminar.
That's a lovely answer. I like it. It's deep. Can I get 2 more answers? Great.
Stand up. Your name and what?
My name is Linda Iromosele. One of my whys is I like to make people's dream come true by helping them in creating wealth.
Good. I like to help people's dreams come true by helping them create wealth.
I've noticed that it's all been ladies.
It's all ladies. Where are the guys?
Okay.
My brothers.
Okay. All right. My name is Yetunde Oladeji. When
Okay.
I'm selling real estate is to be able to solve people's housing problem.
Fantastic. This lady.
Not to make money.
Okay, I love all the answers I've gotten. The truth is, Okay, I have a brother here to help me out.
Okay, my name is Ajibola Babatunde.
Okay.
Okay, my why is to be able to solve problems, make money, and to be known to be one of the 1%.
Nice one. Round of applause for everyone. You guys are sharp. Like, I understand why you guys are working with the Citadel group, why you're here today. You are prepared because your whys drive you. The first couple of answers sometimes is about money. I want to make money. I want to do this. When you move forward, like the answers you're giving, you touch something deeper. You want to create a life that you desire. You want to be among the 1%. These answers will propel you. When things don't go well, when you've gone 2 months, 3 months, you haven't sold a property, that will drive you. And I'll buttress the story with like a parable, a story that happened in the Greek era. So some people were going to war and they were on the ship sailing and they got to the shoreline of the country they're going to take over. When they got there, the captain came down, told all the soldiers come down, and he told them, burn the ship. They were like, what do you mean, Oga, burn the ship? He said, burn this ship. We're here to conquer this land. We either win or we die here. I'm not saying anybody's going to die here. What I'm saying is that you have to drive yourself, knowing that I'm going to be successful in this industry. I'm going to be one of the top 1%. I'm going to learn everything that I need to do to get me to the next level. What is your why? Please write it down. You can answer that question. And once you get it, you are good to go. Next slide, please. Know your markets. Know your market, know your customer. Next slide. So know your market, what does that mean? Knowing your market is important. For you to sell anything, I saw a couple of questions in the group, and people were asking, how do you sell luxury? How do you sell properties? How do you sell properties to someone in diaspora? If you understand your market, you understand the huge demand in that space. The next slide shows some numbers, and these numbers are very important for you to understand the market opportunity you have. Yes, thank you very much. So in Lagos State, there is a housing deficit. We have 23 million people in Lagos. That's why you see traffic everywhere. We are everywhere. We are blocking the roads. 23 million people. And for each housing size, we have about 4.9 people, 5 people staying in every apartment. What does that mean? It means we need 4.6 million houses to accommodate everyone in Lagos. Guess what? Right now we have 1.49 million units, meaning there's a gap of 3.2 million units in Lagos alone. There's opportunity. Do you understand what 3.2 million units means? That is the demand. Even Lagos State and private sector has not met 50% of this gap. You now wonder, all these houses you see being built, all these properties you see being built, Citadel Views, Victoria Crest, you are wondering, who will take this property? But with all amazement and astonished, not astonished, but because the numbers speak to it, those housing properties sell out. Month on month, year on year, they sell out because there is a demand. There's a demand. There are people looking for places to move to. There are people being promoted every day. There are people who are earning more every day. And when people start getting extra money in their pockets, accommodation is the next thing. They want to have their own property. They want to live a lifestyle that's better than before. That is where you come in. Understanding this market gap, understanding how to be the person that will give them the solution, give people their dream homes. Okay? Next slide, please. Know your market, know your customer. Can I hear that from you guys? Know your customer, correct. Know your customer shows profiling. Yesterday we spoke about know your customer, KYC. How do you know your customer? There's a model you use, ideal customer profiling. There's a slide before this one. You have to be able to know where your customer stays, what he looks like, what is demographics, what's the age of this person. The middle class is the biggest opportunity you have. The 1% of people or $10 and the likes, accessing them is problem. You can't just walk up to any $10 or anybody like that. They already have, in fact, they already understand the real estate market and they know what is happening before you even come to them. So it's the middle class, the people around you, your network, right? What is their buying behavior? How much do they earn? Where do they stay? So if you look at that now, it's 23% of the middle class that live in that space. 23% of Nigerians are middle class. That is the kind of customer you want to target. You can easily assess them, right? But before you assess these people, I'm moving to point number 3. You have to be intentional. You have to be what? Intentional. I didn't understand what this thing meant several years ago. You hear it every day. Be intentional, do whatever, be intentional what you're doing, be intentional in school, your studies. I didn't get it, but unconsciously I was living it. You have to know what you want to do in this life. Start from where you are today, like they mentioned yesterday. You start by investing in yourself. Let me tell you a story. When I left medical practice, the first job I got was 40,000 naira in this Lagos. I was earning 100-something thousand. I left the clinic to pursue sales. People thought I was mad, but I knew there was something I wanted to do. Over the course of 1 year plus, I invested. I read books. went to seminars. Anything I could do to increase my value. When I did that, I started meeting new people. And when you do that, you become valuable. You become a person of value. So when you meet your customers, right, they like you. You are always giving value. The worst mistake any salesman can do is be selfish. All you're interested in, sell, come and buy property, sell, come and buy property. The guy will just, when you start calling him again, he'll just start cutting your call because this guy doesn't know what I'm going through. He's just there calling me, come and buy. No, there's a skill to it, and that's why we're here today. As you become valuable, right, you start networking. Where that your customer will describe just now, where does he or she stay? What are their aspirations? They want to stay in apartments that are fully service apartments. They don't want to deal with generator. They want to have a football pitch to play for the guys. They want to have 24 hours light security. Most importantly, they want to aspire. I don't want to tell you, I live in Lekki 1. I live in this new property, Citadel Properties. That's what everybody aspires to. Once you understand these people, you plot their journey. Dr. Ken Onyenya spoke about yesterday, the journey of the customer. You can know where they will be. You can plan what kind of clubs they hang out, what kind of they hang out in on Saturdays, they go and play football. Where do they go and play football? You can start finding a way to access these people. And most importantly, Trisha Bates, she's speaking today also. She has a famous quote. If people don't know what you do, that means you are not ready. People in your apartment area, your neighborhood, your street, they don't know you're into real estate. You are missing your big opportunity. Let me tell you a secret. Be consistent in positioning yourself as that person, that go-to person in real estate. How do you do that? Like I said, you've upgraded yourself. You've gone for all the trainings. Your status alone, WhatsApp, is enough to be positioning yourself. Posting your details, what you do every day, adding value. So you can actually come with the perspective of not just information. Not just information. You can start by educating people, telling them this, if you want to learn more about real estate, this is what you should do. 10 things to learn about buying real estate in Nigeria. How to avoid Omonile Wahala. Things like this. You keep on posting things like this on social media. Amplify your value. Do it consistently. After 1 year, your network, your people in your circle will be the one asking you, Deji, how far? Do you have any property in this axis? Sandra, What's up? Do you have any property? My uncle wants to buy property. They will be the ones asking you. So you must not know the rich and the famous. Your network, let be known for the person who is in real estate. One tip, be intentional. Point number 4. I love this point. Next slide, please. It says, become a master communicator. What does that mean? Being a master communicator is an art. You have to understand when to smile, when to be serious, how to carry yourself. There's a belief in yourself. Once you believe in yourself, people will believe in you. So great speakers are not born, they are made. They are made, and it takes time. Like I mentioned, when I left the clinic, I also went to learn public speaking. I went to learn how do people speak. I was tripped when Obama became president. Have you seen Obama speak? Yeah, of course you've seen Obama speak. The guy is so fluid. He's on point. Have you seen Fela Durotoye speak? So let me hear your voices. Can you see Fela Durotoye speak? Yeah, that is the charisma you want to build. Because all these things take practice. You don't just show up and be a star. You prepare in silence. And when you show up, you deliver. Everybody here, fantastic. You look good, sharp. Correct guys, correct ladies, you look sharp. But the next thing you can do when you meet a client is what comes out of your mouth. It is very important. Not just your verbal things you say, there's a non-verbal communication. And if you understand non-verbal communication, you are one step ahead of the game. It is powerful. You, as a buyer, you understand how to react. As a seller, how to present yourself. You understand when the person you're meeting wants to buy. His non-verbal cues could tell you that this person is interested in buying from me. If you go and meet him and he's seated down, and he's not even listening to you, you're talking to him or her, and he's just chatting. While you're talking, he's talking to somebody else. That customer is not interested. Don't just go there and be rambling. At that point, you can say, sir, I know you're very busy at this moment. Let me give you some time. Can I reschedule the appointment with you? He will respect you more because he sees that you understand what he's going through. At that moment, maybe he's trying to close one big deal. So what you're saying to him does not make sense at that point. You have to be able to read the audience, read the person you're prospecting, and tailor your solution to meet him. Okay, next slide, please. We have some great speakers, like I mentioned. We have our Dr. Okonkwo. If you see his videos, he's very composed, soft-spoken. He's just speaking his words clearly. That is the kind of person you want to speak like. You want to be like Vuzi. You see how Vuzi speaks? Do you watch his videos? He's dramatic, but he's doing it intentionally. The way he smiles, the way he gets serious, the way he speaks clearly and audibly. You have to learn the art of speaking, and importantly, the art of listening. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Don't be in a rush to go and just talk when you see your client. Just pour out everything you have. You have to learn how to ask the right questions. Someone mentioned that yesterday. I think it was Mr. Olashore. Ask the right questions to get the right answers. Importantly, you have to know what questions am I going to ask my prospect when I see him or her. So it could be, I'll get to that. Let me not rush it. Right questions. Okay, guys, are you with me? By a show of hands, let me see. Are you feeling the vibes? All right. Next slide. Okay, this is important, right? Sales is a numbers game. You have to understand the frequency for what you are doing. If you do not have a clear goal to what you are working towards, in sales, you will miss out. When you have a target of this year, I want to make 100 million, 500 million. Let me start with, you want to make 20 million this year from commissions. Let me not even go too high. What does that mean? It means every month you want to make 2 million. 2 million every month, that's 24 million. You want to make 2 million every month. So you give yourself a target, right? And you start working back from your target. How do you do that? You ask yourself, how many properties do I have to sell to hit 2 million commission a month? That will guide you. How many? So if you have, okay, 2 properties a month, if I say every day, I'm talking to 10 clients. Now, you must not physically see 10 clients, right? With technology, things have crunched. You can do video calls, you can do WhatsApp. That is the first way to go. 20 clients, 10 clients every day. You call them, you book appointments ahead if possible. You call them and they tell you, okay, my name is this, we met at this conference. Oh, I remember you. Nice lady. Oh, thanks, sir. So, like I said, I'm into properties, but I want to understand more what you're looking for. I would like to see if I can have a meeting with you anytime during the week, or possibly show you the properties we spoke about. And you say, okay, fine, we can talk so time. I can see you so time. That is all. Don't always be in a rush to sell on the phone. Try and have a face-to-face conversation with the person. It helps. You cannot see everybody, but if you are speaking to the right clients, it will help you narrow down people you are talking to, speaking to the right people, right? And you do that, you talk to 10 people. 10 people on Monday to Friday. There's 50 people you will speak to. Out of those 50 people, let's say you get bookings for inspections. Out of those 50 people, at least, if it's too bad, 5 people out of those 50 people, right? More than 5, I wouldn't expect, but 5 people. And then you take them on your site visit on the day you take them, on the day they want to come. That is a better way. So if you do 5 people every week, take them to visit the site, that's 20 people you will take to the site a month. In those 20 people, if it's too bad, one person will buy. If you do the right strategies, and if you're offering value, you are giving the person what he or she wants, the person will buy. It's called a sales funnel. You have to be able to walk your sales funnel. What is your strategy? Who are the customers I'm talking to? The right customers, the right people who can afford what I'm offering, right? And if they don't even buy the first month, you have the A, B, and C customers. A customers are your high potential customer. I know this person wants to buy a property. For example, this person stays in the UK or any country, and tells you, I want to buy a property. This is the high buying signal he has given you, right? So the first month, he doesn't buy from you. But the next month, you can see, you will still check up on him. How are things going? I hope it's not too cold in the UK. I just thought to let you know that promotion I spoke about is still available. It's even better now, a sweeter deal now. This is it. That's all. If you continue that for 3 months consecutively, there's a high possibility that that high net worth individual will buy the 3rd month. Your sales strategy has to be on point, and you have to keep your numbers clear, your reports clear, so that this week, you know, the 50 people you spoke with, have an Excel sheet. Work with Excel. It helps you things easier for you. So you now know that this is the person I'm going to talk to in 2 weeks' time. So you're not working by emotions. I wake up today. Oh yeah, okay, where do I go today? Anywhere Bella face. I'm going to Ekpe today. Anybody I see. There's a system to sales. And if you work the system, to work for you. Point number 6. So guys, we're halfway done. Point number 6, 80-20 rule. This rule is one of my top 3. I love this rule. This thing changed the game for me. 80-20. Does anybody know what 80-20 rule means? Show of hands. Can I have a mic in front here? Anybody? Lady in blue. Yeah, thanks, Oscar.
Good morning. Simply means 20% of your efforts. That will give you 80% of your results.
Loud it.
The 20% of your efforts give you 80% of your results.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pastor.
Thank you very much. She said it. 20% of your efforts gives you 80% of your results. I will say that again. 20% of your efforts gives you 80% of your results. Also, 20% of your customers give you 80% of your sales. Your profits, if you're into sales of many things, for example, there are 20% of the items you sell that give you the biggest returns. This principle cuts across life. It's a very important principle. And once I understood this principle, it changed it for me. Now, previously, before this year, I used to go out every day. If I have a meeting, I go out, I plan myself. But this year, when the first scarcity came in, when the roads started getting clogged because of the different building, I just told myself, I own my own time. On Mondays, I'm not going out. Me and my wife agreed that on Mondays, we're not going out. On Mondays for our reports, review our businesses, and move on. And it worked for me. So for you too, you don't need to go out every single day. You have to think about which of my clients, out of these 10 clients, who are the top 2? If I spend more time with these top 2, it will give you more value than spending time with the other 8 people. It helps you apportion your time. Okay? So if those 2 people tell you they want to see a site, you will happily jump and go and see that site. If the other 8 people, you've already seen that these people are not serious buyers, you can say, sir, I can't go on. We are not available Mondays and Tuesdays, but Wednesdays and Saturdays. You bunch those 8 people for those days. Instead of going randomly. But if those 2 people, you know that they will buy. On Sunday, on Monday, you wake up and take those people to the site because you know this is a serious buyer. It will help you plan your activities. Next slide, please. Sales strategy, your marketing efforts. 20% of your marketing efforts will give you your results, right? Anything you want to do, your sales, if it's Facebook sales, Instagram sales, word of mouth, there's 20% of things you are doing that is working for you. Focus on that 20%. Put all your earnings, all your available marketing money behind that 20%. Even your life, your friends, 20% of your friends add more value to your life. So there's also a parable, or what they call it, that hang out with 5 smart people, you'll be the 6th smart person. Hang out with 6 average people, you'll be the 7th average person. Hang out with 5 top 1% of people that in the industry, 5 smart people. Hang out with 5 rich people, you'll be the 5th rich person. You have to have value you are bringing, but you have to understand your life. Time is not infinite, it goes. So you have to use your time well to help you move to one level to the next level. Now, the next slide, I like it. Next slide, please. A beautiful slide talking more about this principle. Always have your goal in mind. Like I mentioned, you want to sell 2 properties in a month. You want to have at least 2 million commissions every month to hit 24 million targets. What is the fastest way to achieve my goal ethically? What is the fastest way to achieve my goal ethically? Let me tell you a story of somebody. This is how I do my business. I will not think that I want to sell, so I need to sell 24 properties in the full year. I'll not say, oh yeah, focus on only 2 properties for month of January. No. I will think, which customer can give me 24 properties? Who can buy 24 properties from me? When you start thinking like that, your mind blows up. You enlarge your mind. You start seeing opportunities. A friend of mine into real estate, he's into sales. He went to a particular company that he knew if he gets into this company, he'll make some good sales. He went there. He tried. They bounced him at the gates. Normal level, they'll bounce you at the gates. Even here, if you don't have a tag, you will not come in. Talk less of big multinationals. He went and they bounced him. He bounced him, and he called to him, I can't get to this place like this. Let me go and check my network. He opened his LinkedIn page and he looked and he saw a friend of his working there. And that was all he needed. He called up the friend and said, I didn't know you work here. He said, yeah, I just joined the company. Say, please, I need to access your company. I need to see the head of cooperative. Small thing now, come. She gave him time. She gave him code. She went through the access. And when he went in, she took him to see the head of the cooperative. And cooperatives, you know, what are they looking for? They're looking for value for their employees. There's money sitting with them, millions. And that's how he spoke to the lady, and the lady was like, oh, fantastic. And like I said, he asked the right questions. And he told them, before you sell, ask questions. And she told him, this is what we're looking for, X, Y, Z. He landed the deal. So imagine that is you. 24 properties is sold already. You've literally killed it. If the lady is ready for you tell her, okay, can we have the inspection as soon as possible when you're ready? She tells you, fine. And that's it. That kind of process might take long to seal the deal because the company might take 2-3 months. But when it clicks, you're solid. This is different from all the other sales you've worked on, right? So I want you to take this principle seriously. What is the fastest way to achieve your goal ethically? I put ethically because you don't want to break rules. You don't want to break the law when you're doing that. And to help you achieve goals faster. Number two, will this activity help me achieve my goal? If it's not worth it, scrap it. What is working? If your sales, your marketing in the 20%, multiply it. If it's your WhatsApp status that's working for you, multiply it. If it's Facebook ads, multiply it. If it's not working, stop it. Because sometimes we just feel we hear this how to do it. We put billboard, we do this, we do that. If it's not working, stop it. I know Dr. Kwon said something very important. He says he does word of mouth. That's the biggest spend he does because people like to tell people of other good things. So if what you're offering is valuable, people will tell, please, go and see Nkechi. She sold me her last property. She's a reliable real estate agent. That's how it works, right? So next slide, please. These 4 questions will help you a lot. Help you tailor your activities, help you work smart. It's always about working hard. Work smart. There's a book about that I recommend for you, 80-20 principle. It works a lot. Next slide, please. This book is a brilliant book. It's not about doing more, it's about doing less. By the time you start getting this principle right, you realize that you become more efficient in all your activities. You're no longer busy. Busy. It's not about being busy, it's about hitting it right. I'll tell you a story of when I did 100%. Next slide, please. When I got to Lagos, I got to the company, and like I said, I was ready to do everything. I was ready to prove that I deserve to be there. And they gave me a list of prospects to work with. So I hit the road. Next slide, please. I hit the road in Lagos. I was seeing everybody. I looked at the list, all the general hospitals, because they're into medical equipment, medical things. And these equipments are expensive. 5 million, 10 million, 30 million. I went to all the hospitals. I said, okay, let me go to Ekpe, GH Ekpe. I don't know where General Hospital Ekpe is. So that time I just came to Lagos. It was 2010. I entered bus from Ikeja, landed at CMS. I came down. Is this Ekpe? No. I kept going. Landed at Aja. I came down. This Ekpe? No. Continued again to Ekpe. I got to Ekpe at 4. Hospital has closed. Everybody has gone. I said, Jesus, which kind of worker is this one? I was just busy being busy. You just feel that anywhere you hear one thing, just run there. That's how I went there and came that journey. I was like, in my life, I'll not try this thing again. I was going home around that same period when I was working there, and I felt what's it called? Like something in my shoe. So I looked at it. I thought it was a stone. Let me move the stone. There was a hole in my shoe. I had walked out this Lagos. I had walked every nook and cranny, and there was a hole in my shoe. That's when I learned that this 80-20 thing, you have to, I learned that principle after that. You cannot be everywhere. You cannot be to every customer. You cannot be sell every property. You have to figure out what is your 20% and focus on that 20%. That is the biggest lesson I have from the 80-20. Okay, so moving on to the next slide. Strategic partnerships. What does that mean? You don't have to be everything. You does not look for 100 million, 500 million now to start making your own property. Start where you are. You have a wonderful platform with the Citadel views, with the Victoria Crest estate, Victoria Crest brand. You have already established estates, beautiful estates that you can plug in. Find a way to be the face for that brand. You remember I spoke about my friend who went and met the cooperative of the company. That is a strategic partnership. Who are the people who can give me the numbers I want? What organizations who are looking for this kind of opportunity? When you find those kind of organizations, you'll be surprised. People like, there's some big people doing things now, the Globals, Ebanos. These are big players in the industry. You'll be surprised they are looking to extend, to create something more. But by starting that conversation, they will tell you, okay, 2 years we plan to be in this axis. And you can be the one to initiate that conversation. Don't wait for Madam CEO of Lagos or Mr. Dr. Okonkwo to do that conversation. You can be the one initiating those kind of conversations because Lagos is booming. People are looking for space. Even the OPIC area, people are moving towards OPIC axis. So you know that there are certain strategic relationships you need to start building to get to where you need to go. Next slide, please. Point number 8. We have 4 more principles to go. Number 8, do your homework. Begin with the end in mind. And what does that mean? If I have a conversation with a prospect now, you get there, you see the prospects, you have to plan, proactively know what you're going to tell the prospect before you talk to the prospect. You sit down, you anticipate the questions the person will have, and you already have the answers to those questions. Sell yourself first. If you want to show a video to the customer, have the video opened on your phone already. So when you ask the person, what kind of property are you looking for? Ask questions first. Person tells you X, Y, Z. And then you position your solution to him. You tell him, we have this property for you. The estate powered by the sun. A dream home. You play the video immediately. Immediately you shift his focus to your phone. It's not at that point, maybe you had a mini laptop or a tab. You are opening your tab. You are looking for the video. He's waiting for you or she's waiting for you. And then a meeting comes, a call comes, and then he's distracted and you've lost the opportunity. Proactively plan the experience for that customer. Everything you do when you're with a customer is part of the buying experience. Look for the buying cues. Person says, I'm looking for a property, I want to buy X, Y, Z. You have to be ready to close the sale immediately. Importantly, next slide, please. Many people don't tell you what they want. They might tell you I want a house, but that's not what they really mean. Next slide, please. And I'll give you an example with a car. When someone says I want to buy a car, you think he just wants a car, but in truth, what he's not saying is that he wants a car with low operating costs. Then it also means that he wants a car with a good after-sales service. Further down, if you dig deeper, he's telling you he wants a nice car, maybe a car that will come with a gift, maybe a 1-month free service. And the most powerful need, the secret need someone might have is, I want a car with a status symbol. Meaning, he doesn't want to drive a Corolla anymore. He wants something, but he will not tell you that he wants a car to pose. Same thing for properties. They might just tell you, I want a house, I want to get something new for my family. But they really want to say, they want to have that bragging rights. I stay in Citadel Views. I moved to Lekki. I stay in the Citadel Views, the house, the only estate powered by the sun. That might be the selling point they want to hear. So be sharp in identifying those needs of your customers. If you can do that, you are faster and a way you are going to land your sales more efficiently, faster and bigger if you understand what people want, what are they looking for, what are they not seeing, right? And look for, like I said, look for buying cues. If someone says he wants to buy something, look for buying cues. Next slide. There's the Maslow's law of hierarchy. The first is your physiological needs. What do you need? You need to eat, you need to wear clothes, you need to drink water. Those are important things. As you move up the ladder, people become aspirational. Next slide, please. People are aspirational in life. So if the person is not buying today, he will buy tomorrow. There's a lady real estate agent, a realtor I know. She has a client, a friend, and his friend used to earn about 6 million naira a year. That's 500,000 naira, about that. But with that, the person can buy. You can't buy property. You can't buy something significant. Do you know this lady moved from 6 million to earning $60,000 a year? She moved, changed jobs, and she joined a fintech company. And the money in fintech, you know now, mad money. She had $60,000 a year. Now she can buy property. But if you're not top of mind in your circles, they will not come to you. So you have to understand everybody has a time when they are ready and plan them. 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Be that go-to person when it comes to real estate. Be that person. The next slide, please. Number 9, be a seller of dreams. When you're a seller of dreams, the 9th principle, the next slide, be a seller of dreams. You understand what you are selling. You're not just selling a house. You are selling the person's dreams. Finally, the person has gotten some money. I remember the first time I started earning good money. The first thing I bought was a TV, a big screen TV. I'm sure my guys can relate with that. A big screen TV. It felt as if I achieved something. And many people buy cars. So yes, a car is a big deal. I got my car, first car free, was a company car. I was excited. So for them, getting the house is a dream. So you have to plan the experience. It's all about the experience. If you are taking them for a site visit, you do not take the bumpy road. Take a longer road, but let them know there's a shorter road, but it's being constructed. The whole experience. Take them when there's less traffic. Take them to the property. If this guy is somebody, for example, from UK, tell him that I'll take you to this place. Are you coming with your wife? He says yes. So what I can do for you, they have some lovely short-lay apartments there. I'll book a night for you there, and I'll pay half the fee for you for that day. The guy will be so impressed with you. He goes there, he sees the property, he loves the estate. You tell him, you can stay for the night, sir. And after that, you can see tomorrow. If you want to extend your stay, it's possible. I know not all of us will have that money to pay for that kind of property, but think about it. If it's worth it, if you know this client has given you buying signal, do that extra thing. If you can't even afford that extra, you can, when he arrives at your location to meet you up, have a cold bottle of water in your car for him. So welcome. I know the drive was a bit long. I got you the bottle of water. I got you this can of malt. All those little things, they go a long way. They go a long way in separating you from salesmen and the sales guru. This is a sales guru masterclass. If you do these things, to change your game exponentially. Next slide, please. Relationship. I've talked a lot about this. You have to nurture your relationships. Be the top of mind person in your circle. Relationship. You cannot go anywhere without relationships. We are all people. And you need people. You see that one handshake. At the end of every sales cycle, many people fail or forget to ask for a referral. They've bought from you. Good. They've signed. You're happy with your commission. 1 million in the bank, 2 million in the bank. That person will give you another person. That singular handshake. You see how many people are in that handshake? It can give you 1 referral, 2 referral, 3 referral. And that's how you build your network. Because the little things in every customer is important. That person you ask for. Because you say, if I meet you now, my name is Deji, I call the prospect. I'm the one that sold the property to Mr. XYZ. That alone crunches time. Before you start even talking about the property, the fact that his friend bought from you, that is all you need. Leverage that. And that will help you fast track the conversations. Do you understand? Number 11, sales. Can you read this for me? Correct. Sales is a marathon, not a sprint. You have to be patient in the sales game. Some cycles are longer than others. Properties can have a long sales cycle, but you have to understand that if I'm in this thing to win, I will stay in this thing to win. But you need cash in your pocket. So you can start another business, selling something. If you are selling whatever you're selling, phones, something, let that be your daily cash cow to get you started, get you going by. But this is your cash cow. By the time you hit your first commission, you are good. Your second commission, you are good. But don't give up. Motivate yourselves, upgrade yourself, understand the secret behind this thing, and you'll do great. The last point is, next slide, please. What's this? Time and chance. I'll tell you a story to buttress this point. God is in everything, Abby. What God cannot do, you did there. It doesn't exist. You can get that breakthrough you're looking for. You have to realize that things happen at the right time. When I was working in a particular company, I had a huge target. And it was end of the quarter, I hadn't made a sale. I had 1 month to go. So I said, who can give me this number I'm looking for? I said, it's government. So I went to a government teaching hospital and I spoke to the people there. And I had a presentation, everything, I wowed them. And I said, I can't just leave you guys like this. You guys need a particular equipment. I have a demo equipment, I'll leave it with you guys. I left it with them. Use it, rock it, use it for your patients. And That's how they use that equipment. By the third week, they called me, Dr. Dabo, can you come over? We want to have a meeting with you. I came, told me that, see, we have this money available with us now. And they're giving us a mandate by the end of the month. If we don't liquidate the money, return it back to the coffers. And they said they need to upgrade their facility. And they've liked what I've done. They like the experience they've had with the machine. They want to order. Guys, I landed 100 million naira sale from that conversation. 100 million naira sale from that conversation. I made my target for the quarter from that singular transaction. But that is time and chance. But you have to do your part. It says, I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor bread to the wise, nor riches to men of understanding, nor favor to men of skill, but time and chance happen to them all. You have to be skillful. You have to be skillful. You have to have understanding of your market. You have to understand the wise. You have to be a great communicator. You have to do all those things I mentioned in principle, but time and chance will be the one to differentiate you from that. Last thing is think big. Next slide, please. And I recommend a couple of books for you guys. There's 80-20 Principle. Brian Tracy's Psychology of Selling. Get that book. It will change it for you. Yeah, it's brilliant. 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. So, guys, get these 3 books. 80-20 Principle by Richard Koch. Psychology of Selling by Brian Tracy. 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. The A to Z of Wow Speaking by Fela Durotoye. Please look for that book. Fela Durotoye is an amazing speaker. You should look for his book too. Make you a great communicator. Next slide, please. I'll leave you guys with this quote of mine. By doing jobs you love, you add immense value to the world. I have experienced this, and I want you guys to experience this by doing what you're doing. Sales is a fantastic profession. You guys are great. Thank you for listening to me. Appreciate you guys.
Fantastic. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Odabo Ejimodo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Please, before you go, can we please have the CEO and the GMD for pictures, please?
So while we're waiting for that, once again, please show some love to that word pearls of wisdom there. I think for me, if I was going to take away 2 things, it would be the 80-20 rule. I love that one. 20% of the effort for 80% of the results. And the dream part, the selling dream. I'm particularly drawn to that. And it's very simple. Everything you see around us, the lights, the chair, the car, anything, it started off as someone's dream or someone's idea, and the seed was sown. So it's very great to have something that you can envision and plant, and from there see it grow. Make some noise again, once again, ladies and gentlemen.
A round of applause for the CEO and the GMD. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
CEO of Lagos, not just CEO of Lagos. I think it's only fair that we show some love to the titans, the real estate titans, for putting this together. Unleashed for Takeover, not once, but twice. Come on, guys, let's show some love. They didn't have to do this, but they did, so you can share and be part of this. And the show has only just begun. So what we're going to do is to have a quick tea break and prepare for, of course, our second session by Dr. Ned himself. He'll be here talking about disruption, a city powered by the sun. And those of you looking forward to Fela Durotoye, let me hear you make some noise. We've talked about this wench nice to know.
Oscar.
The best. Yes, sir.
Okay, so just before we have the tea break, the CEO would like to hear from people that attended the event last year. So testimonials from last year. Were you here 1.0 Unleashed for Takeover? Wave. Can I see you? Okay, in the building. Please come. Come share your stories. Come ahead. Come share your stories. We want to hear from you.
If you can't share your story here and you want to sell real estate, I'm very curious. If you can't even just talk in front of the people here, how will you sell a dream? DJ,
let's do this.
DJ, let's get some music in the house. We need to dance this seriousness away.
Yes. All right.
DJ, are we ready? Please drop a beat. All right. No, before she talks, she needs to dance.
Oh, you want that to dance?
She needs to dance. Let's go. Let's go.
I'll be on the phone.
Hey.
Bringing you the next. I wanna make you feel. Make me know the budget.
Another one, please come forward.
And you can dance for us. Show us, give us some food.
But I'll be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, we'd like to hear from you. Let us in. What happened last year? What has happened from last
come
year
to the
till
middle.
now?
I promise I won't bite. While the tea is getting prepared, for those of you who are ready for the tea break, we're going to have that right about now.
My name is Queenette. I'm an independent salesperson. Last year was like, will I say it was like a tip of what is happening today. It was smaller. We had amazing sessions, marketing sessions, sales branding sessions, and that helped us. After that session, I closed 2 deals the next month after
Whoa.
that session.
Wait, so hold on.
was-
How much is this deal? Don't rush us. How much was this deal? We want to know.
No, don't.
Don't to flex.
Behind the camera.
Go on.
So I feel like it was very insightful. It was very impactful. I learned a lot. I personally put it into practice. I learned something from Trisha Bates. There was something she said that's really stuck to me. No customer is a waste of time. Trust me. This last client I had before this event started, I actually thought it was a waste of time, but I gave it another shot and it worked. Yeah, so don't play with anything you hear today, or just be ready to,
Please
Fantastic.
can we give a very heavy round of applause? Thank you.
And she's ready to close another deal. What's your name?
Tell you.
My name is Amarachi.
Okay, so highlight from last year.
Okay, last year was the starting of this event.
Yeah.
So I was very privileged to attend that event. First of all, last year, the traffic was mad because I was coming from Aja Axis. But you know what? Throughout the 3 days events, at some point, I didn't want to because of the traffic last year, but I made it. The first day, by the time I got to the event, it was 4 p.m.
Wow.
Yes. The second day, it was 1 a.m. But the fact was that I made it for the 3 days. Now, during the event, okay, starting from the food, there was this observation. I was even telling someone here yesterday that as you arrived, they will usher you in to where you would eat. Yes, it's very important because that traffic alone was draining. Yeah, it was draining, but they made it so, convenient and comfortable for us, giving us that comfort. I appreciate that. And
Aww.
I really, really acknowledge it.
A round of applause. A round of applause.
Then looking at me, you know that I'm a very shy person, but
Wait, hold on. Does she look shy? Why shall I shy? You don't look shy, Amarachi.
I am, honestly. But then CEO of Lagos is my mentor. And that event, that was my first time of meeting her. And I actually, I made it that I would take a picture with her. And I did. So she's so humble that, coming to her, Ma, please, I want to take, why not? Come. So that kind of gave me so many perception about, who she is and what I can learn from her. So I learned a lot, her confidence and calmness. I kind of, trapped from that. So
Fantastic. And you're doing so well. Thank you so much. Very important observation with the food. That's why we're serving you tea now.
Yes.
For those who have been in traffic. But thank you so much to Amarachi and the other young lady. Where is she? Okay.
Just there.
Thank you so much for
Thank
that.
you.
So we're going to go on a quick break. We have a DJ who will give us some music, maybe 10, 15 minutes, and we'll be back to continue with the event. It's still Unleashed for Takeover 2.0. And Gloria, how are you
Yes.
feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. So for our VVIPs, please, oh, they're not even here anymore. Your tea is going to be at the VVIP section. So please just make your way into that room where we're going to serve you and treat you as kings and queens. Everybody, please, as you take your tea and your tea is being served, don't put your cup under your table. Oscar, help me tell them.
I heard was it yesterday?
Yesterday.
People were putting cup under the table. Please, would appreciate putting your cups on the table. It will be taken care of. The vendor was particularly stressed looking for missing cups. I told that we don't steal cups here, so it's under the table, but please try to put the cups on the table. Once again, great to have you with us. If you're just joining us, welcome to Unleashed for Takeover 2.0, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Tell me where you were late last night. You told me with the friends hanging out last night. You're lying because you're stuttering. Then where were you late last night? Stop lying to me because you're taking me off. See, you're taking me off. Ooh, girl. Because that's the best. Why you lying to me? I wanna be a billionaire so freaking bad. Things I never had. I wanna be on the cover of Forbes magazine, smiling next to Oprah and the Queen.
Yeah, I would have a show like Oprah. I would be the host of Everyday Christmas. You trap your wish list. I'd probably pull an Angelina and Brad Pitt and adopt a bunch of babies that ain't never had shit. Give them a few Mercedes like, here, lady, have this. And last but not least, grants about it, last wish. It's been a couple months that I've been single, so you can call me Travis Claus, minus the ho. Get it? I'll probably visit with Katrina here, and damn sure do a lot more than FEMA did. Yeah. Can't forget about me, stupid, everywhere I go. I have my own thing. Sleep, what you sleep?
On the red card is a woman. Gifts of life astounds me to this day. I give it up for the woman. She's the constant wind that fills my sail. Oh, that woman. A smile and a star. She'll protect you like a child. That's a woman. So don't you want just a good she looked I can't figure it out. Something about it. Something about it. I'm the one that wants you but don't need you. Can't figure it out. Something about it. She saw right. It's meant to and there's just something wrong. She's right effortlessly. She got me thinking about getting wrong. That's the kind of girl I need. She me. That's why I it's everything. Won't you come and spend me so she got me. That's why I it's everything. Oh, there's something about Cameron that can do for herself. I'll get it and it makes me proud. Something about her. Something else sexy about Cameron. Even me about her. She said she got his own child. Something about her. She play it. Taller than the she got to be him. Same thing what she gonna do now. That's the girl so much. She got over me. That's why I it's ending. Won't you come and spend me so she got over me. That's why I
Baby, I know. Baby, I love you so. But you don't feel like I do. Tell me what can I do? But I gotta be strong. You did me wrong. Paper task. You me, girl. Make up your mind. I'm not gonna be here for long.
Hey, yo, I'm standing at the bar with a cigar. Hey, yo, I think she's behind me. Fuck. Yeah, I understand. Overlooking you, I asked her what's her name. She said one kind of better. Remind me of an old Latin song. My uncle used to play on his old 45 when he used to be alive. From a young girl to a grown woman like a virgin. So she said with no average mind. You can fit her, move like a caterpillar, fly like a butterfly, and so thriller guy. Black woman better get space invader. If you need was trying to be playing Street Fighter. Penny for your thoughts, like you go for your kids. A dime if you tell me that your mama. Hey, yo, I'm standing at the bar with a cigar. Yo, I'm just at the bar.
Don't you know she was my man? But you're the what do you I got to care about him now? Getting that like I'm hurt. And I'm the one who said I didn't want this to burn. But you forget I had first. Stop making me. He wasn't man enough, maybe. Now he's my chance. I've already had your man. Just where he fit and I'll be worried about him now. I didn't know you. I think he's doesn't matter for you.
She got me like that. You could get any better, man. The move won't happen. And our situation won't matter. I come to make you smile with the freakiest planners. Say to the hello, hello. No, I'm not the yards ball. I'm a fool in a shot ball off the ball like MJ in his early days. In low days.
She came around. Now you wanna see what's going down. Trying to tell me how you want my time. Trying to tell me how I want you. You never had to be this way. You should have never played the game you played. Now I'm seeing that you're kinda lame. Knowing how the situation changed. Run, baby, that you want me. When you have me, love is crazy. Now it's not the same. Run, baby. Me when you have this it's crazy. I didn't understand. Now you're looking for the
We need to know that I'm on the phone, acting down the phone, on it up for show. Our hands were up, things was in the cup. She showed me some love, so we left the club. Now we off in the Humvee. She's so hot, she's kissing on me. This is the girl of my fantasy. I love her and me, what you want thing. You got me singing. You got me singing. I don't know about you, but I would like to get with you. It's funny while I'm chilling at the pool. Red bikinis with some uphill shoes. You could think of any damn thing cool. We at my crib, so it ain't no rule. But if it's wet socks and hot shoes, Chicago is a blessing. One day without me, and she's shaking like a fiend. Y'all tell me what's already without the all. It just think how much I'm being saying it to the time and time again.
Gentlemen, we will commence the second part of this very soon in about 5 minutes. Our next session will commence in about 5 minutes. So please do speed up on the tea, especially to the ushers and the servers. Thank you.
The first time we look in your eyes, me they tell you once I die like me, I like me. When you have good time for the evening, me and you chilling on the bed. When you make the song correct and trust me, girl, if you're so sweet, you're so sweet. Then one day you move, I'm feeling kind of blue, cause we hear say a little, alive. I'm drowning in the ocean. Somebody come and take me away. You don't need never walk away. Just you will be get what we did. I don't try.
Oh, I need you one time. I said, "Cause the music is grand." It's almost like she the club.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if there's any empty chair in front of you, feel free to occupy that. Ushers, please, let's move as many of our participants to the front row and fill up all the empty seats. Thank you.
Six o'clock in the morning, wipe the sleep from my eyes. Felt like an ordinary day. Just around the corner, such a surprise. Beautiful angel materialized. Time stood still face to face. I'm sure we met another time. All right, you pass me by, pass me by. Souls and hearts in the blink of an eye. And I had to figure out what I've been missing. So I turn to you and ask you if you want to. I don't know where to go. They say to you, and we can do anything you want to do. Hey, tonight is your night. Close your eyes, take a minute, take a moment, realize. Do you see me? Tonight, I'm just sitting here daydreaming about you and all the things you do. Girl, you're so right. And all I know is you're the one for me. Let's switch the lady. Holding back those days, it's been so long.
I did, and if I know it was the right, I can't even sleep. I can get it off my mind. I need to get out of sight. I end up behind. Situation turns into a real situation. Being just taking on the time. I didn't mean to hurt it. It could have been somebody's son. And that's what it's hard with. I pulled out that gun. But I let it get into it, cause I didn't take you serious, baby. Now to be without you in love only makes me realize I should have had it too, honey. Now that I'm strong, I want you. I bet it's like me in my face, and then I don't understand because I had the chance. I don't know why I'm going crazy alone. In the days and my God, I don't even think I'm something weird. That's the only time it's sentimental. Yeah. Maybe I love it. Yeah.
I gotta go, it's just now, and I want to address the swag is not complete if you're not spitting direct. I'm really upset, it's killing my soul, I'm hitting my chest. Yes, all I hear is swagger down when I put on the deck. From boys and losing their minds, music is getting empty. They don't mean nothing, really they talking plenty. They talking badly, and really killing me, madly. This look the living, it is a silly, this shouldn't tempt me. Decided back, excited, chill anytime you might want to your flex. I must have wasn't connected, I double couple of checks. I'm touching this cat's game, I swear, I think I swear, hey, this feels good with your killing you. You were so empty, it's why they ready to fit you. And when it comes to slow, the same people they killing you. Now you with the cheats and they take the record killing you.
Okay, she had it to that slow and she slowly started up popping it on like always be saying everybody I know watching it. So you got the secret treasure, I'm on for a lock on it. Don't care what they say, I would be stupid to be not on in your click. Heard you got that sticky. Let's go and take 9 shots, we'll just call it 50. And I don't know, lick it to lick it. I got every ball running, keep you running till you fit me, burn. Oh, you look so sweet. What you recognize, you get your physique. Girl, you are a beauty, but well, I am a beast. They must have been tripping, so I let me off a leash. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling so nice. I'm in the mood. The time is so right. Oh, yeah, free yourself. Forget your worries. Go they go yourself. And let the music play on. I know the fights. Mr. Flavor, I got you be just. You go let me have a bubble and I know. One day chicken over. One now. One now. Tools on top of my head. Whatever happens, enjoy your life. One now. It's okay. One now. One day, whatever happens, enjoy your life,
Take all my mind, take all the joy now, take me down, take all the love now, tie me away, burn me alive now, break me down right now. Now you wanna lock me away, I'm leaving, you wanna do my pain, I'm shining, now you want to for my pain. I didn't even not the same, no. So why you wanna try me? Yeah, try me, you're out to destroy me, you try to challenge me, you try to distract me. If I want to get down, they can't die, and you bring it like that. I'm trying, I'm on the visa, and set me on fire.
Turn your lights down low and pull your window curtain. Oh, let the moon come shining into our life again. Yes, ooh, it's been a long, long time. Get this message for you, girl. But it seemed I was never on time. Still, I wanna get through to you, girl. On time, on time. Wow. I want to give you some love. I want to give you some good love. Yeah, I want to give you some good love. Sit down here, sir. Bend down here, sir. You know me have a fat cocktail. I've been waiting. Nobody nothing knows to me and you are fucked. Nobody nothing knows that you are give it up. Nobody nothing knows that you come over me yard. Baby, take off the dress. Nobody nothing knows to me and you are fucked. Nobody nothing knows that you are give it up. Nobody nothing knows that you come over me yard. Baby, take off the dress. Every time you come in, act like you know and breathe. And I tell me, say I sneak, you a sneak. But from looking at your eyes, me see the freakiness. Baby girl, make it a leave. And I like say, me no treat you good. And I like say, me no go hard. Every time you come at me yard, you are worrying your man there at your yard. Nobody nothing knows, say me and you are fucked. Nobody nothing knows, say you are giving up. Nobody nothing knows, say you come over me yard. Yeah, me, nobody enough, you are fucked. Nobody enough, you are giving up. Nobody enough, you come over me yard. Yeah, me,
mi corazón está llena, cuando siento diferencia, dame mi dream, nunca feel bad, dale que me feel sad, dame sota parecerte, hasta bota mi dream, nunca feel bad, nunca feel sad.
All right. Okay, I'm sure everyone is settled now. Welcome back, welcome back. How are you all feeling? If you're feeling good, let me hear you say, unleashed for takeover. Then look at the person to your right or to your left and say, we are taking over. Then say, Brother Bernard. All right, anyway, so the fun is just begun, and we've had our tea, we're fueled, and we're ready for our next speaker, a man who needs no introduction. He is a titan when it comes to the industry of real estate. He's a man that we are all very much in love with, we admire. He's a mentor to a number of us here. He has helped the dreams of some of us here come true. And one of the things that we love about this particular event is that it was born out of passion and also born out of love. Love for what they do, love for each other, and love for this country as well. Please make some noise and just give a shout out as we just appreciate the organizers of Unleashed for Takeover. Once again, please do that, do that. So as we turn our attention to the multimedia screen, before the profile comes up, I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce a true titan of the real estate industry, someone who's dedicated the last, if I'm correct, maybe 2 to 3, if I'm not incorrect, decades of his career to helping clients achieve their dreams of home ownership and property investment. He's someone that has a wealth of experience, knowledge, skill, and has navigated this ever-changing industry and landscape of the real estate market, especially in a country like Nigeria, from negotiating complex deals to making sure that you get and live in the home of your dreams. Without too much further ado, please turn your attention to the multimedia screen as we get to learn a bit more about the next speaker. Thank you.
Dr. Kennedy Okonkwo. Dr. Kennedy Okonkwo is a Nigerian businessman and entrepreneur who has made significant impact in the real estate industry in Nigeria. He is the founder and group managing director of Victoria Crest Homes, a leading real estate company in Nigeria, which has been involved in the development and sale of high-end luxury apartments, townhouses, and other real estate projects. At the Unleashed for Takeover 2.0 panel session, Dr. Kennedy Okonkwo will be speaking on Disruption, a city powered by the sun.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you love him as much as we do, let me hear you make some noise for one and only as he makes his way for Disruption, a city powered by the sun. Some noise.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute. Chuki? Chuki, can you come on stage, please? 1 moment. Just that's good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You all look amazing. Can you all give yourself a beautiful round of applause once more? We're doing this not for anyone else, but each of you seated here is doing this for yourself. You have chosen to take your destiny into your hands. You have chosen to build a better future for yourself in Nigeria and Africa's real estate space. And I am grateful to God Almighty for using myself, my wife, and our entire team to make this possible. Today presents an opportunity for us to change our story. And so I would be sharing with you my story, a very simple story. A young man who was once homeless. And like I keep telling everyone, the man who doesn't have a good roof over his head is limited in vision. And so the moment you give him a great roof, a better roof, better than what he's used to, then he begins to dream better. He begins to envision better. And that is my story. And so I started off in what we call Iwa boy. I live with my cousin somewhere in Ikotu after being homeless. And so he gave me an opportunity after secondary school to be in his shop selling cosmetics. But I choose to do it differently than every other person. I choose to understand the problem of the consumer who comes to me to say, we want to buy cosmetics from you. And so people began to wonder, what makes a lot of women go to that shop? I was a young boy. You can imagine somebody who finished secondary school, being in the midst of non-educated Igbo traders, and all of us were selling cosmetics. I choose to do it differently. And that is the story of disruption. From doing that at a very young age, so from doing that at a very young age, I moved on to start real estate after my university education. And so, bearing in mind that I had the pain of being someone who was once homeless, I knew that I wouldn't just sell houses, but I would sell houses in a different way. And so I started selling houses on the streets. Those houses were standalone. They were self-serviced. You buy your house, you buy your generator, you buy your water, or you have a very short, shallow borehole from which you generate water for your home. And then you know the Lekki story. The water was dirty, the water was unusable, and they will tell you when you go to Lekki, Lekki does not have good water. And so I choose again to disrupt my own story. And I moved on from doing that to look carefully at the market. And I said to myself, what are other developers doing? What are we doing today? And what can we do differently? So at that point, we started our first set of Victoria Crest estates. And there I will share with you our evolution story. You could see just the same way. Backward. Okay, here. So, for mankind, it's either you evolve or you die. And so, we started by telling ourselves that if we are to do Victoria Crest, we said to ourselves, we will make aspirational living affordable. And what is aspirational living? Everybody here, seated here tonight, this afternoon, has an aspiration. You expect that when you have a home, when you leave your family to go make a living, your family should be secured. When your kids grow, you want them to grow with good neighbors. You expect that when the rains come, flood will not take your home away. You expect that your home will be secured. You expect that your home should have a gym, just the same way your boss in the office enjoys it in Ikoyi or Victoria Island where he lives. And so we started the Victoria Crest service. And with the first set, there was no swimming pool. And after the first set, we said we must do something better. We did the Crest 2. After Crest 2, we did the Crest 3. And with the Crest 3, we improved. We had the gym, we had the swimming pool, we had the mini mart. We had fiber optic internet. We moved on to Crest 4. We moved on to Bay 1. And Bay 1 had like four swimming pools, 3 gyms, fiber internet, uninterrupted power supply, and that is aspirational living. And we said, we will not rest on our oars because a lot of our competitors were also looking at us. But more than they were looking at us, we were faced with what I call the disruptor's dilemma. The dilemma to say we have to disrupt what we have done. If we have done Crest 1, our Crest 2 must be better than Crest 1. Our Crest 3 must be better than Crest 2. And so we kept on evolving. And so I'll bring you here to look at the story of some organizations that have come before all of us. We've heard their story. Kodak Polaroid camera. They didn't believe that we'll get to the point when your simple smartphones will do all the things that they were doing. You knew the Kodak film story. Everybody who had a camera must buy a film. And then you go to a Kodak lab to go and print. Do you remember? Organizations were evolving. You remember that in the past, when they shoot movies, how do they do it? Somebody will carry a big camera on their lap or their shoulders, and the helicopter will be moving around. Today, what does it? That is disruption. But then, who is the disruptor? Would you allow your competitors to disrupt and take you out of the market? Or would you consistently evolve to change what you are doing to make it better? What do you choose, my brothers? What do you choose, my sister? Do you remember the story of Nokia? I once listened to the MD of Nokia, and he was speaking. He said, we did nothing wrong. We had the communicator, and we felt we had given the world a supercomputer. Do you remember BlackBerry? From that company called Research in Motion. BlackBerry failed to evolve. They were built for the very rich corporations. And so the US security then, they felt with the BlackBerry, they had everything intact, a very secure network, faster to push your email on a very secure server, faster than the telecom companies that were in existence then. And so if you had a BlackBerry, when they were employing you, it became one of the things that they will give you. If you were coming from an organization that was not using BlackBerry, when they employ you, they give you a BlackBerry because it became the intranet of major corporations in the US. But what is their story today? They are no more. BlackBerry doesn't exist anymore. At a particular point in time, when BlackBerry was displaced, it was displaced by the likes of the iPhone. But then iPhones were more expensive. But what happened to BlackBerry? If you are an organization doing business and you feel so much, you don't need a particular segment of the market, because we're taught in marketing, 20% of your clients will give you what? 80%, right? Of your revenue. That's actually a mistake. Because if you focus on just the 20% that's giving you 80% of the revenue, you are going to lose the retail segment. And so in my organization, we learn to reward those who have 20 retail customers, 20 individual customers, who are giving them the numbers point to point. That one single person who goes to bring a corporation that closes 100 house deal. Do you understand what I'm saying? Am I communicating? Because over time, it becomes the unmaking of many organizations. They end up concentrating on a particular segment of the market. For some companies, they focus on government. For us as an organization, I've never done a government contract. I don't think I've ever sold out to a government corporation. And so when government change, nothing changes. It's just like soldier goes, soldier come. What happens? Real estate has given me everything I ever dreamed of, everything I ever aspired to have. And so seeing all of you here today makes me very happy. Please give yourself a round of applause again. The world is changing. And so you must consistently learn to disrupt your own innovations. So for every innovation that you have done, do not rest on your oars. Ask yourself, what is the next thing we are going to do? After building the Victoria Crest series, we started another series that we called the Citadel Views, and we called it a city powered by the sun. I'm sure you guys will be wondering, why are we busy changing names here and there? We were building before Aja, and then COVID came. When COVID came, the global energy crisis all over the world started. Diesel moved from 165 naira per liter pre-COVID to today. What is diesel today?
What's the price? 800. Just imagine if your business is like my business, where we provide services for clients who live in our estate. Every day, they'll be calling you Ole, Barao, because their pockets, their income does not increase. It has not increased. Please, whose salary has increased 5 times here since COVID? Is there anyone? But energy price has moved 5 times. At our pre-COVID, price per kilowatt of energy was sitting at about 95 naira. Today, most estates are doing about 250, 300 naira. Yet, many are not breaking even. And so that's why we started Citadel Views Estate. Citadel Views is our response to what's happening in the society. Global warming, global energy crisis, flooding. I'm sure that you'll be hearing, you must have seen in the papers. NEMA is warning. The thunderstorm in this month will be 5 times what it has ever been in previous years. Did you see that notice? There's a challenge on our hands. Global warming is real. And so all of us must begin to consciously do things that will protect our environment, because every businessman is guilty of one thing. We go for the easiest solution. We go for the cheapest one. And so when you don't have means to generate energy, we go for generators, diesel-powered generators. And so when you run them, you emit carbon to the air and you consistently destroy the future for our children, for generations unborn. The future for us remains Citadel Views and Capital Gardens. And those are cities that are sustainable, cities that will be powered by sunlight, cities that the energy utilized will be paid for by God's given resources, natural sunlight. Climate change has been described as the greatest threat to human life, human existence. And so we must consistently look at how to reduce carbon emissions in all that we do. We must continue to look at how we protect our environment. Back in the days, if you are building and you have refuse, you have debris there, just gather them together, put matches, burn it, put tire there. Practically every developer in the past is guilty of that. Are developers here? I'm sure every developer is guilty of that, but it's time for us to change that. So I decided to do a little bit of numbers for you guys so that you understand what is happening with our disruption. Because for me as a person, I and my team over time consistently invest in R&D to ensure that we get the right kind of data. So if we must build somewhere, we must look at what the clients are actually needing and what are the challenges facing them. Citadel Views was born out of that crisis. Sometime after COVID, all the different estates were calling us for meeting. Dr. Kennedy, we need to see you. We're actually beginning to feel like tenants in our houses. And so mails left, right, center. We have 18 estates. And one of them wrote to us, we don't need your services anymore. Please leave our estate, stop running it. But am I the cause? Am I the cause? And so we went back to look at why, what are they unhappy about? Are they happy about our services? Yes. Have they enjoyed how we've maintained the estate? Yes. Has security been watertight? Yes. Has water been uninterrupted? Yes. Has power been uninterrupted? Yes. Are the drainages working well? Yes. But only one thing was a crisis. And so we started looking at how we solve that crisis. Don't forget, most of our estates were being powered by generators. And pre-COVID, we used to do a calculation. When we do calculation for cost of power, what do we say? We say that the cost of energy must be equal, must be dependent on 70% or 75% NEPA availability and 25% or 30% gen backup. Today, if you are conversant with that sector, you understand that NEPA availability is technically as reduced as 30%. And so your generator will run 70%. So I decided to do a little bit of comparison of numbers so that you understand what we have done at Citadel Views. We started our project 7th of July, 2021, and we delivered the first set of houses in Citadel Views, the first Citadel Views 1.0, 186 units of houses. We delivered them record time in July 2022, and residents have been living in that estate till now. In a period and time when they say that developers don't meet up, we decided to outsurpass our own expectations of what we should do. And so I decided to give you guys a little bit of comparative analysis of what happens in one of the essays that we have done where they are dependent on generator to run their power, and then the other one that we call Citadel Views 1.0, which is our city for the future. So that comparative analysis is what I have put up here. So Nest 3 and Crest 5 run from the same power source. As you can see here, Nest 3 was handed over about the time we handed over Citadel Views, just 1 month apart from one another. But Nest 3 is 100% dependent on generator and NEPA. And so the figures you see below are the figures representing uptime NEPA in January, EKEDC, 265 hours NEPA. Generator did 478.5 hours because total hours in that month of January is 744 hours. You look at February, generator did 413, NEPA did 259. In March, EKEDC did 361. NEPA generator did 383. In April, EKEDC did 314. Generator did 406. Now, when you look at it, you go back to Citadel Views. NEPA did, the number you see here is because certain hours that solar takes over is not catered for. So the numbers are higher. Generators are doing lower hours in Citadel Views. In the month of January, generators did 134 hours. In February, generators did 279 hours. In March, generator did 251 hours. Compared to March of Victoria Nest, generators did about 133 hours less in Citadel. Go back to the average occupancy status. You have the occupancy status Citadel at 46 in January, while in the same January, you have 31 at VNest. Now, when you look at the average recharge per resident, you'll be seeing Citadel doing 66. Citadel is doing 66,000 naira average recharge, while VNest is doing 182,000 naira, times 3 of what the man who lives in VNest is spending on power. The man in Citadel is doing 68,000 naira in February, and the man in VNest is doing 167,000 naira. Now, let me take you to the last one, the month of April that ended 2 days ago. They did 171,000 average for VNest, while the average for Citadel is 87,000. If you are somebody who wants to buy a house, won't you go to the city of the future? Because the sun has been paying your energy bills here. And so I believe strongly that it's time for all of us to look into how we solve the global energy crisis. Citadel is solar powered, Africa's first solar powered estate. And for me, I believe strongly that with Citadel, all of us seated here can have our houses powered via solar. Thank you very much.
Unleashed for Takeover 2.0. I thought she would make that applause a little louder. Please, let's celebrate an icon, a living legend. Can we celebrate him better? Come on, come on, come on. That was amazing. Thank you, sir. Was that not amazing? So actually, we're supposed to take a picture with you, but I presume that you're not done yet. Okay, so the GMD would like to have questions. This time around, we would like to take questions from members of the audience. It wants people to ask him questions. Okay, so how many can we take? 3. All right, sir. So we are having 3 questions from the virtual audience. All right. So Oscar, 2 live questions, 1 from the virtual audience. A big shout out to our virtual audience. We recognize your presence and thank you for joining us.
Okay. So we'll take 2 questions physical, 1 virtual. Whoever is collating that should please let us know. So please, your name, what you do, and what your question is. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here. Thank you, everyone, for showing up to the Unleash for Takeover event. Mr. Ned, good afternoon, sir. It's absolute Dr. Ned. Thank you for the correction, Dr. Ned. Absolutely fantastic to be here. I've really enjoyed your session, really impactful. And I truly believe I share the same sentiments as you that we need to rethink solutions when it comes to handling the energy crisis that we globally face. By the way, my name is Chika Okike. I didn't mention I'm a real estate broker and real estate consultant. All right. So my question now is just in line with invention, breaking the ground, and disruption. What future ideals can we expect to see, especially as it affects green living and sustainable living? What futuristic ideals can we expect to see from Victoria Crest in the nearest future? Let's say a 5-year timeline. But this is fantastic and brilliant. But in keeping with invention and disruption, what can we expect to see when it comes to green and sustainable living? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tika. Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ika. For us as an organization, consistently, we want to keep improving on our present situation. And so for those things that you think they are groundbreaking feats, we are usually very futuristic because we know that a lot of people are also watching us. And the dilemma for every entrepreneur is that who disrupts you? Do you want to disrupt yourself or do you want competition to disrupt you? And so for us to consistently remain relevant, we need to keep disrupting ourselves. And so one of the things you begin to see from us, we just, our equipment for our paving stone factory just arrived for Capital Gardens and they are being cleared. And I can tell you for free that also we're going to have 2 MV of solar system to power that plant. That plant will be a hybrid, a mixture of generator completely off-grid, gas-powered turbine generators, as well as solar system to provide energy for that factory. There are lots of things that we have lined up for the company. As you know today, most of our sewage plants are renewable energy. We do biogas to ensure that the gas is reusable as cooking gas for the homes. There are lots of things that we keep doing. And I always promise you, it is not the Dr. Ned or it's not the Victoria Crest or the Citadel Views Estate that 10 years ago, that is the one that's here today. And I can tell you for sure that 5 years down the line, we'll still be here doing what we know how to do best, leading the trail, and most importantly, championing the advocacy that our climate deserves a whole lot of attention, better attention than it is getting today. If all of us don't pay attention to our climate, we are creating a problem for our society. If you look back, you go to the east, there are some people very close to Delta State, towns bordering on Onitsha, Orumba, and the rest of them. They were displaced last year due to the flooding. And those are the impacts or the effects of climate change. It is real. And so all of us will consider it's not just what we have to do, but everybody seated here, the changes we need to make, the adjustment in our lifestyle, just to make our society and environment a better one for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Ned. Please, multimedia, can you project the question from online? And then we'll take our second question. This is Emmanuel, a realtor, and his question.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I must say you're a role model. But my question is very simple. My question is this, because you talked about the solar. Have you considered that this solar works perfectly well during the hot weather, the dry season? How are you going to retain the energy? Because you notice now that if you are saying you are going for solar, that simply means people will not use their normal ACs. They will use some heavy artilleries in their houses, because during the rainy season, the solar does not work very well. Have you thought about it on how you can retain that energy during the rainy season? Because during the hot season and the rainy season, they don't work in the same capacity.
Okay, what you have asked, what you have said, that assumption is not totally true, because solar systems are different. And so just the same way you have changes in weather here, you also have changes in weather in Europe. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I'm not trying to cast aspersion on the Chinese technology. When you go for some of those untested Chinese technology solar systems, you have those kind of issues. Solar systems are made up of three parts. You have the PV panels, the solar panels. You have the inverter models that recharges the panel. And the inverter can feed from either the grid, the generator, and then solar. So whatsoever, if you feed from all three, at each point in time, you can have energy. And then the other part of it is that your storage, depending on the kind of system that you have to store. Today, we are doing lithium-ion batteries. It will shock each and every one of you to understand that lithium-ion batteries, lithium is a natural resource that we have in Nigeria here. Unfortunately, we don't have companies that are producing lithium-ion batteries here. We export lithium and go and bring back the batteries in container and pay thousands of dollars to do that. So if you have good lithium-ion battery, those energy can be retained. Like the energy, this Citadel Views 1.0, the houses that have, they are scalable. The houses that have 3 kVA, you can upscale them to 10 kVA of storage. Your inverter can be 3 or 5 kVA and you store 10 kVA. So when you store that energy, it depends on how long it will last. Now, if you also check the numbers I put on the screen, when the rainy season goes and you get, the rainy season goes and you get into the dry season, your energy utilization is more in the dry season. And in the rainy season, when you think that sunlight is less, your energy utilization in rainy season is lowered. If you check the air condition in your car, when you start it during the dry season, you increase the power to 4 or 5. But during the rainy season, you off it. So your energy need in the rainy season are significantly reduced. So I think I have answered your question. Thank you very much.
Okay. Oga Drone, please, I beg. Please. We have a question online. How sustainable is solar energy usage over time? I think you touched on that kind of, but you can stress it.
Yes, I have touched on it already.
There's another one here.
At the moment, Citadel View 1 is 12 hours daytime solar powered. They don't own the generators. They are not dependent on NEPA. And I can tell you, if you go there and check, 60% of those who live in Citadel View 1, most of them came from outside the country. And they have rented houses in Nigeria, they have bought houses in Nigeria, and they are enjoying it. And you know what? We have least amount of worries in Citadel View 1.0 because we have dwindling economies in our pockets. It's not our portion in Jesus' name. But a situation whereby salary has not doubled in the past 2 years, post-COVID. but your expenditure has doubled. Devaluation of naira, devaluation of currency, change of currency, increase in transportation costs. All of those are ensured that the cost we spend on a daily basis is on the increase, but our salary has not increased. So I saw some couples move from Victoria Bay 3 in Ikate, where they were paying about 8 million naira per annum for their house, to Citadel Views, where they were paying about 4 million naira. And some of them actually bought those houses. And so they began to spend less on their monthly maintenance costs. Because if it's one thing for you to buy a house, it's another thing for you to maintain that house. It will be a disaster when every day you can't on the power in your house because you are beginning to feel like as if you are now the tenant, when actually you are the what? Homeowner. Because energy cost is on the increase. So solar systems can be sustainable. They can last a long time. There are solar systems developed in Europe that their warranty is 10 years, 15 years. I'm also a victim of buying solar systems developed and produced in China because Nigeria, we always like things that are cheap. And this is also my sending a note of warning to many of my developer brothers. Please don't buy iron that is cheap. The full gauge of iron, if you check well, many irons that are produced in this country today, and I'm also sending this message to Standard Organization of Nigeria, to the regulators in the industry. Most of the iron being sold in the industry, go and check the gauge. It is not complete gauge. Where you have 16 mm written on it and you use your caliper to gauge it and it's reading 12.5. What is the result? That is planning to fail. When you have full gauge of iron being sold for 530 and you have some people selling iron for 425,000 naira, we need to check them very well. And the organizations that are producing it, they are being monitored and regulated by Standard Organization of Nigeria. Let them go and check all those iron companies and close them up. Indians and Chinese people will not come here and produce iron that can kill Nigerians. It is unacceptable. What they cannot do in their country, let them not come and do here in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now you can agree with me that he deserves a louder round of applause. Come on, come on. That's the Group Managing Director, Netcom Oaks Limited, Dr. Kennedy Okonkwo. Thank you, sir. Can we please have the CEO come take pictures with him? We'd like to have the CEO come take pictures with him if she's in the building, please. Okay, she stepped out. All right, sir. Thank you very much.
So
sir.
can we have the Group MD take a picture with the speaker, please?
Okay.
He's the Group MD. I'm just joking, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Kennedy Okonkwo. Once again, a round of applause to him. Very insightful. There's a difference between owning a business and understanding the business that you own. And it's fair to say that Dr. Ned is one and the same. Success is not an accident. It is very much deliberate.
Well said, Oscar. Well said. All right. We forgot to recognize our virtual audience earlier today. So to everybody joining us online, multimedia, can we please display them on the screens so that we can see them as I did yesterday and also acknowledge their presence. Multimedia, please help me with our virtual audience on the screens so we can say hello to them and they can turn on their videos. Please turn on your videos so that we can also see you online and say hello to you. Have we been having an amazing time, everybody? And are you ready for more? Are you sure you're ready for more? Yes, yes, because we're going to be having right about now a very amazing man speaking to us. And his topic is the Nigerian business climb beyond the elections. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that the organizers carefully handpicked the speakers that have graced this occasion since yesterday. Well, our next speaker is in no way a little on. I have grown to love, respect, and appreciate this man since my teenage years. I mean, his perspective about life and all of that. He's a business consultant, a leadership expert, a transformational leader, a man of the people, young at heart, an erudite scholar, a visionary leader, a man who continues to leave an indelible mark in the sands of time. He has touched my life personally. I told you from my teenage years, and I trust that his session is going to change your life around. Are you ready? Are you sorry about that? Are you ready, people? Multimedia, please let them know who I'm talking about.
Fela Durotoye. Fela Durotoye is an executive coach, leadership expert, and global speaker. He is the founder CEO of the Gemstone Group, which includes the Gemstone Leadership Institute, the Gemstone Leadership Network, and the Gemstone Nation Builders Foundation. With over 27 years of experience, Fela has developed proprietary coaching framework to help business and impact leaders achieve exponential growth in their key success parameters. He is on a mission to help 1 million people leadership capacity and positively impact their communities, nation, continent, and the world. Fela is also a guest lecturer on leadership at Stanford University and is a nation builder who has received several awards for his leadership development and nation building activities. He is an accomplished author with several best-selling books and holds degrees from Obafemi Awolowo University, Harvard University, and Yale University. Fela Durotoye will be speaking on the topic, the Nigerian business climb beyond the election at the Unleashed for Takeover 2.0.
Ladies and gentlemen, Unleashed for Takeover 2.0 with a resounding round of applause. Join me to make welcome Fela Durotoye. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir.
They say evidence terminates argument. I want to know by evidence how much you have enjoyed this conference so far. Wait. So where is the evidence? I want us to be able to use our voices to project a shout that I hope that the people in Federal Palace will be able to know that something is happening here. But it is only for the people who have gotten something out of this conference. If you have gotten nothing out of this conference, please, the evidence is be quiet. If you have gotten a little, then small shout. If you have gotten a medium, then medium shout. And if you've gotten a lot, then I would like you to be able to bring the roof down. Don't worry, we will all be okay. Are you all right? Are we okay? Are we all right? Is there anybody ready to give evidence to Dr. Kennedy and Mrs. Ichechi? Are you ready? Are you ready to let the leadership team and the group know whether you've enjoyed this thing so far? Then 1, 2, 3, go. Prove that you've enjoyed it.
Okay, I can see some people are standing. I can see that some people are. I can see something going on here.
All right. Okay, so if somebody else is standing beside you, give them a high five. Say it's a pleasure to be enjoying this with you. It's a pleasure. Pleasure. Let me start very quickly by thanking a couple of truly visionary leaders. I mean, just listening to Dr. Kennedy Okonkwo's presentation or speech, how many people will agree with me that God has blessed Africa with a visionary leader? Are you sure? Can I see your hand? I'd like to say thank you so much to Dr. Ken and to Mrs. Ichechi Okonkwo and to the team that has done literally the impossible in such a short period of time, not only in the real estate industry, but in pulling together Africa's largest real estate conference right in our time. Now, we know one thing. They say birds of a feather, what do? So when I see visionary leaders in the room, it tells me that the ones I know, if they're visionary leaders, then the people that I don't know must be visionary leaders. Because there are so many other people that could have been in this room, but are not. In part because they didn't understand what we're trying to accomplish here. They didn't catch the vision. They didn't catch the dream. But more importantly, because the vision did not resonate with them. So I want you to please help me acknowledge the visionary leader beside you and let them know that you are acknowledging them as a visionary leader. So say to, just greet that person next to you. This is a conference of visionary leaders. Listen, these are the birds that are flocking with you, so you better don't know them. Tell the person that is next to you, this is a great time for you to collect my number. Before you need to see the PA to the essay of my PA's essay. Now that we have close proximity, take your selfie now. Don't say I didn't warn you. Tell them.
Sound. Okay, sound. All right.
Okay, I'm back. So I hope some people have taken selfies. Lest there be any cause for regret that I had a chance and I didn't do it. But this is the point, guys. I want you to please understand that when we gather together like this, it's not just for beings. It's not forever. I want you to understand that when we gather like this, we must not waste the opportunity that we have in creating the future that we want. Can you show me the bridge slide, please? It's one thing to be able to come into a conference like this and sit down and listen to speaker after speaker. And that's great, but normally that would be something that you reserve not just for conferences, but maybe for trainings. And whilst it's great for us to be able to learn something with each passing speaker, and I really want to acknowledge the plethora of amazing speakers that have graced the stage and are still going to grace the stage. I mean, can you please put your hands together for all our speakers? Sorry, I thought you said you had been blessed by these guys. But guys, please understand, whenever we come into a room like this, we are going to have to think like the leaders that we are. And on one hand, it's very good for us to talk about where we are, which is one leg of the bridge. And in talking about where we are, we can talk about all the challenges that we are going through. We can even talk about our current projects. We can talk about all of those things. But please understand, where we are, we already are. This is already our current realities. So whilst there is value in understanding what is going on, the greatest value that we have when we come together is being able to decide where do we want to be. And when we talk about where we want to be, listen, we're talking about more than 2,000 people that have registered for this project. I think that in this room alone, I'm sure that we have over 1,000. But we need to be able to decide and say to ourselves, where do we want to be as an industry? Where do we want to be as our own individual institutions and as individuals ourselves? Where do we want to be? So if you leave this place and all you did was clap for the speakers, then you've missed out on a great opportunity. You must leave this place with a clear vision, or at least an idea that you want to go and pursue into a clear vision. Does somebody understand where I'm coming from? And more importantly, we have to be able to agree at some point in time on the things that we will do together as an industry to be able to move us forward to the dream that we have for the industry, to the dreams that we have for our institutions, and to the dreams that we have for ourselves as individuals. But now let me be clear. That is vision. The question is, how are we going to get there? And the only way that you're able to get to the place of vision is through the pathway of change. Can I hear somebody please say with me, change? And change is the lane that leads you from where we are to where we want to be. Change is the responsibility of leaders. So yes, leaders will understand where we are right now and have a very good understanding of the dynamics, the issues, the challenges, and all of that, the constraints. But what makes a leader different from everybody else is the capacity to stand in today and see tomorrow. And see tomorrow in such a clear way that it not only inspires the leader, but it inspires everybody who hears the leader. And then to be able to get the people together to say, okay, what must we start? Go to the next slide. What must we stop? What must we do more? And what must we do less? If we're going to get to the place of our dreams together as an industry, we as the leaders, the visionary leaders of this industry, have to be able to come together and agree that this is not just about me, but I have a role to play when we leave this place. In 1885, 27 men gathered into a hotel room in Berlin, Germany. And some of you have heard about it. It's called the Berlin Conference. They drew what was now known today as the map of Africa. And when they drew that map, what they said to themselves was, listen, let's not fight. We all have a common goal. These were leaders from the United Kingdom, from France, from Belgium, from the United States. And they decided that they were taking over a continent, not a country, not a city, not even a county, a continent. And when they came together, they spent 3 months in that room. 1884, they gathered in November. 1885, February, they left that room. And each of them went back to their countries and briefed their governments about what had been agreed. Ladies and gentlemen, within 30 years, by 1915, they had taken over. Africa at that time had something in the region of about 120 million estimated population. And yet with just about 60,000 people, they were able to take over 120 million people. So let me be clear. The takeover generation does not have to be as much as or as many as the things that they are going to take over. Does somebody understand what I'm saying? Can I hear somebody say takeover? They gathered in a hotel, came out and went and took over. That was in 1885. In 1945, a group of young guys, Africans, men and women, gathered together in another hotel in Manchester, United Kingdom. 79 of them. Young people. In that room has somebody like a 36-year-old Obafemi Awolowo. It had Nnamdi Azikiwe, I believe he was around 40 or 42 years old at that time. And then it had guys like Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Jomo Kenyatta. And those guys gathered together, 79 of them in a hotel, and decided that they were going to take over what had been taken over. Guys, by 1960, 30 years down the line, 1965, these guys had already taken over. They didn't have the power, they didn't have the money, they didn't have the resources, they didn't have the pedigree, they were not in government, but they had taken over government because they came together and agreed together and then went individually back to their countries and they executed. So let me be clear. The success of this conference cannot be measured by how many people came into the room. The success of this conference is going to be measured by what we agreed and how effectively we all went back to execute it. Somebody please shout with me, takeover. The success is not going to be measured by how many pages you wrote, but how many pages are written by what you did when you left. Where are you going to write on the pages of history? That is how we will measure the success of this conference. Because visionary leaders, when they come together to make a difference, a real difference. Visionary leaders understand the difference between success and greatness. Visionary leaders understand that greatness is everything that we can be but have not yet been. It's everything we can do but is not yet being done. Greatness is everything that we can have but we have not yet possessed it. Greatness is always in the future, but the future is not a time zone that is yet to come. The future is not a date on a calendar. The future is not ahead of us, it's inside of us. And so where greatness lies is the future. And where the future lies is in greatness. And as leaders, our job is to deliver the future by unleashing the greatness that we carry. The future of the real estate industry, not only in Nigeria and in Africa, is sitting in this room. It's not a person, it's an idea. And it's many projects that will come out of this conference because you were here. Is somebody understanding where I'm coming from? Can you hear me all the way at the back? And so today I'm going to be speaking to you about manifesting greatness at such a time as this. Because honestly, everything that you have already manifested is called success. Greatness is everything you are yet to manifest. Success is the reward you get for manifesting greatness. I know someone wanted to write that down. Success is the reward that you get for manifesting greatness. So let me help you understand it. On the pathway of greatness, I didn't say on the path to greatness, because greatness is not a destination. Greatness is what you carry. Greatness is what you are having on the inside. And on the pathway of greatness, your job is to unload, to unleash, to unlock, and to unveil the greatness that you are carrying for the benefit of the world. Every time you do a good job, you will be rewarded with success. But please let me plead with you. I beg you. Don't let your success become a distraction to your greatness. Because your success is already done. Why are you tripping on a car that you are driving? It's already yours. What you should be thinking about, what you should be talking about, what you should be tripping about is what you have not yet manifested. So every morning I challenge you. You wake up in the morning and you are focused on your greatness, and then you go to bed at night and you look at your success. Because that's the way of God. God literally, in the days of creation, for lack of a better word, will wake up in the morning. He will see darkness and call light. And in the evening, when he's done, he will go back and look at the light and say it is good. My question to you is, when you start your day in the morning, what are you looking at? And when you go back to bed at night, what do you see? Because when God looked at darkness, he saw light. He didn't describe the darkness, he spoke forth the light. So when I'm listening to you, I can tell what kind of a leader you are, because if you are describing what already is, you are not a visionary leader. A visionary leader is always future talking and then manifesting. And I'm going to be talking to you about how to do those quick things in a few minutes from now. Somebody tell somebody next to you, manifest your greatness. Tell them, don't be distracted by your success. I want to put the concept of leadership into a short video for you that I hope will make it clear to all of us what we mean when we talk about leaders. And so if you will take the next 2 minutes to please pay attention to the multimedia screens, I want you to please, guys, cue for me true leader. I want you to look at this situation and I want you to watch leadership in action. Thank you. Is there any audio?
सर आपके लिए उस पार कार का इंतजाम किया है सर। सर आइए सर। ये चल चल आगे। चल जाओ बोला क्या बात करता है, क्या ऊपर से जाएगा, क्या ऊपर से जा जा।
I hate this country.
कुछ करो ना।
अब मैं वहां जाके क्या उखाड़ लूंगा?
कैसे जाने बूंदे आई, जाने कैसा दर्द लाई, सामने क्या है ये तेरे, क्यों रुका है तू बता रे। को पार लेगा कौन होगा वो मसीहा, से तू ढूंढता है तू वही है। तेरा रास्ता है, तेरा है सहारा, तुझको पार लेगा तेरा किनारा। तेरा रास्ता है, तेरा है सहारा, तुझको पार लेगा तेरा किनारा।
How many people saw a leader in action? Let me see your hand if you saw a leader in action. Who was the leader that you saw? The small boy. So can we talk very quickly about what leadership is not? I didn't say what leadership is. Let's start with what is leadership not about. So leadership is not about position. It's not about age. I heard somebody. Leadership is not about title. The boy had no title. Leadership is not about size. Leadership is not about strength. Leadership is not about selfish interest. And so when you think about all the things that leadership is not about, then it tells you that all the things that disqualify you in your mind about the fact that we are waiting for one leader to come and save us is already telling you that the leader that will save us in this country is standing in front of the mirror. Who is that person? You are the one we've been waiting for. And yet many people are waiting for the people that are waiting for them. I don't know whether you understand where I'm coming from. So now that we know that you cannot be disqualified from being the visionary leader that can impact our future, that can transcend us into the future, then that tells me something. It is time for you to lead. So what is leading? From the video, what did we see that leadership is about? Leadership is about taking initiative. Anything else? Influence, action, service. Leadership is about doing, making better, making things better, making places better, making people better, taking action, solving problems. Did the boy create the problem? But he accepted responsibility for the problem. So that tells me that you don't have to accept blame, but you can accept responsibility for the solution. In fact, we understand that blaming is not a leadership skill. Every time you see somebody that blames other people, they are looking at the problem, not the solution. Solution is in greatness. And so only the great, like they say, the deep can call onto the deep. Only the people who have greatness within can see solution when they are looking at a problem. Is there somebody that is great here? So I want to talk to you about the fact that visionary leaders, let's talk about vision for a moment. I have a definition of vision that I hope you will take deeply and keep it in your heart. Because when that boy stood in front of the tree, I don't know if anybody noticed, he looked intensely at the tree. And I believe what he was looking before he ever placed his hand was that he was looking at the problem, but he had seen that the tree had moved. It was when he saw that the tree moved that he took action to go and solve that problem. Does anybody understand what I'm saying? So let's talk about vision for a moment. Vision slide, please. A lot of times when people come into groups like this, they come up with ideas, and it's great for you to have ideas that can be set into goals. Whether it's, you know what they say, SMART goals are what? Specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. But when visionaries step into a room, what they see is not just the SMART goal. What they see is vision, pictures that are significant, meaningful, that are audacious enough to attract people, record-setting, something that has never been done before, that is going to mean something to everyone. So I'm bringing to you a different meaning of SMART today. To understand that I'm not just talking about a goal, which is great, but the difference between a goal and a vision is that when a visionary speaks vision, you see pictures. And it is those pictures that inspire you to want to take action. And whenever you see a visionary communicating, when they speak, two things happen. Number one, the people they are speaking to can see something, and the people that they are speaking to can feel something. Which means you cannot be a visionary leader if you don't see something and if you don't feel something about it. So my question is, what are you seeing? And what do you feel about it? Visions, please. Because, next slide. Vision creates a picture of a desirable outcome or destination that is so beneficial to the hearers, it compels them to embark on the journey and stay the course regardless of how far it seems, how long it will take. So whenever you see a visionary cast a vision, what you see is yourself in the vision. Every true vision is about others, never about the visionary. When Dr. Ned had the vision, and Dr. Itachi, when they had the vision for the various estates that they built, it was not because they were looking for a place to stay. Real vision is never about self. Ambition, yes. I'm sure you've heard selfish ambition before. But you can never hear selfish vision. Because self and vision don't go together. The center of gravity of vision is always found in others. So if you are here simply because you want to hammer, because you want to blow, then you are still operating in the less than leadership space. Because real leaders are always thinking about others and recognizing that as they manifest their ideas for others, then they will succeed. So you don't pursue your success as a visionary leader. You pursue greatness and then you enjoy success. Is somebody getting what I'm trying to say here? Four things are going to be important once you catch a vision. I want you to say with me A, B, C, D, but you will call it A. When I say with me A, are you ready? Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where are we starting from? A means accept responsibility. That boy accepted responsibility for a tree that he did not push to fall. He saw everybody suffering. The people were complaining. The boy could have walked by that tree and nothing would have happened. Nobody would have blamed him, but he accepted responsibility. B, the boy believed. He believed something about himself that caused other people to believe that it was possible. C, the boy committed. And to commit, he had to sacrifice something, but he placed his hand on that tree and the people committed because he committed. And lastly, D, the boy kept on doing it until he delivered the results. True leaders are not just talkers. They are result-oriented. They will make the move, try and sometimes have to try again, but they don't stop until the problem is solved. And when you are deciding that, yes, I have accepted responsibility, I believe I can do it, I'm going to try and commit myself to it, what are the steps that you require to be able to manifest that greatness? I want to give you 4 C's very quickly, and then I'll tell you a couple of stories from my own life that may be helpful and encouraging to you to know that I didn't come to tell you theory. The first thing you will notice is that you must be clear about what you want. Somebody say with me, clarity. You must be clear about what you are trying to achieve. You must be clear about why it is important. You must be clear about what success looks like. And lastly, you must be clear about the impact that it's going to have on others. So it's clarity around what are we trying to do? Number 2, clarity about why is it important? Number 3, clarity about what will success look like when we've done it? And number 4, clarity about what the impact will be when we have done it. And then we have to communicate. Visionary leaders communicate. And I shared with you at the beginning, I said, communication simply means telling the story of your vision in a way that inspires a hearer to say, let us go. Telling the story of your vision in a way that gets somebody else to say, I am willing to pay for it. Telling the story of your vision in a way that others find benefit in it to the point where they can commit to it. They can connect with it. And then you have to be consistent. The boy put his hand on the tree, but he didn't stop there. All right? He kept on pushing until people realized that this boy is serious. You see, when you start something, people will be second guessing you. But when you keep going, then people would understand that this is truly something you intend to do, and you are serious about it because they're seeing the consistency of your sacrifice. Nobody will take anything you are doing more seriously than you. So you have to be consistent. And it is your consistency that will enable you to attract collaboration. And let me quickly say it this way, guys. The vision that you are carrying, if you can accomplish it by yourself, is too small. Ditch it. Your vision will require brains that you don't have, skills that you don't have, experience that you don't have, expertise that you don't have, exposure that you don't have, networks that you don't have. Your vision will require collaboration with others. And so if all that is driving you is you having your name on your own vision, then remember you have already stepped down from the place of leadership. Because as it's always been said, no one can imagine the amount of greatness that can happen if everybody didn't care about whose name was on it. So say with me, clarity. Please say with me, communicate. Please say with me, consistency. And then say with me, collaboration. So now this is basically how you manifest greatness. On a daily basis, your job is to be clear about what it is that has not yet been seen. On a daily basis, your job is to be talking about it to people who matter and can help. On a daily basis, your job is to keep doing it, making sure that you decide and dedicate time for the vision that you have. I know that there are things you have already accomplished right now that you need to take care of, but you must be disciplined with a daily routine that looks at your vision. And lastly, you must be able to reach out to people and draw them in. So I have a couple of questions that I want you to ask. And I need you to ask 5 people. And the first question I want you to ask someone that is seated next to you and then a few other people is, what is your tree? No, I didn't hear you. What did they say it was? In other words, what tree are you pushing? What problem do we have that you are solving? 29 million housing deficits. How did we get here? Because some people saw the tree and walked by it. They were so busy trying to find a place to stay, they forgot to build a place for others. 4.5 people per household. Multiply that by 29 million. That's over 126 million people are homeless in Nigeria. Don't you know that when the homeless become more than those who have homes, the people in homes will not be safe? Ask the person next to you, what tree are you pushing? I'm asking, what impact are you making on a daily basis? I know that you are making a lot of money with every transaction. God bless you. I'm happy for you. But what impact did your life make that day? The great look to impact. Success is in the realm of income. Success looks at prosperity. Greatness thinks about posterity. Success looks at fame, but greatness thinks of acclaim. I want you to understand, success is not bad, but it's just not enough. You must manifest your greatness. You must find a problem, somebody write problem, that you are passionate about. A problem that will give you pain so that you cannot sleep at night, and even when you sleep, you are dreaming about the problem. That's your tree. Your problem that will give you a sense of purpose and meaning in life as you pursue it. That is your tree. Ask someone on the other side of your table, what is your tree? I'm asking a question, what would you attempt to do if success was guaranteed? And how many people's lives will be changed by it? That is the realm of greatness for visionary impact leaders. Greatness is providing a solution to that problem that we all face. Your tree is a mission. When you are a visionary leader, you should be able to say, I am on a mission to. So when I say to you, take 30 seconds to write out your mission statement. Write it down right now. I am on a mission to dash, dash, dash. I am on a mission to. I'm going to give you 3 quick stories. I know I have 3 minutes, and then maybe I can ask for about 5 minutes extra, if you don't mind. I just want to give you 3 quick stories of times when I had to find a vision and a tree and what I did about it. So let me start by saying to you that in 2005, I was in my office as a management consultant and an executive coach, working mostly with about 14 banks, doing customer service strategy, leadership and all of those kind of things, trainings, just doing sweet life, cool money, adding value to the banking sector, helping the banks that I was helping, get to the top of their career. And then one day I'm looking at the newspapers and I saw 86.4% of NECO students fail. And they said 1,018,000 students sat down for NECO, 868,000 of them failed. Did not achieve 3 credits and a pass in English and maths. I was about to flip the page when I heard in my spirit, those are not numbers, those are dreams, shattered dreams. My child was not doing NECO. I was not even old enough at that time. My oldest child was 3 years old. So I had no stake in NECO. But please understand, the passion and the pain of those children all of a sudden consumed me. And for the next 4 days, I remained in the office. I did not go out. And I wrote a 38-page document called RAISE, Revive Academic Excellence in Our Schools and Educational Institutions. That document was later taken to the Minister of Education, and she was wondering how many people came together to write it. To cut the long story short, on the back of that document, I wrote a book called 17 Secrets of High-Flying Students. Has anybody ever seen that book or heard about it? I printed 500 copies of that book. It took me 9 months to work on it. 9 months. I finished the book on January 6, 2006. I sent the book to the printers on September 6, 2006. 28 people were working on that book. And then I finished printing 500 copies for 964,000 naira. And I heard in my spirit, give it all out. I rebuked the devil. Rekete braka satayaka. But the devil will never inspire you to give. So I gave out all the books that I had, and I had only one. The printers gave me 501 copies, one extra than the one I paid for. And I kept one copy at home, and I kept one copy in the office. And I was told, give out all 500. So I went back to my work, and one day I went for a meeting in Intercontinental Bank. We were handling the customer service strategy. And the lady in charge of strategy said to me, fella, I hear you have this miracle book that is changing the lives of people. How much is it? You see, I had never sold a copy of the book. I'd given all. I said, oh, I don't have a price. She said, wait. So can I have one copy? I said, I don't have any. I've given out all. And I heard in my spirit, you have one copy left. Why? Because I was told, give out all 500, and I had 501 copies. By this time, I had 2 copies left, one at home and one in the office, meaning I had only given out 499. So I remembered, and then I went to get the one in the office. As soon as I gave her the book, she said to me, oh my God, this is the kind of thing that we need to be doing, giving to our students that have accounts with us, not the one that we give them umbrella in the time of Harmattan. She said to me, how much is this book again? And I thought about it. I printed it for 960, almost 2,000 naira, 2,500. She said only, can I have 5,000 copies? She said, if you would just, she knew we didn't have any copy left, that the last copy was one I went to get. Ladies and gentlemen, the next day, so they credited my account that day with 7.5 million naira out of 12.5 million to go and print the book. The next day, the MD of Fidelity Bank at that time, Mr. Reginald Ihejiahi, I had sent a copy to him free of charge, just sent it. His PA called me, said, fella, Oga said that book has changed the lives of the person that he sent it to. He said, can he have 1,000 copies? How much? I said 2,500. They credited my Fidelity Bank account that day with 2.5 million, straight all. I was still trying to figure out what to do when The wife of the MD of GT Bank called me and said, please, you remember the book you gave me? Say yes. Said, you can't imagine what it's done for our kids. Now my husband wants to see how we can get books. Do you still have any left? I said, no. Said, okay, go and see this person. The third day, GT Bank ordered 2,000 copies. That was not all. By Tuesday of the next week, I got a call to come to Ibadan. The governor of Oyo State said to me that his children got a copy of the book and it changed their lives. That he wanted to buy a copy each for every child that was about to do NECO. 48,150. At 2,500, I did not put an extra cover on it because of government. It was 125 million that Oyo State paid. On that day that they bought the book, dollar was going for 125 naira to $1. So that was the first time that I ever made $1 million. Was I trying to make money when I wrote the book? You see, greatness will always reward you with success. Pursue greatness. And I want you to quickly see something that we did with Oyo State so that you can see this. It's a very short 2-minute video presentation, and then we'll begin to wrap up. You will need video. Right from what was wrong. And we had a value.
My relationship with Fela Durute dates back maybe 10, 12 years ago. Fela Durute is an icon of possibility. Fela Durute is a man who believes that if you can think it, you can make it happen. Time and time again, he kept spinning off projects that sounded like this should be government business, not our business. But his capacity to convince us that we are government is something I consider amazing. I remember Project RAISE, by the way, it's an acronym for Revive Academic Excellence in Schools and Educational Institutions. RAISE is a vehicle to delivering a new nation. The goal was to say, you know what, how do we sell the why of academic excellence to a child? You don't have to pass exam because your father wants you to pass exam. You want to pass exam because you have a why. And getting teachers to look beyond just being teachers to being custodians. So there was the teachers' mental transformation. There was the students' mindset reprogramming. So we went to Oyo State, Laos with the Ministry of Education. Within 2 or 3 weeks, we were able to cover 17 local governments and about 48,000 students. And the beautiful part about the project was the fact that the result is there to show. Oyo State moved from 20-something when they are ranking to either number 3 or number 4 after the next WAEC, just immediately after the intervention. The fulfillment is that we made a contribution to the educational transformation of Nigeria. And that I give that credit to Fela Durute.
It's very interesting that Peter Eze is still here right now. He's one of the organizers of this. Please put your hands together for the team that made that happen. Let me quickly explain something to you. Oyo State bought books. They did not buy training. All of the things that you saw in that place was paid for by our organization. Every time, think about it, 48,150 students. If you spend 10 naira, that's 480,000. And yet we bought each one of them t-shirts of almost 100,000 naira, almost 100 naira. You know why? Because we didn't want any child to feel bad because of a torn uniform or anything. We wanted that to be a leveler for every child. We got every child a notepad, a pen, so that they would be able to write down everything they were learning. And the first thing that we did, in 22 centers over 10 days, we were training 48,000 students. And by the time we were done, listen to this, 2 things happened. Number 1, Oyo State normally have been ranking 28 in math amongst 36 states and 23 in English amongst 36 states. The students that we trained at our own cost, not Oyo State's cost. When they did their NECO in 2009, they came out 3rd in English and 4th in maths. And then the Director General of NECO, Professor Promise Opala, wrote a letter to the governor saying that Oyo State had the lowest number of exam malpractice in the history of NECO. So not only did the children pass, they did not cheat. Why did they not cheat? Because we gave them the foundation before we started teaching them about how to pass exams. We gave them values. And we gave them 10 values that we decided upon when people were complaining that, we have lost our values. We have lost our values. When people were complaining, I was seeing a tree. So when people said we don't have values anymore, we developed a value system. 10 statements that we developed. Number one, we said, and this was what we taught the children. As you go, make a positive impact on everyone that you meet and everywhere you go. Number two, be a solution provider and not a part of the problem to be solved. Number three, be a role model worthy of emulation. Number four, be your best in all you do, particularly the things you are naturally good at. Number five, do the right thing at all times, regardless of who is doing the wrong thing. Number six, value time and make the best use of it. Number seven, care and show respect to all through your words and your actions. Number eight, consciously build a great legacy starting now, today, and every day. Number nine, live a life of integrity and honor. And number 10, make your family, your nation, and your God proud. Become somebody's claim to fame. These were the things that we taught the children, and then we developed it into a note, a card, so that they could all be able to recite it every day. Today, we have given out over 420,000 cards to young people, students in secondary schools, in universities, in organizations. The Association of Private Educators of Nigeria have endorsed these 10 values. In over 330 schools in Nigeria, these values are being recited every day. But that's not all. States started to adopt these values. And I'm going to show you a very quick 2-minute video that shows you what happened when Anambra State adopted these values. And so if you can please cue for me the Anambra video. I was running a leadership retreat for the government of Anambra State for several years. And at no time would I charge. Please give us volume, please. This is the Commissioner for Education.
Yes. We agree on the 10 shared values. I want to tell that we've done a lot with those values.
I'm the one saying it all.
To begin to change the psyche of our children about who they are. They have to believe in themselves. Of course, you know that one of the greatest challenges we have in the educational sector is the so-called miracle centers and magic centers.
Yes.
It's a certain joke in kids. I want to give us value-based education.
Wow.
And therefore, we started with those 10 shared values.
Wow.
And our children all over, whether in the public or private schools, can recite those shared values, not just recite them, it's living them out.
Oh, wow.
When, for example, they go for competition, we simply tell them that you have to make your family, your state, your nation, your God proud.
Oh, wow.
And they have gone out there to win learners.
Oh, wow.
If at every time they are days or as they value time and make the basis of it. Conscious to build a great legacy starting from now to the end of the day. To live a life of integrity and honor. Starting from what we said, to make a positive impact on everyone and anywhere we go. To be a solution provider and not a part of the problem to be solved. To be a role model of solution. To be my best in all I do, particularly the things and so on and so forth. It has what that mandate. We've gone beyond that to also construct our education narrative. It's what we learned from all the things we've done. Where we tell our children, say no to international malpractice, say no to miracle centers, say no to discipline, protect our shared values and not rest of it. And I must tell you, it has worked like every day. Go to the representation of Anambra State. This text that can be us witness. The children will recite that figure. And that's something we need to thank you and thank His Excellency, because I was speaking to heart for the good. It has been like magic for us. I just continue to have that impact on our children. I must tell you, Your Excellency, the last system we had, Professor Matthew told me that the examination we took as the teachers provide our own teachers. There were lecturers from university and everywhere. And a single examination. And in 2016 November, I wrote a letter. What I call my letter of job. For the conduct of the examination and of state. As it's not like writing, I will continue to build on that. Continue to build on that. Because what is important for us is that our children can have certificate that they can defend, and that they can, and they're able to know that there are more than number the lights of the nation. Thank you very much.
I think even if you don't give any government or any of those things an applause, at least applaud the children that have done well. We saw a problem, the lack of values, but vision created a solution, a value code. That's visionary leadership. We saw a problem. Young people were not getting involved with politics. It was a tree. 2016, we were trying to see how do we get good people to get involved with governance so that we can have good governance that would accelerate and power through our national development process. But when you go to good people who have great ideas, they will say to you, me, run for office, God forbid it. Who are the people that will vote for me? The people that will collect money to vote for me, they don't have PVCs. We go and meet the people who have an idea of the kind of government they want and the kind of nation they want to live in, and they will say, is it these people I want to vote for? So now we had a conundrum. The good people that could vote for people didn't have PVCs. The people that could run for office did not have people that will vote for them. So I took it as a tree and said, okay, no problem. I will step up so that others can step in. And in 2016, I started a movement called Running for a New Nigeria. It wasn't about whether Fela Durotoye became a president or not. It was about you get involved, get your PVC, join a political party, campaign for somebody, even if it has nothing to do with me. So that together we can build somewhere that we will be proud to do business in, we'll be proud to live in, we'll be proud to raise our children in. That was the reason why we did it in 2016 and ran in 2019. That was my tree. What is your tree? Today, now I am hugging a new tree. And my tree is to use everything I have learned in the political process to empower as many good people that have the right vision, the right heart, to get into all the offices that we can get them so that good people will take the best decisions for this country. That is my tree. What is your tree? What is the problem you are waking up to solve? That is what I want you to leave this conference with. Find your tree. Push your tree. And sometimes your tree will be a shared tree. And others will come and collaborate so that we can do it together, because one person will never be able to make a worthy tree move. As I bring my thoughts to a close, please let me just say with you, in 2009, the government of Lagos State decided that they were going to give an edict that will insist that every house on the streets, high streets of Lagos, must be painted. I was coming from doing a training in Guarantee Trust Bank, and we heard that the Eko Bridge had been blocked because there was a trailer that had stopped. So from Ilupeju, we decided to go through Mushin, And as we were going through Mushin, I was hearing this thing on the news. And I was looking at some of those houses. And I said to myself, how are these people going to be able to paint their houses? Some of these guys are just too poor. And to cut the long story short, by the time I got home, I heard that is not a situation, that is an assignment. What do you mean? I don't live in Mushin, I live in Victoria Garden City. I don't know anybody that lives in Mushin. I don't have friends that are there. So how am I going to go to Mushin and try and paint Mushin? But listen to me, the problem will not leave me. Every morning, the problem will lay hold of me until I became consumed by that problem. That was my tree, to paint Mushin and create a project called Mushin Makeover. Because Mushin for me meant making unique stars and heroes in Nigeria. M-U-S-H-I-N. So for 6 weeks, I clarified the vision. I communicated the vision on social media. I took the vision to banks, Stanbic IBTC. I took the vision to Berger Paints. I took the vision to Caplocks, to DN Meyer, and say, I want to paint Mushin. Paint Mushin, say yes. Paint Mushin, say yes. How many houses do you want to paint? We sent a team to go. Peter Eze was one of those guys. And on 7 streets, we counted 420 houses that needed to be painted. So we started to ask them for permission to paint their houses. And they thought that we were coming to do 419. But listen to me, on the 12th of December, 2009, 2,000 people gathered together because they found a tree that was worth pushing. And for the first time, we had the largest urban renewal project in Africa, simply because there was a tree worth pushing. I want you to watch this. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds. And then I would ask you my final question. Where is your tree? Can you please just roll? You, what was wrong to where we started to alter what was wrong to see.
I had the privilege of working with Fela from 2005 till about 2010. He's a mentor. He's been my boss. He's a leader that I incredibly believe in. He's someone who I've had the privilege of knowing perhaps for about 13 years. One of the things that I love about him the most is the fact that this man truly, truly loves Nigeria. This is someone I've known who's been walking the talk since 2004, without even aspiring for a position. I can remember the Mushin Makeover project. I remember how it started. We were driving from training one of those days, and we happened to pass through Mushin, trying to beat traffic. And, Fela happened to read Mark one day, and he said, imagine the quality of life we would be able to give people in Mushin if we're able to just touch up their homes a bit and just, paints the freeway and paints the bus stops, and it would increase, their values in their hearts and make them excited. And he was talking about this, and I'm like, dude, we're consultants. That's none of our business. Let's mind our business. But it became an obsession. He started talking about it. He kept talking about it. And I saw little by little how the idea began to get bigger. So he approached some of the residents, I think the associations of landlords and stuff, and said, we would like to come, purely voluntary, to paint as many houses as you give us permission to at no cost, And most people didn't agree because they thought it was a scam. We were met with immediate opposition. We went to literally many of the houses and spoke to the landlords. Ultimately, we got approval from about 296 owners to paint their homes. And most people didn't think that we'd do it. They just thought, people are just coming to help us and say they will do, they won't do, And Fela goes on Facebook and says, listen, guys, let's paint Mushin. And he came up with an acronym, I hope I can remember, Making Unique Stars and Heroes in Nigeria, Mushin. And he put it out there and said, we have an opportunity to make a difference in the lives of people. Let's go to Mushin on a Saturday to just, let's paint Mushin. Bring a bucket of paints, bring a brush, bring your paints. That's all you need. And on that day, I literally saw slightly over 2,000 volunteers. who came out on Mushin Makeover. Area boys, police officers, celebrities. We had Banky W there, Sound Sultan, even Whiskey back in the day, joined together to paint 296 houses, an entire median strip, bus stops, and they did it for free. And I looked at what was happening that day and I said, man, this is how one day we will build Nigeria, where everyone is going to grab a brush, everybody's going to bring their own paint, everybody's going to do what they're doing.
This is awesome.
This is great. This is great.
Everyone had a sense of achievement. We all had a sense of fulfillment. People were buying water, they were buying food for each other. And it was such an amazing moment to see someone who had one vision about something that did not concern him, who should have been minding his business, but saw an opportunity to make the lives of so many people better. And we did it. And I believe that if we have someone like that, not just at the highest office in the land, but cascaded right across the entire spectrum of our Nigerian leadership space, we would have an incredible country.
The same way some people woke up in the morning, they were in the new United and all Nigeria. By evening time, they're in the new Nigeria. That's how we're going to do it.
The new Nigeria is not a country that we are going to arrive in. The new Nigeria is the country that new Nigerians build. In other words, we will build a most desirable nation to live in because we become the most desirable people to live with. We will build a most desirable nation to work in because we become the most desirable people to work with. We will build a new Nigeria that is the most desirable nation to do business in because we become the most desirable people to do business with. A new Nigeria has to be the place that we are proud to raise our children and give them a nation that we will be proud to give to them and they will be grateful to receive from us. The new Nigeria is not ahead, it's inside us. And your tree is what will help us to build that new nation. The new Africa is depending on you finding your own tree. Listen to me, Africa is a forest of fallen trees. Problem everywhere. Which one is your own? Find your problem, find your tree, push your tree, and greatness will be unleashed and success will be guaranteed. God bless you guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the laboratory. I think we need to do the photo up very quickly. While that is happening, while that is happening, I think the question to ask is once again, look at your neighbor and ask, what is your tree? Don't point in their eye. We just say you should ask them, please. Okay, Doctor. Look, for those who do not know, if you've never received an invoice from FD, you understand that what he just taught you today is something that he teaches multinationals and companies, and you had the privilege of witnessing just a tip of that iceberg. Once again, a round of applause to Fela Durotoye. I didn't realize that Paint Mushi was about, it was 2009. I still have my shirt somewhere in the house somewhere. It was phenomenal. I'm tempted to say who was there, and that will reveal my true age. Once again, a round of applause to Fela Durotoye, ladies and gentlemen. We have a panel session, which he will also be part of very, very soon. I just wanted to give him a break and a breather. Of course, this next session is a very important one. We had to move one or two things around, but it's about focusing on Nigeria beyond the elections. And the truth is, whatever your tree is, I pray that this particular session has impacted you, and the measure of success of this conference is in the ability to make that transformation, and more importantly, to make that change, so that it will be written that once upon a time you came, you saw, visioned, you put it into action, and you made a change. Look at the person next to you, to your right or to your left. and say, let's take over. One more time, say, it's time for us to take over. What is your tree? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm writing a book. You must buy this book. So let's have a bit of music while we give some time for FD to catch his breath. And still ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we still have Dr. Ezekiel Adamo and, of course, Vusi Thembekwai. Some noise. Fantastic. We also have lunch. Very important. We have lunch as well. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to adjust, and we'll get the next session ready. I don't know if it's still possible, but I think we have our virtual audience with us. Can we put them on the screen? If you can hear me, virtual audience, put on your camera and let's give you a quick wave. Okay, there we go. So we have Idowu, we have Emmanuel, we have S. Daniels, who is playing golf. We have Ajoke Foluke, how are you? Peace Okafo, how are you? Babs Ajala, how are you? Please put on your camera and give us a wave. Unleash the wave. Let's see. Tracy, I love your outfit. Very colorful. Who else is there? Drop your comments. Let's see your comments. And if there's anything you've learned so far, just drop it in the comment section. Let's just take a quick read. That's in the chat room from any of our speakers. Chika, you're doing makeup. Now, wow. They must hear, don't off your camera. If you off that camera, finish that makeup. Push that tree. That's your own tree, Abby. Well done. Good day. All right, Emmanuel, I see you. Great to have you guys with us. It's fantastic to have, that's why everybody has switched off their camera now, because I mentioned makeup. Those of you using toilets, please mute your audio. We can hear you flush the toilet. Technical, please open up the chat room so we can read one or two comments from there. If there's anything that has really resonated with you. Felicia Okonkwo, I see you. I think you are at your shop. Yes, as you are selling markets, you are also getting wisdom. Thank you for that. My passion has been renewed. Rosalind, great one. Sam Ajayi, mind-blowing. I see you. Thank you so much. Also, let us know what you'd like to have for lunch. Just drop it in the chat room. We'll send it to you, or pictures of it. Humphrey, be like say you don't chop. See Humphrey mouth. Oh God, Humphrey. That's at least 2 pieces of turkey. Success is the reward for manifesting greatness. Manifest your greatness. Don't be distracted by your success. Adaku, thank you so much for that. Egusi and Eba, Sam. Now, wow. For afternoon. All right, Gloria, where you at? I'm going to need you in a couple of minutes while we all settle in. Please keep dropping your comments in the chat room so we can give you a quick shout out and prepare for the next session. How's everyone feeling today? Do you feel renewed? Do you feel energized to take over? All right, give the person to your right a high five on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Now credit the person to your left with 10K. 1, 2, 3. It's just 10K, small tree of 10K. Now, wow. Now, wow. So you can't just credit your neighbor 10K. Is everything? No network. Now, wow. Just small tree of 10K.
Oscar, I have Wi-Fi.
Yeah, Gloria.
Sound. Oscar, I have Wi-Fi. Do you need Wi-Fi to credit?
All right, you people are playing with, in fact, where's my phone? If people think I'm joking, please give me my phone. Let me credit somebody 10K here.
Oscar, starts with me.
People think I'm joking. Oh yeah, who? I need 10K. Let me go to the back. It's like there are trees bigger at the back. Let me see. Who wants 10K? Let me give this sister. Oh yeah, tell me your account. Don't say your account out loud though. Bros, now they look my account balance. Why they bring camera? Come here. All right, so credit the person next to you. Okay, so everybody quiet. Everybody tree different. Yeah, put in your account number there. All right. It's a small tree. I didn't say 100K. A tree everywhere, Abi. Please, if it's possible, can we project the creed? FD might not remember this, but he gave the creed to my wife about, I think, 10 years ago. And she brought it home and it has been part of our mantra. I know it was on the screen for a split second, so let's put the creed back up if we can. Very quickly. You're thinking, I'm coming. You people, my own tree is that I need to pay school fees, so don't be asking me for 10K anyhow. Is it there? Okay. So let me put it in there. When you get the alerts, let me know. Error. System could not process your... Should we try it again? Let me try it again. Might be network. Please don't work. Please don't work. Please don't work. Please don't work. Please don't. Okay, successful. Okay, Sandra, right? So when you receive that 10K, I will send you my account. Send it back. Okay, Gloria, what do we have? Who's next?
All right. Are we ready for our first panel session for today? Are you sure about that? Okay. So our very first panel session for today, Nigeria beyond the elections. So what's going to happen to Nigeria after the elections that happened in February and March? That's what we're going to be focusing on, even as we take on this panel session for today. And I'm going to be inviting first up our panelists for today. And do me the honors of, I will be reading their bio so that we can have them up. Mr. Chini Ogwebili has over 25 years, senior level experience in corporate strategy, business development, project management, and general management. He studied at the prestigious Imperial College in London, United Kingdom, where he obtained an MSc DIC degree in petroleum reservoir geology. Mr. Okay, please give me a minute.
Okay, so while Gloria gets that together, please, can we put on screen once again, if we can get the creed, just to project it. A couple of people wanted to see the 10, I want to say the 10 commandments, but the creed, if you can project that, and also for those online as well. Multimedia, please, if you can help with putting the creed on the screen so we can get screenshots. For those of you who, by the way, want the slides for all the presentations, I'm told that as long as we have your email, you'll be able to get the material. So not to worry, we got you covered on that. So a big shout out to...
Can we chorus a very big thank you?
We're taking over 2.0. How many of you are going to be here this time next year? Let me see you raise your hand up. How many of you are going to tell other people to come here next year? Don't forget, the impact of this event is not in your notes jotting, which is important. It's not in the numbers and the email addresses you take, which is also important, but is in the impact that you make once you leave here. So please, let's put everything we put here into action.
Thank you very much, Oscar. Mr. Chimi Ogwebili has worked for global brands in various capacities, including Vodafone UK, O2, Eon, GE Capital, and National Grid Wireless. Is currently Group Business Development Director at MP Infrastructure Group, a Pan-African infrastructural development company with operations across Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, Zambia, Rwanda, South Africa, and the United Arab Emirates. He is also the CEO of Orca Millennium City Development Company Limited, an MP infrastructure company, and has successfully overseen the delivery of the $50 million Orca Millennium City project, the first smart city in Southeast Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome a very first panelist for today, Chimi Ogwebili.
Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. Our very next panelist for today was the one that introduced the panel session yesterday. Do you remember? Yes, so he's our next panelist for today. Joseph Okechukwu is a professional documentarian, author, and acclaimed Nollywood film actor with nearly 3 decades of experience. He has featured in hundreds of African movies and starred in several bestsellers. Joseph has also directed, produced, and co-produced movies and documentaries locally and internationally, including the feature-length psychological thriller Unshackled. He is a part-time motivational speaker, renowned researcher, and social influencer who is passionate about geopolitics, strategic communications, and leadership. Joseph is the MD CEO of several companies, including Nexus 3 Studios International Limited, Golgotha Pictures Limited, Documentary Warehouse Limited, and Aquavolve Nigeria Limited. He is also the president of Media Life Ministry International and a publisher at Face Afrique. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Joe Okechukwu. Now, I don't like the way we are clapping. Come on, let's do it better. Let's keep celebrating. I said something yesterday. What you celebrate, you attract. Put your hands together. All right. Our very next panelist for today just spoke to us, but I'm going to be reading his bio again for the purpose of those just coming in and they weren't there when the bio was read earlier on. Fela Durotoye is an executive coach, leadership expert, and global speaker. He is the founder CEO of the Gemstone Group, which includes the Gemstone Leadership Institute, the Gemstone Leadership Network, and the Gemstone Nation Builders Foundation. With over 27 years of experience, Fela has developed a proprietary coaching framework to help business and impact leaders achieve exponential growth in their key success parameters. Fela is also a guest lecturer on leadership at Stanford University and is a nation builder who has received several awards for his leadership development and nation building activities. He is an accomplished author with several best-selling books and holds degrees from Obafemi Awolowo University of the Greatest Ife. Are you here at all? Harvard University and Yale University. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Fela Durotoye. All right, you're welcome, sirs. You're welcome, our panelists. And over to our moderator for today. Dr. Kennedy Okonkwo is an Nigerian businessman. I thought you would make that louder. Come on. Can you say Dr. Kennedy for president? Dr. Kennedy Okonkwo is a Nigerian businessman and entrepreneur who has made a significant impact in the real estate industry in Nigeria. Is the founder and group managing director of Victoria Crest Homes, a leading real estate company in Nigeria, which has been involved in development and sale of high-end luxury apartments, townhouses, and other real estate projects. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Dr. Kennedy Okonkwo.
I've been of the section.
We can do much better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. Come on.
And I can put you in.
Once again, they will be talking about Nigeria beyond the elections.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys are having a great time. I hope you're learning and relearning. You're on learning and relearning. Okay. Thank you very much for joining our panel. We've had a very inspirational talk from my big egbon, Mr. FD. Our history predates when I was living in my uncle's house in VGC about 20 years ago. He used to drive an LR3, very beautiful. He gave me a lift once. Always clean, spotless. That's FD for you. And this is the first time we're getting to see, since that time he gave me that ride. So thank him for giving me that ride in VGC. One minute. We have a very star-studded panel here. We have also my brother, Joe Okechukwu. Some of you used to see him in Nollywood movies back then, but I can tell you that he is the CEO of Documentary Warehouse, a company that is renowned for doing documentaries for presidents, CEOs of multinational, a company that I'm praying that when I make enough money, they will do my documentary too. So if you want him to do your documentary, you have to take over after we have unleashed you. I also have the very great honor to have by my side my friend, my brother, an accomplished real estate developer. There is no model city in the east of the Niger apart from Oka Millennium City. I am building my country home there, and if you are from the east of the Niger, if you need to invest in real estate, AMC is #1, Oka Millennium City. That project is out of this world. And when I paid for my land, mind you, when I bought my property, they gave me a bit of a deal. I bought for 22 million naira per plot. I bought 10 plus for myself, 30 plus for my friends. Today, less than 2 years, despite the violence in the east, I sold one plot from my plot last week to one very notable musician. I sold it for 45 million naira. He begged me to sell to him. I did not say I want to sell. He begged me because he's my brother. So I pitied him. He would have paid 60 million naira for that plot. So I would have made 38 million investing in Oka Millennium City. And those are the kind of projects I pray that people continue to churn out so that others can make money out of it. So when you see him, very simple, thank him. He's doing a great job in the east of the Niger. So we want to talk Nigeria beyond the election. You know, the election practically put Nigeria on a pause. And so when you're talking anything, everyone will tell you, wait, after election. I had a man who came to buy property from us, you know, landed property. I gave him a discount, 340 million naira land. I say, pay now, cash, 300 million. Let us use the money. The man accepted. Then the Friday before the election, he calls me. He says, Oga, wait until after the election. Unfortunately, the governorship election was moved by 1 week. And so when that movement came, the man said, wait. When the election happened, he said, wait again. So today we are about to discuss going forward, Nigeria. And Nigeria starts from this room where all of us are. So let's look at the future. The 2023 elections have come and gone. Arguably one of the highly involved elections in recent years. Skilled Nigerians are daily migrating to other nations. Highly skilled. And we can argue that brain drain is not a cause for worry. Where do we see Nigeria in the next 3 years going forward from the election? So I'll start from Joe Okechukwu on my far left. Media team.
All right, thank you, my brother Kennedy. So basically, there are things that we cannot say about the 2023 elections. And before you can be able to adequately analyze the situation, you have to come from a place of truth. Yeah. And the truth is that there was a lot of acrimony, a lot of bad blood. People held very strong opinions about the election. It was the most involved. I've never in my whole life seen an election this involved in Nigerian history. And everybody wanted their own person to win, right? Now, election is over in Nigeria. And of course, we know that there are still things going on, but technically elections are over. And if you're asking, where does Nigeria go from here with respect to brain drain? Because even before the elections happened, we were already hearing what you call Jagba. I never heard that before. I think it was last year that I heard it for the first time. And they say it's Jagba just to get out. People were already checking out, And after the elections, in fact, when that result was announced that time, many more people began to leave Nigeria. Now, before I tell you what I feel needs to be done, for the future to be a little brighter than most of us who are pessimistic think, let me tell you, I spent many years in the United States of America, yeah? I drove myself to about 35 states in the US as a student. And what was I doing? I was doing a documentary on the life of Nigerians in America. I wanted to find out, how do you guys feel being here? If you have an opportunity to go back home, would you actually go back home? Now, let me tell you the result. 99.9% of every single Nigerian I met told me that they would want to go home at the drop of a hat if they have the opportunity. They say, if everything is okay at home, we will go home. Nothing, there's nothing here. We're not getting anything here. And you must have also seen videos of people who probably thought that it's all green and all rosy over there. And they disappeared and went over there and realized that, oh my goodness, it's actually better back home. Now, why did I lay that foundation for you? I laid that foundation because when we have the mindset of, look, it cannot be better anywhere than here, we will be more involved in creating the conditions that will help us to live a better life here in Nigeria than going anywhere else. I'm telling you the truth. Now, we are at a real estate conference, Nigeria beyond 2023 elections. How do you do that? You all have companies. My brother Kennedy has a company. He has people there. Now, I'm a student of communications. My school is Southern New Hampshire University. I'd already done filmmaking at New York Film Academy. Now I'm studying communications and I'm very passionate about it. And what I will say in a nutshell as what must be done for Nigeria to move forward, especially as organizations and real estate businesses, is you need to start paying attention to my brother fella actually helped me. He laid the foundation so well. If you don't pay attention to the organizational communication strategies that you have, you are going to run into crisis. Let me run through one or two things for you, and I'm going to make it very quick. In communications, there is something we call communication noise. Yeah? Communication is when you transmit a message from a sender to a receiver. Now, communication noise will happen in between. And if I ask some of you here now, what is noise? You will tell me, well, this is what noise is. We all know what noise is. But you didn't know that there is a type of noise that is called physiological noise. You didn't know that there is noise called psychological noise. You didn't know there is some type of noise called cultural noise. And the one I think that businesses should focus on, two-pronged approach that businesses must use now, is to focus more on internal stakeholders. Every business has internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. Internal stakeholders is many of you who work under Kennedy, who work in different businesses. Most of the time when we talk about the future of business, we talk about what we must do. Everybody puts blame on you. You have to be up and doing, you have to be that. But businesses need to start paying attention to the well-being of those who are working for them. Many of them have physiological noise affecting them. For instance, a woman may be in her period in the middle of the month or at the end of the month, and she comes to work and she's a bit redundant and all of that. And somebody is focused more on her low output, but not focusing on her physiological well-being. Somebody else, actually, for instance, when I was studying filmmaking in New York Film Academy in Hollywood, they gave us an example of how an actor came on set to shoot a movie. And this actor came on set and then suddenly he was not connecting. He couldn't read the script very well. And then now a psychologist was on set and went to him and said, hey, what is the problem? He said, I miss my girlfriend. Guess what? They called a private jet and flew him to go and meet with the girlfriend. And when he was done with the girlfriend, he came back and the guy was flowing like there's no tomorrow. So internal stakeholders, we need to pay attention to them. If you have the best advice I would give to any business that want to deal with communication issues, hire a professional communicator, because right now there are a lot of things going on in Nigeria. Thank God they haven't been able to succeed in dividing Igbo and Yoruba again during this one. So we were able to bond together. But there are other divisions there. Now, you may not believe that there are a lot of cultural noise going on even at your workplace. The cultural noise going on is that a Muslim may walk into the place, and because Muslims have now won election, the Christian gets angry. Look at him. There he goes. That's cultural noise moving at its peak. It could be that somebody who is a Yoruba or from a certain place walks into the office place and the other person is not comfortable with them. There is this resentment brewing on the inside. It's affecting the communication strategy of that organization. And you need your internal stakeholders to be perfectly in good shape before you can reach out to the external stakeholders. Otherwise, you're going to have what we call sender arrogance, and then sender arrogance will also elicit receiver resistance. So the sender is now sending a message that is distorted, that is not right, or that he's sending arrogantly. So the person who's receiving it is also going to resist the message because they don't feel the impact of the message that they are sending. And this is because you have not dealt with the internal stakeholders, the whole communication apparatus of your internal stakeholder. So in a nutshell, I think that what we need to do now is to build the internal communication structure of our internal stakeholders, which is the staff and the workers. Make sure that everybody also is on the same page. Explain to them that, look, everything that has happened. We need to go forward. It's not the way I'm saying it. A professional communicator will decide, how do I do this? Should I call them around the table? Should I take them out to dinner? Should I explain this to them so that all of us will be on the same page? If you don't get everybody to be on the same page and know that despite what has happened, that we actually really need to move forward past all these things that happened at the elections, you're going to have a very big problem. You're going to have a workforce that it's almost like you're pushing them to go to the stream and you are going to force them to drink water.
He deserves a round of applause, please. He deserves a round of applause. Thank you very much. I have learned a whole lot listening to a communicator, a professional communications specialist, dissecting what happens. And I can liken it to the things that happen in our organizations. When we said we were building a business, I told people that I don't want to build just a business. I want to build a tribe. And so if we must build a tribe, it means that everyone must be part of it. And so everyone must understand where we're going to, and we go together. And tribes don't leave one another behind. The Israelites, when they left Egypt, they didn't leave anyone behind. So for every organization to succeed, they must get the buy-in of everyone. Thank you very much. Bros, I think I want you to take a go at this. Same question.
Okay. So I think the question is, where will Nigeria be in the next 3 years? That's the question.
Yes.
Anybody wants to know what I think the answer is? Before I tell you what I think the answer is, let me throw a very little statistics at you. And your answer from that statistics will tell me where Nigeria will be in the next 3 years. Are you ready? Sorry, are you ready? I can't hear the people on that side. Are you ready? The guys on this side, are you ready? Okay. So I was born on May 12, 1971. But on March 24, 1971, one Nigerian pound exchanged for $3. So if you had 100 Nigerian pounds, you will get $300 in exchange for 100 Nigerian pounds. 5 years later, March 24, 1976, it was no longer the Nigerian pound we were using, we were now using the Nigerian naira. And one Nigerian naira was exchanging for $1.33. Meaning if you had 100 naira, you will exchange it and get $133. It was no longer $300. It was now $133 for 1 naira. Fast forward 10 years, March 24, 2006, on the same day, March 24, now you needed 133 naira to buy $1. I'm not sure if anybody is listening to this. Remember I said 1971, $3 for 1 Nigerian pound. 1976, $1.33 for 1 Nigerian naira. 10 years later, 2006, 133 naira to $1 US dollar. Fast forward 10 years after, March 24, 2016, same day, you needed 331 naira to buy $1. Is anybody still here? My question is, March 24, 2026, 10 years from the last time I told you, what do you think the Nigerian naira to dollar exchange rate will be? 3,000? Sorry, who else? All right. Again, when people ask me that question, my brother, my answer is it will be what we make it. Because the future has no right to catch us by surprise. The day that God empowered man was the day God said to Noah, as long as the earth remains, seed, time, and will never cease. Which means I cannot plant tomato and reap potato. I cannot plant apple and reap pineapple. God said the day that happens, I will quit the throne. Now, what did that mean in terms of leadership? It meant very simple. That your job and my job is to decide what we want of a harvest and determine what we must plant as a seed and wait, nurture it. So, the Nigerian that we will have in 3 years is the harvest of the Nigeria we plant today. You decide. I decide. And if you believe that your decision has no impact, then you need to exit this room right now. Why did I say that? Because I was told that it was leaders that were gathering here. And leaders accept responsibility for outcomes. So my question is, what are you going to do today that will cause 1,000 people that have left Nigeria on Japa to Japada? Because there are only two kinds of people. Those who make things happen and those who watch things happen. And the people who watch things happen, when they don't like what they see, they go to places where they would like what they see. The people who make things happen see what they want. They don't like what they see, but they will make that thing happen so that everybody else can see it. On your table is a leader that will change the future of Nigeria. I just don't know who that person is. Sorry, let me see your hand if you are the one. Let me be clear about something. Before you were born, Nigeria was. After we die, Nigeria will be. We are just a generation, and we can choose to decide which generation we will be. If we hand over a worse nation to our children than the one we inherited from our parents, we are a wasted generation. You know what a wasted generation is? A generation that went to good schools and then hands over poor schools to his own children, where its children cannot go to the same school that it went. That's a wasted generation. A generation that inherited constant power supply and then gave generators to the next generation. A generation that drank water from the taps and then had to build boreholes for their own children. A generation that will not want its own children to be born in the hospitals that it was born. That is a wasted generation. A generation that receives values and devalues the values to his own children. Receives currency and devalues the currency to his own children. Listen, that is a wasted generation, but it is a choice that we must make. Nelson Mandela said it this way, and I believe it. He said, sometimes it falls on a generation to be great. He says, you can be that great generation, but you must let your greatness blossom. If what I am saying is irritating you, it's because I'm troubling something inside you. I'm calling out the leader in you that is saying that I'm only going to make enough money in Nigeria so that I can run away. To where? Who built the country that you are going to? Somebody built it. They didn't run to Nigeria now. So why don't you build the country that other people can run to? Because that is the mandate of the generation that we have. Elections are over. Governance and nation building is what we have to get into. We must build the nation that we want to live in the next 3 years. And that is the task that you and I face as visionary impact leaders. Find your tree, push your tree, and your tree will make Nigeria a better place to live in 3 years.
Thank you very much. So, I think my two panelists have so much dealt with that topic that if you permit me, I'll skip the next man. Okay. Okay, he wants to take a go at it.
Hello. I might not be as good communicator as FD and Ogochukwu, but I'd like to address this question. Okay. The elections have come and gone. Nigerians were very active in this election.
Talk about the big things, so some people talk about the small things, so yeah. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let the internet goes down, even if the electron, I'm in the breakdown, I'm in the danger, I'm in the girl, it's like this and that, I got the pressure, I got the pressure, you got to take all the shot, if you're living like this and that, I got Big access to VIP. Oh, when I said I'm not flashing, how much is like? It's another job that when I don't see my shoulder, sometimes but you must not so you don't finish them all because they run them to be. I know they come say I too much. You come they come say you do it like you know get the time to need it and the bad energy come from my mind. You like I know what you want She got the back first. 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 She got the back and then she got the back first. And then we put the stars today. We got the back because when I hear it, and I she make me
Ladies and gentlemen, please as quickly as possible. Thank you once again for your patience. We will commence very shortly with the next and final session. And I do hear that Rusi is in the house. If you love your Abalang, baby, more than Rusi, they make noise. But if you love them, you have been a fantastic audience. Thank you very much once again. DJ? You know it is.
in the party, and the way you bring me, pushing and everything. I went on top of me, yeah. When it's away from me, you're going now. You're going home and it's let me on. It's my body. You got me going crazy. Tell me, let me try you. You got me going crazy. Tell me,
Yeah. Another place.
All right, I see people moving and dancing. It's not that they love the song, but they just want that Amala to come down so they can on. That's it, people. Life is not what happens to you, but how you react. Tell your neighbor, we are used to take over. We are taking
Another place. Maybe I left you from the very start. You will break my heart. I hope we got right enough to
I need some dancers on the dance floor. One plot of land in the land. We need some dancers here. If you know you can dance, let me see you on this dance floor. I need 3 men and 3 guys. Show me
When I put my hand over their heads, you shout, hold on, hold on. Everybody line up. Everybody on a straight line. Mommy, what's going on? Mommy, you can dance. Let's just call you the winner. I see the winner. All right, let's go. So you have 30 seconds. DJ, get something very nice and spicy. 30 seconds, and then we're going to cut half of you off stage. 3, 2, 1, let's go. When you hear the kick, all right, let's go, let's go. All right. If you've not eaten, don't shout, all right? When I put my hand on your head, you go for another plate of rice. Are we ready? How many people do you have on? Count yourselves. How many do you have on stage? All right. How many? Will? Yeah. How many do you have on stage? 17. So we need to get rid of 10. Are we good? Let's go. On the count of 3, I just need you to shout. Yes or no? 1, 2, 3. Yes? No. Yes or no? No, my brother. After eating this plate of amala, you can't dance. It's 3. You actually had 3. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Yeah? Yes or no? Yes or no? Unleash or take over? All right, who's this? Yes or no? Sister, no verse. No verse. This way, please. Please, bye-bye. Yes or no? Thank you. Yes or no? This way. Yes or no? Don't look at her size, oh. Yes or no? Is it a no? Come back. It's confusing, oh. Let's hold it. How many have we gotten? 2. 1, 2, 2. So we need to get rid of 8 more. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, go this way, please. Please, thank you. Next, this way, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Come. Take this is staircase now. This was a carry break. Oh. Thank you. All right, yes or no? The staircase is 5 minutes from the Bezuleki. Yes or no? Haters. Yes or no? This way, please. Yes or no? No. Wow, they didn't even waste time, sister. You should have prayed a different prayer this morning. Thank you. This one is yes. Yes or yes? Yes or yes? She has qualified. Yes or yes? Oh yeah, sister. Are we good? DJ, get ready. Yes or yes? Yes or no? Yeah? Okay, there we go. Yeah, sister, smile now. Not right. Yes or no? No. Yes or no? How many left?
Please go and join that. Over there.
We have 12 now.
Yes or yes? Yes or no? This way, man. 1 yes and 50 no is no. I know you dance. Dance to your table. Yes or no? Yes or no? Don't cry. It's okay.
Don't cry.
You can come next year. There's 3.0.
Don't cry. Don't cry.
Are you with us? You just came. You didn't dance. You already know your answer. The way you are giggling. Yes or no? Yes or no? Oh yeah. DJ.
Sister Bernard.
All right.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let's go. 20 seconds.
Let's go.
Thank you. Wait, hold on. What's your plan? See the wait. One men are white. 4 men are sitting here. They say, place. Spirit of God. Yes or no? And sister is like you are good at selling land. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, okay. I need just six, just 6 of them. Half of it. Yes or no? No. No? Ah. Oh, wow. Yes or no? No. Yes. I don't understand. Are you obedient? Please, can you obediently go to your seat? Please put your hands together for. Oh, shoot. If you don't like, go to court. Yes or no? Huh? It's like you are in the same company. Because the way you are serious with this thing. Are you by the form? Okay, yeah. Yes or no? If you can't dance like that man, go. Thank you. Mama, yes or no? Mama is the Jagaban of this competition. Yes. Yes or no? As in, auntie just yes or no? I need somebody. Yes or no? Oh, you have fans from that side. Okay. What about her? No. Okay. Yes or no? Oh, I'm seeing no. Thank you. Okay. We have 7, and now we're getting the winner. Oscar.
Yeah, we need the winner very quickly. Oh, so the next song, I need it to be a gospel song. Nathaniel, please play gospel song. Next song.
Hallelujah Challenge.
Let's play something. DJ, find something.
My brother, you are disqualified. Never. I will not let this happen. The use of women. When a man shake bomb more than women, you are disqualified. No, go, please. And who is our winner? Is it the winner? Put your hands together for him. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Please get his name. A round of applause to all our dancers. Some of them are mothers at home. Mommy, Oscar, I think mommy should be for second place. See mommy in 3.0. Yes. Mommy is second position. How's everyone feeling tonight? You're feeling good? Make some noise if you love and enjoy Unleashed for Takeover 2.0. If you're in the mood to hear and listen to Voici from the Choir, let me make some noise. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on very quickly to the next session and final session for this conference. DJ, just some soft music, please. All right. So what I'm going to do to save time is to read very quickly the profiles of our panelists. First up is Dr. Ibukun Adebayo, a real estate and finance professional, over 15 years of experience. She started as a fixed income investment analyst and later became a private wealth funds manager before heading the real estate department of the Infrastructure Bank PLC. In 2018, she founded Rock Realty Limited, which focuses on middle income real estate mortgage and corporate advisory. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we show some love to Dr. Ibukun Adebayo. Make some noise, people. Next up is Dr. Femi Johnson, the MD, Home-Based Mortgage Bank. He is the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Home-Based Mortgage Bank Limited. Started his banking career in 1992 at Guarantee Trust Bank PLC and worked in 3 other banks covering telecoms, technology, branch management, brand development, strategy, treasury, and as a Chief Financial Officer before moving to the mortgage banking subsector as Chief Executive Officer in 2004. Unfortunately, he's unavoidably absent, but ably represented by Mr. Arinze Adigwe.
And of course, last but not least is Mr. Ayo Olooke. He's an experienced professional in the financial and mortgage business. With over 20 years of experience in financial services, corporate finance, investment, credit, and banking services. He's built a strong reputation in the industry. He started his career at KPMG in 2003 and worked in the audit and assurance services unit before moving onto project and real estate finance units of ARM Investment Managers in 2006. He is currently the MD of Imperial Homes Mortgage Bank. Please make some noise for our final panelist.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So we just been updated the list. I think we have the MD of NMRC here as well. Okay, I think this was just a quick addition just to make sure. That's Kende Ogundimu. A round of applause, where you, sir?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This panel, we're going to be focusing on mortgages now. I need everybody's attention. In every clime, the only way they have been able to solve middle-income housing challenges is basically to open up the world of mortgages. So I'll ask a question. How many of us are real estate marketers here? We sell real estate. Thank you. How many of you sell mortgages as packages? How many? Let me see your hands, because you guys are the real MVPs. Okay, awesome. So a tiny percentage, only a tiny percentage of real estate practitioners understand the concept of mortgages. When the first speaker spoke with us today, we saw the massive numbers of people that we have in the middle income space. Now, the middle income space are those that buy most of the homes that you sell here. To begin to help those people, which is one of the reasons we said we should be doing real estate. Many of them, this is how I like to put it. I like to say that the average guy who lives well, drives well, eats well, can holiday well, moving on the streets of Lagos, works in VI, can afford a home. But you know what? For the most part, many of them earn 1 million, family income of 3 million, 4 million, but they're not able to put together tens of millions of naira, not because they're poor, that's to buy a home, not because they're poor, but because the way they earn does not afford them the opportunity to put together tens of millions of naira. Who understands what I'm saying? Now, what mortgages do, or what mortgage does, is that it begins to let home ownership payment for a home simulate how they earn. Now, most of these people who live well and live in a rented apartment in Lekki, in Oniru, in Ikate, many of them can afford mortgages. But many of us don't, one, we don't understand mortgages. Two, we have moved into all the myths around mortgages, and so we don't push it to the customers. If every real estate marketer in this room understands the world of mortgages, we would successfully be able to help many people who otherwise thought they couldn't afford homes to buy their homes. But the real estate marketers in this room, they are the exits for the real estate projects going on, right? So to effectively push these products into the market, you have to understand the different pathways. Cash is one pathway. Installmental payment plans is another pathway. How about mortgages, which can take home ownership from being a mirage for many people into being a reality? So this panel session is focused on demystifying mortgages and helping you understand how you can pitch mortgages to so many people who otherwise can buy homes, but cannot buy homes with the cash models only that you know. Second, there is a blue ocean. So I'm looking for, when we are done, marketers who will go and start up mortgage desks in their companies. There is a blue ocean there. There's nobody, there's no real estate marketing firm that says, I have a desk dedicated to literally putting people in mortgage lines. And by the way, is a fantastic way for you to move away from a one-to-one strategy to a one-to-many strategy. So you can pitch to an organization, not what the next man is pitching, but something that makes homeownership go away from a struggle for them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, so we would be asking a few questions. Thank you very much, sirs, for coming. Everyone on this panel is a mortgage expert. We have 2 MDs of mortgage banks, and we have of a mortgage refinance company. So, and we have NMRC, Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company, the MD of Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company here. So we'll ask a few questions, and we'll also have a Q&A session. So for everything you don't understand about mortgages, this is a fantastic platform for you to ask your questions, okay? Okay, thank you very much, sirs. I'll start with a question for Mr. Ayo Olowokere. Mortgage seems like a gray area in Nigeria, unlike in the Western world, where it's very common. What mortgage solutions does your institution have in place to help more Nigerians become homeowners? So what are the packages that you have that these people can tap into and present to their clients?
Thank you very much. So I will try also not to be specific to the solutions of my bank.
Okay.
I can talk broadly about the solutions of the industry because, you know, as an industry, we have common platforms. And for most part, we are collaborators. We don't necessarily aggressively compete.
I would like to tweak that a little bit. So when you talk generally, sometimes when you bring it home, it strikes them better. So you can say, for example, we have this product.
Yes.
We had a session for training on mortgages at some point, and one of your staff actually came in and talked about your product, and it helped to drive it in. So sometimes you could actually, after talking about the generalized product, you can actually speak to what you have that you can tap into.
Okay. So yeah, the importance of mortgage, we underemphasize it a lot in Nigeria because by culture, we run a cash economy. So most people think paying down is the thing in vogue. But we know that in other places and climes that we, as Nigeria, aspire to be, the way housing acquisition or housing purchase works is you do it through a mortgage. 98–97% of house sales in the UK or most part of Europe through mortgages, commercial and residential. So coming home to Nigeria, generally for Imperial Home, and like most mortgage banks, we have the normal residential mortgage. that we charge people normal rate, looking at what is happening in the market, what is inflation, what is the NPR set by the CBN, and that determines the kind of money we get. So, for example, most of you sitting down here, you want to place your money in a bank, and you are asking for, let's say, 20%. I'm just saying, or let's say 10%. So mortgage banks get money from depositors just like commercial banks. The only thing we don't do that commercial banks do is Forex, I think, and DOM accounts. So we do every other thing that commercial banks do. So we get this money from depositors. We had some margins and we give it out. And for these mortgages, we do up to 15, 20 years, typically. Then we also have the NHF from the Federal Mortgage Bank that at a fixed rate, 6% for up to 30 years. So that is available. Then there are also other products in between. Some people give mortgages out, like my bank. We give money to people that are already building, they want to complete it. So we call that completion finance. That's a form of mortgage to you. So you built it halfway, you need the money to complete it. I will give you the money and you pay down over long term, up to 15, 20 years. Or a group of people are building houses, we give you money to complete it. Or you're buying houses from, let's say, Citadel Views or Netcom Hawks, and you have paid 40 or 50% midway your normal installment payment. And you think, look, I don't have the kind of liquidity I was expecting. I need a mortgage to complete it. So a mortgage bank like my mortgage bank and other mortgage banks here, we give you the money to complete them. So those are the typical mortgage solutions you have out there. Thank you very much.
So let me just ask a question about completion mortgages so that we can know what offers you have in that space. So assuming you have a developer and has buyers and the homes are halfway done, the buyers want to get a completion mortgage, but to go to the developer, would you do that? Because what I'm saying what I say to marketers is also that they can look at both handles. If you have the power of getting off-takers for mortgages, can you also do some work in terms of advisory for getting construction finance to match? So would you do completion mortgages? Is a developer building 40 homes? So Citadel Views has money, but assuming they wanted to, pitch into that, and then there are 20 buyers, would you give them completion mortgages, but it goes to the developer?
So there are two ways it goes. I know that for most times when a developer is building a house for you, you don't own the house until the developer completes and allocates to you.
Yes.
So for most parts, at that time, those units still belong to the developer. So what the developer needs is a construction finance to complete the development, not you. Now, in some cases, developer will say, I am just delivering carcass. I'm not delivering finished housing units. So those are what I mean by completion. Or there are some individuals that are also building by themselves. I have a half plot of land. I'm doing my 4-bedroom detached home on it, and I'm halfway through it. You can approach a mortgage bank and get the money to complete it. Okay. So that's what I'm referring. In that case you're talking about, so the developer is going to get a construction finance to finish all those 20 units. Now, there's something we're also structuring with other developers. There's something we're trying to do with Orange Island now. We know there are some clusters of people that bought land from them. So what we're doing is, since they are all just the same cluster of people, instead of giving Orange Island the construction finance, we're giving all of them because they already own the land. We are quite sure about who owns what.
Yes.
We're trying to give all of them some money. So a single developer is going to build 20, 30, 40 units for all of them under that scheme. So those are kind of innovative solutions that mortgage banks are coming up with to get into the market.
What if the land, so you're leading us, what if are you listening? Because these are opportunities. What if it's a cooperative that owns the land? Would you be happy to give the cooperative members who own the land finance, which the developer then uses to build for them? Now, this is the trick. If you can get off-takers, this is what I'm trying to let you hear. If you can get off-takers, you get your marketing fee. If you can also use that same power to get construction finance, you can also get a finance raise fee. So if you understand how mortgage, the power of mortgage is basically telling you have uptake. Are you listening?
Yeah.
So you can become some form of transaction advisory partner beyond just looking for people to buy homes. So if it was a cooperative that owns the land.
Yeah, we can give the cooperative members.
Yes.
So typically for our mortgage bank, we don't give money to cooperatives.
Okay.
Because of the dynamics,
Yes.
ESCO come every
Yes.
2 years and change. But the cooperative members we can give because for most parts, they own the land.
Okay.
Now, and it's good that you are trying to let people see that beyond being a plain vanilla realtor, you can become a housing finance advisor.
Yes.
Because you are beyond selling, you are selling our financing options. I would also like to point out we're having a workshop for this mortgage brokerage. May 11th. The workshop is a whole day. That we're also trying to bring it from 6-7 hours.
Beautiful.
We teach people how to be involved in all this process, the different financing options available.
Awesome.
So thank you.
Can you share details of that with us before
Definitely,
we
it'll be on the screen.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, sir. I'll throw the same question at you. Mortgage seems like a gray area in Nigeria. So people are not sure. There's a lot of drama around what is mortgage in the first place, right? Unlike the Western world, right? But what mortgage, first of all, can you just talk a little? You'll be surprised. Some people in this room may not even understand what a mortgage is. So what's the mortgage? And then what solutions do you have at home base that we can tap into?
Thank you, Doctor. One of the things is, it seems that there's an aversion at the top end or at our sides for people. So you find out that a lot of people seem to be averse to borrow money to pay for their houses. Now, for mortgage banks, we keep on telling people that one of the best routes for you to own your property is through mortgages. And this is reasons why. You find out that the mortgage bank goes through a detailed due diligence process for whatever property that the person is going to buy. That gives you some level of comfort. And then they're able to walk you through the perfection processes and all. So it comes out, what's a mortgage? Mortgage basically is an instrument to give someone money backed by the property for him to buy that property. So I give you money to complete the payment for a property, and the property becomes the security for that. Now, what it means is maybe you bring equivalent of 20% of the value. Let's take 50 million as the property value. What you're bringing will be maybe like 10 million. The mortgage bank gives you 40 million. So technically, you own the property, but as it were, the mortgage has facilitated you getting it. Now, the title would transfer to you completely when you have finished paying that 40 million that has been lent to you. I hope we're clear with it.
Do you understand?
Do you understand?
Are you sure you understand?
Do you understand?
Okay.
Okay, let me play back. So you bring the property, this property for an example is worth 50 million. Let's say you want to buy one bed, a Citadel, and is worth 50 million. Yeah, just for number 6. So minimum equity you'll be required, which is what you call your skin in the game, will be 20%, which will be 10 million. So you bring from your savings 10 million, bring it to the bank, to the mortgage bank. So you've brought 10 million. The mortgage bank will now give you 40 million and pay Citadel, pay them the whole 50 million. Do you understand? So you've bought the house now, okay? Now, the process is the house will be perfected in your name, but it doesn't belong to you until you finish paying that 40 million. The mortgage bank will go on to add what you call a legal mortgage to that title. You get? So what it means is they have taken that, because they've given you 40 million. You've not brought anything else. So that house now becomes the security for the money they've given you. When you finish paying it, like Ayo said, maybe over 10 years, over 20 years, and in some instances, over 30 years, if you're doing NHF, then the property reverts back to you fully. So what the mortgage does, it gives you it gives you the opportunity to take advantage of good deals that you see. Yeah, You might not have the full money, but you can acquire that house. That's basically what a mortgage does for you.
Thank you very much, sir. There's another leg of the question you've not answered, and I'll come back to you. But he has said to us that if you want to buy a 50 million naira house, subject to certain qualifying criteria, which we'll touch on a bit here, and all you have is 10 million naira, and you have a sustainable source of income, you can use the mortgage route to make your home ownership dreams or real estate investment dreams come true. Okay? Sir, I'll come back to the second leg of the question. Sir, Mr. Ogundimu, one of the major worries for real estate development in Nigeria is financing interest rates. And one of the major reasons we have NMRC is to make this burden lighter. The other reasons is also to improve liquidity for mortgages. But can you please, and I'm taking you out of but can you please help us touch on the issue around interest rates and where NMRC stands in terms of, because many people don't even know where NMRC stands in terms of helping to hold this down.
Thank you very much. Let me touch on the last question first, just so that when you are marketing mortgages,
okay,
you are able to also talk about other benefits.
Okay.
So when you have mortgage and you are paying interest on it, that interest is tax deductible.
Yes.
So that means if your taxes were going, if you are going to pay Lagos State government a personal income tax of maybe 10 million, because of the interest that you are paying on mortgage, it will be reduced by a certain amount. So instead of 10, it might come to 5. So you are actually getting some savings on the tax aspect.
Yes.
The other thing is it's also a hedge against inflation. So let's say this house that my colleague had said was 50 million is 50 million today. Because of the 10 million that you had, you're able to get 40 million to get that house for 50 million. If you wait until next year, that house might be 70 million.
Yes.
But because of mortgage, you are able to take advantage of it early. So you get into the house and the price is locked. So, you know, like Fela used to say then, sometimes overtake will overtake. When you are waiting and inflation, because we're in a very highly inflationary environment. So the price of houses will keep going up. But you can use mortgage to get in quickly and lock that price.
Yes.
So I think that's one thing you want to also tell those who want to take mortgage. That one of the things is it's a hedge against inflation, and then it also has the tax advantage.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
To my own question now, it's on interest rates. That what are we doing at the Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company to lower that? Everywhere in the world, interest rate is always a function of inflation.
Yes, sir.
So when you have inflation very high, interest rate will be high. And the reason is you don't want to punish the investors. So let's say inflation is 10%. I just want to be very simple. So that means if I have 1 naira today, because of inflation, the value of that 1 naira in a year's time will become 90 kobo because it has lost value. So what 1 naira can buy today, it can only buy 90 kobo equivalent next year. So you always look at, okay, but the guy who has given us money, we don't want to impoverish him. So you want to pay him something that is higher than the inflation. And so you just put a small margin on that. So inflation, you know, I'll give an example. In the US, inflation was less than 2% for the last 10 years. And mortgage rates there were like 3, 4, 5% because it's 2% plus something. But in our own environment, inflation has been, the latest one is about 22%. That means it drives interest rates very high, makes it very high. And so the cost of mortgage is high. Fortunately, most of the banks that go to get money, because you need long-term finance, you need long-term money for mortgages, not just depositors' money. Sometimes depositors' money it becomes sticky and then you can use part of it. But actually, for you to make sure that you are giving money and going to sleep, you need long-term money. So you have to go to the capital market
to borrow money. The capital market is a market where you trade in long-term money. I'm sure we all have pension fund and things like that. All the pension money are invested through the capital market. So when you get there, they will look at the company because, it's different if I want money for 2 years, but I'm going there to look for money for 30 years so that somebody can have mortgage for 30 years. They are going to look at, will this person be able to pay for the next 30 years, return my money and things like that. So it drives up the cost as well when the tenure is long and the credit history is impaired and things like that. So most banks will find it a little difficult to get cheap money from that capital market. We at NMRC, because we have the guarantee of the federal government, so the government has said, don't worry, anybody that we borrow money from, they will pay them back. We are now able to go to the capital market and lend money as if we're almost like government. So we're able to get cheaper rate. And then we now on-lend those money to the banks to give out to you. So by so doing, we have been able to reduce the cost of mortgages, of mortgage interest that the banks now pass on to you. So that's our critical role. We stand between the capital markets and the financial markets. We get money from the capital markets, we give it to the financial markets, which are the banks, and then they now give it out as mortgages. So our role is to make sure that we reduce the cost, we increase efficiency within the system, because any time that is wasted is money. Any time that is wasted is money. So we're also working on things like reducing the time to perfect title, reducing the cost of title perfection, and all other things that will ultimately translate to benefit for the ultimate mortgagor. I don't know. So
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very, very much for that detailed explanation. And you also touched on more benefits of getting a mortgage. He has said the inflation is the friend of the landlord. So he says, even though we have high interest rates, remember that we have a high inflation. We can't expect our mortgage interest rates to be 3% if our inflation is 22%. Because also if our inflation is in the 20% range, the value of the homes, the prices of those homes are also increasing at those rates. So when you look at it side by side, you see that taking a mortgage at our current interest rates makes sense because of our inflation, because the prices of the house are also galloping at similar rates. Do you understand? So if you buy a house at 30 million, who believes you can sell it at 35, 36 million in a year? How many percent interest rate is what percentage is that? The capital appreciation. What percentage is that? 20. Thank you. So if you took a mortgage at what he's saying is when you put it side by side, your inflation rates, our mortgage interest rates are not out of sync because we're in a high inflationary environment. So don't join other people to say that our mortgage interest rates make mortgage not workable, okay? Because we're in a high inflationary environment. Okay, Mr. Olowokere, I have a question for you. How can realtors market mortgage options to their clients so that they don't see impediments and lengthy processing timelines? Because that's what they see right now.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the mortgage process is always seems unreasonable when you don't have enough information of what the process is like.
Thank you.
I think first of all, realtors need to get adequate knowledge of the process. And then secondly, when you are taking your client to see a property for the purpose of buying a property, you also need to inform your client from the word go about the financing options and possibilities. Like we have stated here, the only financing options are just beyond pay now, cash, Abby, or off-plan payment in installment, you also have a mortgage option. So you can help your client by providing enough information to the client on the requirements for mortgage at inception. Now, most of your clients will still want to say, I want to do installment payments. It's default. But we've seen a lot of opportunities that midway, your client will now start asking questions. This mortgage thing you mentioned, can we go on it? But you know, you've already informed the client about the requirements. These are the things that is needed of you. One, the developer needs to show that there's a title, a root title or a perfected title or a title in the process of being perfected. The developer needs to show that there's a building plan already in place or a layout plan for obvious reasons approved by the regulators or the authorities, so that people are not bringing bulldozers to the site midway, and then you are now doing Instablog. Then also, your client also knows that they can use 25% of their RSA. That is their pension contribution. That's a lot of money. They cannot tap into that by doing installment payments. They cannot tap into that by doing upfront payment. They need to wait till they are 55 or they retire from work to be able to take anything from it. But we are saying now they can take 25% of it. So preparing the mind of your client is a way. And you can set yourself apart. Stop doing this reality work by just taking someone to site and discussing and then be doing WhatsApp chat. Just prepare an information note. It can just be a page. Set yourself aside, brand it. This is the financing option. Share it with your client. Sit down with your client, discuss the requirements. Let him or her be able to choose from other options on ground. And that is what is going to set you apart. If that same client sees someone a year after or some months after, you know, doing all this, yeah, send me SMS, let me call you. Send 5,000 naira to me to take transport, to take you to the inspection. That one will say, no, this is not what I'm used to. I have a professional that have taken me through these routes before. But the starting point is you yourself needs to get this information and knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So he has said two critical things: get knowledgeable, go and read about mortgages, go and learn about mortgage options available, go to your clients with a lot of knowledge. And many of your clients that turn back because they are not that they're poor, but they're not able to put together huge sums of money, they then become closable deals. Thank you very much, sir. And then one more question for you. We're almost out of time now. So we've talked about the good things, but what are the risks? What are the worries with clients who want to take on mortgages?
Thank you. One of the clear risks, so I go back to the example I gave. You have 10 million in the property. The bank has provided 40 million. The major risk is if you're not able to pay the 40 million, the house needs to be paid, needs to be sold to pay back the monies where it was gotten from.
Yes.
So it's what you call foreclosure. That's the major risk that you stand. And like you said, so if I follow from what Ayo says, one of the ways to pitch sales is that when you meet a customer, it's best for them to know what their profile can carry. When I mean profile is, so based on an income now, he should know how much mortgage he can take. Add that to his savings. It tells him this is the property he can get.
Yes.
So that you're not going around and running around and, you know, understand, walking down the whole of Aja or Orchid every day. You understand? So it comes from you having information. What's your income? If he is not feeling comfortable, say, let me plug you into my mortgage bankers. Let them do you a pre-qualification. So you know how much you can take, even if you don't require it. It gives you that certain confidence that he can buy the property.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. So he said the worrisome part is you don't want a foreclosure, right? But you can help your client. The bank does not allow the clients, whatever the clients be paying you, we must not be more than 33.33% of his income, right? So before you start going up and down, first of all, find out the client's income. All of you should have mortgage calculators on your phone, and it's available online. You can download mortgage calculators. And once you click in the different types of houses, you will see how much is to be paying. So if the figure he's prepaying every month comes to you as 300,000, the man would have to at least earn 900,000. So you know the kind of discussion that you're having, so that you are not wasting your time. The second thing is, I think our mortgage companies also do job loss insurance. Job loss insurance. So when people take a mortgage, advise them to also pick up a job loss insurance. And the insurance company agrees a certain period, typically about 6 months, where if you lose your job, the insurance company continues to pay, and hopefully you can sort yourself out in 6 months, okay? One more question, so I will just have you round up. Would like you to just give us a word. Why should people do mortgages? What are the advantages of mortgage for the real estate industry as a whole? And what do the importance of the marketers also understanding mortgages and carrying it forth into the markets? And that will be our last question for this session.
Again, mortgage is the only thing that gives you that leverage that you need to acquire a house. So you are coming in with 20%, you are getting something for 100%. So it is the surest way. And we know something about home ownership. Home ownership is the best way of wealth creation, generational wealth creation.
Absolutely.
So when you get into the house with 20%, there's appreciation on the house that happens. All that accrues to you, even though your equity is just 20. If the house price increases from 100 to 150, the entire 50 is yours. You can get loan from using that to now start business and do other things. So there are so many things that the benefits that you can get from moving into a good home, locking in the price, getting good rates. And if you now do NMRC loan, for instance, that is refinanced by NMRC, you are guaranteed that the interest that you are paying is capped. And that's the highest it will ever be.
Yes.
If rates go down, you can come and refinance and then bring it down. So you are certain about the rate at which you are going in, but that's the peak, but it can also go down. So if we are thinking of creating wealth, leaving things behind for our generations to come, I think the easiest way to do it, instead of trying to save, is to come in through a mortgage. And as I said, the tax benefits, the inflation protection, and so many other things that come with owning a house through mortgage is enormous. Besides that, the impact it has on the society, the multiplier effect on job creation, on internally generated revenue and things like that is just enormous. And then the country begins to see that movement in the right direction. So let's encourage people to get a mortgage, to lock down the price as an inflation hedge, and then the benefits are just enormous. Whatever comes, as I said, as gain, comes to you as the owner. You are going to be owing that amount that you have borrowed, but every appreciation in the house, it's to your own benefit. I'll stop there now.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, Mr. Olorike wants to tell us something.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, sir. That was a good summary.
Mr. Ogudimo has talked about the broader advantages, and I'm talking to realtors here. First of all, you are sure about the due diligence part of the property, because the mortgage bank, we are talking about a house of 50 million, and your client is putting 10 million. So a mortgage bank that is putting 40 million is going to do all the possible due diligence. So your mind and the mind of your client is at rest. Number two, completion. Mortgage banks also have a better way of relating with developers. So if a developer is doing 50 units, and then we have 10 clients that you have brought, and they are taking mortgage, be sure we are going to be on the neck of the developer. You know, most of these developers, realtors, once your client is locked in, to see them becomes difficult. It's the reality. You start calling them, you will not pick your call. He's a big man. Look at Mr. Kennedy, for example. So imagine calling him every day that, my client has a unit at Waterfront Experience, and he was like, out of 300 units I'm building, the only one. But on that development, I am dealing with him on more than 50 of the units. So I can go to his office and hold him and say, this client, what is happening? Why is it not completed? 3, we mentioned about opportunity of unlocking the pension fund. It's something you guys need to go and properly read. Or then number 4, your fees and commissions are guaranteed. I know how painful it is when you have to be tracking the customer. Today, he pays 5 million, Abi. After 6 months, he pays another 5 million. And then the developer or the seller is giving you the trickle of 1%, 2%. But with the mortgage bank, once we've seen that the customer has contributed what he's supposed to do, we pay the developer and you get your block fee. And you are out of it and you can move to the next transaction. So there's a lot of advantages this thing command. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sirs. God bless you richly. I'm sure we all learned one or two things from this. We look forward to you moving this significantly in the market. So by the time we are back for Unleash 3.0, many people would have moved mortgage transactions forward. Thank you very much, sirs.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. A round of applause to our panelists and moderator. A quick photo op. Gentlemen, please, before you go, just a quick photo op with the MD and the CEO. And we also have some housekeeping to do as well.
We'd like to also call the CEO and the GMD to please take pictures with them. Dr. Ned Okonkwo and the CEO of Lagos, please. Thank you very much.
All right, so while that is happening, don't forget there is a vendor stand to my right, which is to your left. So check out Imperial Homes Mortgage Bank. They're in the business of lending money to people that want to buy residential properties. And that is directly related to the session we just had on real estate funding and the mortgage system. iVantage is also there. It's a fintech firm that enables mortgage banks and property developers to leverage AI, that's artificial intelligence, customers banking and saving data to tailored products. You also want to check out Ridgewell Construction Company. They're a property development company located in Lekki Phase 1. Lagos, and Ridgewell Construction specializes in building residential and commercial structures, renovation, maintenance, to mention a few. And of course, with every building, you need materials, and that's where Bozak Aluminium comes in, and they're into the marketing and distribution of aluminium coils and aluminium metal sheets. Ultra-modern factory plant and warehouse is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, so you get the best quality at the most affordable price. And we also have AU Donak Industries Limited. They are leading industry in screeding and painting from start to finish.
Absolutely, Oscar. We also have Castle Muse Limited, which is a real estate company that specializes in acquisition, development, and advisory. So talk about affordable luxury housing, then Castle Muse Limited is the one for you. We have Penic Nigeria, which is a key player in the Nigerian real estate sector. They specialize in investment, development, and global building. So when we talk about procurement and provision of premium land, then Penic Nigeria is the one for you. And of course, Fidelity Bank, which is a commercial bank providing a wide range of financial services, banking for your business and organizations. Fidelity Bank right there waiting for you. And moving over to Marco Polo Properties Limited, they pride themselves in providing clients with the best real estate solutions that meet their unique needs. Marco Polo Properties currently selling out Osborne Estate, Ikoyi, Ikate, and so many more. And finally, Oka Millennium City Development Company is an ambitious, iconic, large-scale master-planned gated community situated in Oka, Anambra State. So for my Anambra people, this one is for you. And even if you are not from Anambra, you can take advantage of this one.
Absolutely, Gloria. So ladies and gentlemen, we have been here for 2 days. We have unleashed, we will take over. The next speaker, who you will get to meet in a couple of minutes, is going to teach you how to thrive in the new era. What's his name? What's his name? Absolutely. If you've sighted Vusi in the building, let me hear you make some noise. DJ, get some of my piano radio.
Actually.
You know what I mean? So we are going to reward you as well. But first things first, we wanted to share a very powerful story with you. Ezekiel Patrick, where are you? Ezekiel Patrick.
Oh, you're here. Okay, come up, please.
Ezekiel, where are you at?
He's here, Oscar.
Make some noise for Ezekiel. DJ, let's get some music. You understand why in a couple of seconds.
Absolutely.
All right.
Ezekiel, you're supposed to give us some dance moves, okay? Just before I hand over the mic, so you're going to dance. So come.
So, first on that one, let's see you.
All right, thank you, people.
Thank you very much.
So you might be wondering, who is this gentleman? Now, Ezekiel was here last year, but not only was he here last year, he was here at 4:15 a.m. 4:15, is it 4:15 or 4:16?
15.
4:15, exactly 4:15 a.m. because he didn't want to be late. And because of that, he got some mentorship under the doctor himself, but wanted to hear one or two things from him. And the reason we're taking time to put this together and to show you is that it's not just about the gathering, but the impact as well. And he is one that's benefited. So just a quick word to everyone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, my name is Patrick Ezenachi. I'm a young professional with Society of Petroleum Engineers, Port Harcourt section. So I came up here for this event. Sometime last year, I attended this event, and ever since then, my life turned around. How did this happen? It happened by me paying attention. So I listened to the speakers, Dr. Ken, Ibali, then Trisha Bees. I listened to Ichechi Okonkwo. I listened to Dr. Kennedy Okonkwo. So I went home with this acronym, TRIBE. So I had to paste it on my wall. I don't know if you guys still remember the full meaning: talents, retention, indigene, branding, and engagement. So after listening, I had to upscale. I had to work on my talents. I had to brand up. So it happened that I updated my profile on LinkedIn. So I had like 5 oil and gas company calling me to come work for them. Halliburton Energy.
I
called
also
me.
make the applause a little louder, because some people will be called by oil and gas company to come work after this.
So Halliburton Energy called me. I had to relocate down to PH immediately. I didn't take up that offer because it wasn't good for me. So a month afterwards, Slumbergy called me, ExxonMobil called me. So I had a whole lot of choices to make. Like, I got so confused, on the job offer to take. So I kept on following the mentorship of Dr. Ken. Right now I'm a sustainability expert. I'm not bragging, but I don't know what you asked me about sustainability that I can't answer. I give God the glory. I thank particularly my friend Amaka, who invited me. She made sure I'm here today again just to appreciate the management of Netcom Oaks. Whatever it is that you guys want, I believe that God will do it for you guys, for the impacts that you are making in the lives of everyone around here. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Patrick. This Amaka did not disappoint you.
Thank you.
Make some noise for him, ladies and gentlemen. That is proof that this is the beginning of something great.
Absolutely.
Another thing, Gloria, wanted
Yeah.
to ask, if you were here last year, please can you stand up? If you attended last year, wherever you are, please just stand up. If you were here last year, please
You
stand
wave
up. And
as
then
you stand.
please come forward.
Please come forward.
Very quickly, we need to wrap this up very quickly. If you're here last year, please come forward. Just line up in front of me here.
If I were you, I will rush down here because there's something behind this. If I were you, I will rush down here.
Please make sure you came last year physically. So just a straight line here, please.
Yes, as many as they are, please come forward.
I'm seeing some of the dancers from the dancing competition here. Very quickly. Okay. Very quickly. DJ, just some slight music. Don't worry, it's not dancing competition. Trish, do we have the bands ready? If you were here last year, it's between you and God, though. Don't lie. TT, baby. See you. All right, are we good? So you're going to be handed something.
All right.
First of all, I want to take a picture. Please, can you all group together? Photographer? Is this too wide? Please, let's have some of you in the middle here. Double up, come forward very quickly.
Okay, the GMD is here already to take pictures with them. Thank you very much, Dr. Ned.
Can I have two ushers here, please? Any two ushers, just come to the stage very quickly. All right, those of you with the doctor, don't forget, I want you on the count of 3 to say unleashed for takeover. I need some attitude, I need some spunk, okay? Okay, let's get one more picture very quickly. I need some attitude. I need you to go to unleash. On the count of 3, I want you to shout unleash for takeover. On the count of 3, this is how you will sell real estate. Oh. 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. So this is officially the alumni. Please just file a line. There's a young lady there. She goes by the name Trisha Biz, but you are all going to just follow through this way and head the Citadel stand. All of you need to go to the Citadel stand. Please, if you already have this, don't collect it again. Just follow. There we go. Thank you very much. Don't worry, for those who are here this year, this will be happening same time next year. It's going to be a rapid draw after our next speaker, so it is my advice to you to stay behind. We have a little something for you. So, Gloria, it is that time.
Yes, it is, Oscar. So please, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you have your friends outside or you have your friends that have been looking forward to listening to our very next speaker, I ask that you call them now to rush down here because it's about to be a movie.
Absolutely. Now, this gentleman is globally recognized. He's a business leader, a keynote speaker, best-selling author, serial entrepreneur, over 1 million social media followers, give or take. He's a go-to source when it comes to business wisdom for executives. If you're on Instagram or Facebook a lot, you might have seen some of his clips which have trended. He is phenomenal in what he does, and he is here to help you unleash your potential and, more importantly, help you to take over. Please turn your attention to the multimedia screen.
Vusi Thembekwayo. Vusi Thembekwayo is a highly regarded business leader, global authority, keynote speaker, best-selling author, and serial entrepreneur. He is known for his business acumen and accomplishments and has a personal brand that is solidly grounded in achievements. As a disruptive force in the venture capital industry in Africa, Vusi is the founder and CEO of My Growth Fund Ventures Partners, an early-stage investor company focused on impact investment, driving financial inclusion, access to healthcare, and education using technology. Vusi and his team are committed to leading by example, pushing medium, large, and listed businesses in much-needed, often painful, but always lucrative new directions. Vusi Thembekwayo will be speaking at the Unleashed for Takeover 2.0 on thriving in a new era.
Ladies and gentlemen, showing this gentleman, this serial entrepreneur, some Nigerian love. Let's bring a bit of South Africa to Nigeria.
Let me hear you make some noise as we welcome on stage the one and only Wilson Dunn. A fantastic dancer. If you want to see the move, let me hear you make some noise. You guys are too quiet. From South Africa, down. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Don't worry, you get your chance for your selfies.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm good. All right, everybody, take a seat. Take a seat. Hello, family. Nankalagat, Costa. Hey, you know your stuff, eh? Do you know the? Do you know that? All right, everybody, I'm so humbled to be here. Media team, I need my clicker. Let's get the show on the road. Yeah. So I've given Dr. Ned, my brother, an assignment to find me a Nigerian wife. So I have reason to keep coming back. Ladies, please see him with your CVs and your application forms. And I've asked my sister, Mrs. Okonko, to be our HR department. She'll be doing the interviews. And we have a 3-month probationary period. All right. So first, can we give a big round of applause to the amazing people at Citadel Views under the leadership of Dr. Okonko. Amazing, my brother. Well done. Well done. Well done. I'm so humbled and incredibly privileged that you've invited me here. Before I get going, can we also put our hands together for every single speaker that was here over the past few days? Every single speaker. Thank you so much to all of you. Good. So, I was a bit conflicted today when I was thinking about our time together. And I was conflicted in part because of my nerves, but also in big part because I wanted to make sure that our time together would add the most amount of value to you. And so I was wondering, how do I approach our time together? How do I approach this session? How do I approach this conversation that I would like for us to have? So do I come in and do the very high level, motivational, inspirational stuff? Or do I go technical and talk a bit more about how do we scale and how do we build businesses? And perhaps in between those two is where the truth of where we should spend our time together lies. Yes? So let me upfront offer a few disclaimers. The first disclaimer is that I am a guest here.
So I hope to offer the insights that I will bring to you and that you will take them from the place from whence they come. I'm just a guest. I've been invited to your beautiful country and this incredible land, and I hope to bring some insights, some thinking, and some new perspective about how can we do business in this new age. Is that okay? Great. Second, owing in no small part to my proclivity for young people, you will notice throughout our time together that I will keep channeling my conversation in particular at those of us who are at the beginning of our lives, our professional lives, our businesses, and our careers. That's not intended to exclude anybody. It's just because I feel very passionately, in particular, about the role that young people need to play as we build the future of our countries and our territories. Third, in this room are more than a handful of business people who are accomplished and well achieved, from whom you can all learn an incredible amount. I don't ever pretend to be the smartest person in the room, the most well-researched person in the room. I'm just the best looking. I mean, I'm definitely the best looking. But I do hope to bring just a little bit of new thinking, a little bit of new perspective, and a little bit of insight from where I walk that might help you build your own careers and your own businesses. So let me quickly do a check-in in the room. Hands up in this room if you are a professional employed to work for somebody. Hands up, nice and high, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Hands up if you are the person who runs a business, who reports to themselves, who is their own boss. None of us are ever our own bosses, but hands up, nice and high, don't be shy. Where are you guys? Very good. And hands up if your hand is not going to go up no matter what I say. This is typically 3, 1, 2, there we go. There we go. So I want to talk in particular to those of us here who run their own businesses now. And here's the first tip I want to give you, if you will allow me. The tip is this. Make sure your introduction is written before you are in the room. In the English language, they say your reputation precedes you. This idea that before you enter the room, people already know who you are. Now, all of you here have a reputation and PR, but there are two types of reputations and PR. There's the reputation and PR that you wrote, or there is the reputation and PR that's written about you because you're not writing your own. So the question then for you is this: has your introduction been written before you enter the room? Has your introduction been written before you enter the room? Before you enter the room. And in writing that introduction, there are a few things that you must highlight in your conversation and in your little writing, in your little write-up. The first is this: what value do you represent? What value do you represent? Every client, every customer you're going to be dealing with wants to deal with you because of the value that you represent. Are you okay? My brother, are you sure? Good man. So what value do you represent? What value do you represent? What value do you represent? I am not the first to do what I do. There have been millions before me. I am not the only person who does what I do. There are hundreds of thousands who work in my industry. The difference between me and them is that before I enter the room, the introduction has been written. The difference between me and most is that the value I represent is clear before I am even invited to be in that room. A lot of us here spend our time worried about the actual thing that you sell. And you think about yourself as the person who sells the thing that you sell. I'll come to this in a minute. The person who sells the thing that you actually sell. And my challenge for you today is going to be to go beyond the person who sells the thing that you sell, to become more the person who represents the value of what that thing represents. The value of what it represents. So make a note of that, because we're going to come back to that in a minute. Guys, I'm going to throw this thing away. You're wasting my time. This presentation deck's not running. Look, okay? So I'm going to throw this away. So, clarity over the value that you represent and what you're bringing into the marketplace. Now, here's the thing. Spend time making that value clear. The number one thing to do, always, and my brother, Dr. Ken, will tell you this, is to have utmost clarity on this. Not who is your customer, but who is not your customer. How many of you here have actually spent time writing down the customers you don't deal with? You know exactly who they are. You know exactly the inboxes you don't respond to. You know exactly the show houses you don't attend. You know exactly which areas you don't sell properties in. You know exactly who your customer is not. A lot of us are chasing the next dollar, the next bit of naira, the next sale, that we chase everything. Absolute and utter clarity on who was not your market. And here's why this is difficult. If you're anything like me, when you begin to have clarity over who was not your market, then you begin to panic a little bit. That's the first thing that should happen. If you do this exercise properly, it should cause you panic when you begin to make a note of who's not your market. Because you see this huge number of people that you're not going to be dealing with, this huge number of clients that you're not going to be servicing, this huge number of consumers that you're not going to be trading with every day. That's what the human being focuses on. When I was in school, I'm sure this used to happen to some of you here. When I was in school, you'd write a test or an exam, and the examiner would give you back the test, the script, and they would say you scored 94%. Yes? When you started paging through the script, where did your eye immediately go? To the 6 questions you got wrong. Am I right? Hands up if I'm preaching to you right now. Yeah? This is the way the human being works. It's the way the brain works. We don't see what we have to gain. We see what we stand to lose. Except if you sell everything to everyone every day, by definition, you sell nothing to no one on any day. So the way you increase your value as a person in the marketplace is this. It's so important. Be a specialist at just the one thing that you do. Specialize. You know, being specialized is incredible, right? You know what it means, being specialized? It means people pay attention to you. People are watching you. People are listening to you. But more importantly, and this is critical, they will pay more for your time. They will value your time because you're a specialist. I always reference practitioners in the field of medicine, right? You think about any of the practitioners who become the ists, the gynecologists, the psychologists. The minute they add that IST and they become a specialist, you notice that they focus only on one area and a particular discipline of medicine. And usually it's only one area of the body if they're dealing with the body. Yes? So focusing on specializing is a huge lever for how do you create value and how do you get your introduction written about you before you are in the room. The introduction is written about you before you're in the room because the minute you enter the room, then they know who you are and what you specialize in. They know what you stand for. They know the value that you bring and the value that you represent. So give yourself then permission to be specialists. Permission to be specialists. Permission to be specialists. Second, there is one thing more important than money in the world. It's relationships. Relationships. Relationships will open doors that you haven't knocked on yet. Relationships will have you boarding planes to fly to cities that you didn't even know existed. Relationships will have you invited to boardrooms that you were not aware that floor exists. Relationships. So invest in your relationships. Now, similar to a lot of you, I've been to tons of conferences and I'll often hear speakers say, invest in relationships. All sounds great. They tell you what to do, never how to do it. Yes? Hands up if you heard this before. Invest in relationships. Hands up if you even know where to start. Like, so what do you mean? When you say invest in relationships, what are we talking about here? Am I sending birthday cards, birthday gifts? Am I sending Bible scriptures every single morning on a WhatsApp group? How exactly am I investing in these relationships? Am I asking people out for coffee or for lunch? How exactly am I investing in these relationships? So, in particular to every single person in this room who defines themselves as youth, I'm going to give you the trick of how I've invested in relationships that has worked for me 10 years ago. It still works for me today. You want to hear it? You guys don't want to hear it. You want to hear it? Yes or no? Well, where's the excitement then? There we go. So here's the trick of how you invest in relationships. This is the trick of how you invest in relationships. Of every single key relationship, write down the most valuable thing for that person with whom you want to build a relationship. Now, notice what I said. I didn't say make a list of people. I didn't say have a database of their birthdays. I didn't say know when their anniversaries are. None of those things. I said write down one thing that is the most valuable thing for that person. If you're paying attention, the first question you should be asking yourself is, but how do I know what is the most valuable thing for that person? I have this little question I ask. If you learn how to ask this question, it'll take you miles in terms of building relationships. It'll keep you in rooms long after the meeting has ended. And here's the question. Here's the question. What is keeping you up at night? That's the question. Every person in this room has something keeping them up at night. Am I right? Am I lying? Am I right? Yeah. All of us in this room have something that keeps us up at night. And depending on the life stage of the person, typically the thing that keeps them up at night is changing depending on the stage of life they're at. For the younger people, it's about your career and your income and your advancement and you building a set of skills or becoming more influential in the space you're operating in. As you become a professional, it's about how do you hone your skill and become more specialized? How do you get given the opportunities that you want in spaces where you want to grow? As you get older, it becomes about legacy and leaving something behind, training, teaching, and succession planning. But every single one of us in this room has something keeping us up at night. Once I figured out asking that question, let me tell you how it changed my life. So my mentor, I've got several mentors, but one of my mentors is an amazing, amazing guy. And I'm going to talk to you at the moment about CMS, coaches, mentors, and sponsors, right? So one of my mentors is an incredible, amazing guy, but how do I explain this? He is the antithesis of me. I'm tall, he's short, I'm good looking, he's not. I'm on my cool J, ladies love me. Did you see what I did? I'm on my cool J, ladies love me. They don't get it, brother. Should I explain it? Do you guys know why LL Cool J is called LL Cool J? It means ladies love cool James. Learn, comrades, learn. Learn something. Education, upgrade. So, my one mentor is an amazing man. And the reason he mentors me is because he's what I refer to when I think about the single most important thing in my life at the moment. I'm at the stage of my life where I only want one thing. It's not wealth or influence or the power over nations. It's not walking into the room and people know who you are and they share your statuses. That's not the thing I want. You know the one thing I want in my life? Peace. Just peace. So I don't go to places I don't want to go. I don't talk to people I don't want to talk to. I'm never in spaces I don't want to be in. I don't go to meetings I don't want to attend. I don't do business with people who keep me up at night. I don't care how much money is available. If I can't trust you with my 5-year-old boy, I am not doing business with you. Because I recognize that my peace is worth a lot more than the piece of money I'm going to make doing business with you. Peace. Now, there are some of us in this room, you are someone's prayer point because they have no peace doing business with you. No sense of surety, no sense of trust. Peace. Peace. So this particular mentor of mine is my mentor because he's got peace. Nothing bothers this man, but I mean nothing. So I ask him the question. And my question is, what keeps you up at night? Now, you would imagine for a man who in my mind is the archetype of peace, that's not a long list of things, right? So I asked him, said, Gajiguru, what is the thing that, guys, please stop this. Leave it. Cut it off. Stop. We're good. Thank you. I said to him, Gajiguru, tell me, what is the one thing that keeps you up at night? So I'm waiting for the answer. And I'm imagining this. The answer is something that's going to need money. You know, he's going to say, I don't know, what keeps me up at night is the education, perhaps, of my grandchildren. I'm going to go, can I make a donation? So I feel important. Or he's going to say something like, I don't know, what keeps me up at night, what robs me of my peace, right, is the future of my country. And I'm going to go, well, let's create a leadership foundation and train young people. So I'm waiting for the answer that's going to require money. And here's what he said to me. He said, you know what keeps me up at night? Is how do I take my values and teach them to 5 other people so that when I'm gone, I've got 5 disciples who can share that with the world. Now recognize the difficulty that it places on me. That's not a solution that requires my money. It's a solution that requires my time. It requires an actual investment. So I said to him, well, let's do that. So right now, as we speak, I've got 2 ghostwriters and an editor working on spending time with him and interviewing him and taking these 5 values he's lived his life by, these values that have brought him to a place of peace, and putting them into a piece of book. It gets better. The book's going to be available for free. It gets better. They're recording him on video series for every single chapter. It gets better. When you get the book for free, at the end of every chapter, there's going to be a QR code. You scan the QR code and it's going to take you to watch the next video. It gets better. Then we're building an internal portal that runs like an intranet where every person who's completed the book joins a mastermind of people who live by the same 5 values. So what does that mean? It means that for him, I have become a person of value. And the value had nothing to do with money. It was about an actual, intentional, deliberate way of building a relationship. Do you think there is a door he will not open for me? Do you think there is a conversation he will not consider me for? Of course, because I have demonstrated goodwill and value. So you're building these relationships. Remember this. Find the most important thing of value in the person's life with whom you are building that relationship. For some, it's family. For others, it's finance. For some, it's their state of health, their fitness. For some, it's their faith. But if you spend enough time, you will find the thing with this specific person you want to build a relationship with. So build meaningful relationships. Now, there are 3 relationships you must build that are fundamental. You need a coach, you need a mentor, and you need a sponsor. Those are not the same things. They're not the same things. The greatest footballer of our generation is a man that stands at 101.88 centimeters or meters thereabout. His name is Cristiano Ronaldo. Easily better than Lionel Messi. It's true. No, it's very true. It's very true. The way I always explain it to people, I'm like, look, if Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi were Africans, Messi would be Nigerian, Cristiano would be South African. That was a joke. So, Cristiano Ronaldo stands at 188. He is a phenomenal athlete, hard worker, committed, dedicated. In my mind, the greatest footballer of our generation. But even when Cristiano, the greatest footballer of our generation, is on the field, standing side field is this person in charge called the coach. The coach doesn't wait for Cristiano to finish the game playing badly before he pulls him out. He's watching Cristiano play every single second. Some of you here don't have the person watching you play every single second. So you're not accountable to somebody on every single second. So you're messing up. And then you're waiting for you have a 1-year meeting with your mentor and tell them you spent 12 months wasting time. That's so powerful, I should tweet it. I spoke at the incredible platform by Dr. Poju, right? Do you know that this morning Olu heard me. This morning in my room, I was on the call with my coach going through the keynote that I did yesterday. And my coach was going, yeah, that joke took too long. You probably shouldn't have said that. Next time, don't stand this way. Don't shout at people. Yesterday, 2-time world champion public speaker, I hold a 5-minute record in the public speak. My coach has never accomplished what I've accomplished, but as a player, I know the difference between the player and the coach. Get you a coach. There are so many of you who will not rise to the place of your destiny because you're not willing to submit yourself to being coached. You think just because you made a little bit of money or had a little bit of success that you can't be coached. And definitely the best coaches are not the ones who are going to be more influential than you. If you have a coach working with you on your social media, they probably shouldn't have more followers than you. Getting the followers is your job. Making sure that you stay on brand and authentic is your coach's job. So the way you assess a coach is very different to the way you assess another player. Get a coach. The coach is there with you every single second of the game. Every single second of the game. They keep you accountable. They talk to you. They give you advice. Whether or not you take it is up to you. But the strength I have given my coaches is such that when I don't take their advice and things go wrong, there are actual consequences. So you need a coach. You need a coach. You need a coach. The second thing you need is a mentor. Now, what's the difference between a coach and a mentor? Think of it this way. The coach is the road that goes from mainland into VI. The mentor is the sign telling you where VI is if you're in mainland. Did you get that? All right, I'm going to slow it down slower again. The coach has literally walked the path, and as you walk the path, they walk it with you. The mentor just says, go that way. That's the difference. And so my mentors, I've got 4. My mentors, I loop with them every single 90 days. Every 90 days, we come back and we sit down and we look the things we discussed. And by the way, my 4 mentors are 4 because they're in 4 areas of my life. I've got a mentor who works with me in my faith. Because I've come into this space where I realize that God didn't give me the gift of this voice and the ability to hold this microphone so that I make myself good, but to glorify Him. And it took forever for me to even have the wisdom to understand that. I turned professional as a public speaker at 19. I'm 38 now. I've been in this game for 19 years when I turned professional at 19. 20 years I've been doing what I've been doing. And the difference between Vusi today and Vusi at 19 is the wisdom of time and experiences that I've had. But it's taken that wisdom of time and experiences for me to recognize this, that I live and walk by faith, and only by His grace have I achieved what I've achieved. So this then notwithstanding, I need a mentor who's going to work with me as I develop my faith. Because I have questions that I don't have answers to. And so I ask of my mentor, how would you approach this? I'm going to share something with you guys. I'm so excited to share this. About 18 months ago, my business changed. Changed. And here's why. 18 months ago, my mentor said something to me that changed my life. He said this, he said, Vusi, the problem with you is you think you own your business. Then I said, but I do. He said, no, my friend. God owns your business. You're just the one He decided to put in charge. God owns your business. You're the one He decided to put in charge. God owns your marriage. You're just the one He decided to bless you with. When you move from a place where you go, I don't own this thing, I have simply been trusted with the responsibility of making this thing real, it changes everything. See, because when you own everything, you are accountable to you. But if He owns it, now there is a level of accountability. So now there's certain things I can't do. There's certain deals I can't sign. There's certain meetings I will never attend. There's certain contracts I will never be part of because I recognize that I've got a fiduciary responsibility to the true owner of my business. How would your life change if you gave your business, your career, and the advancement of yourself to the true owner of those things and thought of yourself just as the custodian for this moment? Let me tell you why this is so powerful. There are some in this room. When you die, whatever you're doing will die. And the difference between those of us who will build things that outlive us is when we think of ourselves as custodians, not owners. The captain sailing the ship doesn't own the ship. He's just trusted to sail the ship. The pilot flying the plane doesn't own the airline. He's just trusted with flying the plane. And so when you think of yourself then as somebody who has been trusted with this season, it means this. It means you build knowing that a season will come where you must hand over to the next generation. And I play and press upon you that when that time comes, you know how to hand over to the next generation. So it changed my business. Do you know why it changed my business? Because the first thing I then had to do was look around and go, which of these people around me could I hand over to? Nothing. And by the way, that's not a reflection on them. That's a reflection on me. The old expression used in the armies of Rome was this: there is no such thing as a bad soldier, only a bad general. If you are leading people today and they are incapable, incompetent, and not hitting their numbers, that's on you, not them. Because it means you haven't taken the time to select and train your soldiers so that they are ready for the incidents of war. And so when you go into the marketplace to trade, they can't compete. And rather than we as leaders take responsibility, we default that responsibility to our people. So get you a mentor. Those 4 areas for me. First, a mentor in my faith. Second, a mentor in my physical health. So I look so good. Wasn't always like that. I used to look like, no, never mind. Third, a mentor in my finances. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. And you know, the crazy thing about the mentor in my finances is she's actually not wealthier than me. She's not. She's a fraction. She has a fraction of my wealth. But she has 10 times my wisdom with money. So I just trust her wisdom with money. Just wisdom. Because if it was up to me, I'll buy that jet. And she's asking me, but doesn't the airline also arrive on time? And you know, if you fly first class, it's pretty much the same thing. And the difference between the airline and flying first class is you don't have to pay the hangar fees. I hadn't told my brother Femi this. I was actually going to buy a jet. I was. Yeah. I went to the air show, everything. I went and had a look. And you know, you salespeople are so nice. Eh? Salespeople are your best friend when they think you're going to give them money. They answer every phone call, every WhatsApp, everything. Ladies, it's like the guy when he's still asking you out. Salespeople are the same way. They love you when they think money's going to come out of you. The minute the money has come out, they are gone. They chop your money and then they leave. So I'm this close, I'm thinking about it. I go to the air shows, I have a look, and then you walk in, and you know, they even call you by your last name, Mr. Timberquire. Have you ever heard a Swiss person or a French person say Timberquire? Merci, Timberquire is a very nice jet. Eh? You got very nice leg room, and you know, we can even decorate the interior for you. Eh? We do a lot of personalization, even on the chair. We put the initials VT. People know is yours. It's not a rental. Eh? So I'm sitting there going, rental, VT. I want it. Sign me up. I even pray to my father. I'm like, God, you have blessed me. Oh. I want it, but that's my ego. Because in my head, I'm immediately thinking about what are they going to say when I land that jet that says VT? They hate me now. They're going to really hate me when it says VT. That's where my head is, right? So what do I learn out of this? Have a conversation with her, and she's like, but hold on, listen to this. This is literally what she said to me. She said, don't people already know who you are? I said, well, the ones who need to do. She said, then why do you need to spend millions of dollars on a pressurized metal tube to make a statement that you've already been marked correct for? What are you trying to prove, and to whom? Yes? So the point here is a mentor with your finances. I hope the message you're getting out of this is that creating accountability with other people is going to get you to that next stage. And then I said coaches, mentors, and sponsors. Sponsors. So you definitely need a sponsor, right? What's a sponsor? Whereas the coach is walking with you at every single step of your journey, the mentor is keeping you accountable on why you are on the journey. The sponsor is telling people why you are the best person to make the journey. So the sponsor's role is to be present in the rooms where you have no access. Some of us in this room are working on projects that require amounts of capital where the decisions get made by committees and we have no access or no influence. And we're not spending time cultivating relationships with people who are already in those rooms. Every single decision is taken by people who look like just me and you. Sponsors. So learning to have relationships with sponsors, game changer. Game changer. In my industry and in my field, you cannot raise capital without sponsors. It's impossible. It cannot be done. Because if you don't have a sponsor, and here's the thing you realize when you don't have a sponsor, there are two application processes in almost everything we do in life. There is the one designed for everybody else, and the one designed for people who come in with sponsors. And everybody else has to fill out the full application document and tick every single box. And those with sponsors get to skip certain questions. You don't have to answer that question. What's your fund to capital return? What kind of capital do you return to investors? Yeah, don't worry about that. I've got you. I'll discuss with them at board level. We're good. How do you hope to mitigate your the capital risk and IRRs if you don't return? Yeah, don't worry about that. We've got you. We'll answer it. You're good. Sponsors. So in the industry you're in now, get you a sponsor. Get you a sponsor. So you need a coach, a mentor, and a sponsor. And to build those relationships, you go and ask them the single most important question: what's keeping you up at night? And you offer that to them, and that builds a relationship of value. Whatever you do, do not leave this meeting and send a DM and say, can you please be my mentor? That never works. Ask yourself the question: 200 million people in Nigeria. And if you have somebody you look at and you admire, how many of the other 200 million people do you think look at the same person and admire them? So what are the odds then that they're getting all of these inboxes saying, can you please be my mentor? I shared this with somebody. It went viral the other day. I'll share it with you guys. A young man, he was at my office, actually. I think he was there for an interview. I can't recall the particular set of circumstances. And during the conversation, he started telling me about this young lady that he's been wanting to date. Yeah. It's like, there's this young lady and he's describing her to me. And I remember he was so vivid in his description, I could tell that he really, really is enamored with this young lady. He was saying things like, her neck is smooth. Now, ladies, let me tell you, when a man notices your neck, he likes you. He was saying her neck is smooth. He says to me, she's got beautifully turned ankles. The ankle is beautifully turned. Say! How many of you here have beautifully turned ankles, Charlie? Make a note of this, ladies. I'm giving you tips. The difference between the man who likes you and the man who likes the idea of you. The man who likes you will notice the things that the one who likes the idea of you will never notice. It's a true story. So he's telling me about this, and I could tell. So he's asking for my advice. And he's saying, she's gorgeous, she's beautiful. I'm sure she gets a lot of approaches from men. How can I get her to pay attention to me? He says, I'm not the wealthiest guy she knows. I'm probably not the best looking guy she knows. I don't have the highest number of followers. And by the way, this is crazy. He hasn't even met her in person. Yeah. He follows her on IG. They're engaged now. Yeah. All because I'm going to tell you how I did it. No, don't clap. I'll give you the trick. His name is Ronald. Ronald's like, And I really like her. And, she's just, I watch her posts and she posts like going to church. She posts her mom and her dad. She's with her nieces. And every time I go and look at her posts, she's got 5,000 likes and like 200 comments. And I'm here with a small account of 20 followers. How do I get her to pay attention? Ladies, go into your DMs, find the guy with 20 followers. Give him some attention. How do I get him to pay attention? He's asking me this. I said, tell me more about her. He says, she's a person of faith. And she's got like this mind, and she does these lives, and she's just so amazing. Wow. So I said to him, here's what you do. Do you guys want to hear what I said? Yeah. You don't really want to hear it. Do you want to hear it? So I said to him, here's what you do. You send her a message and you say the following. You say, where should I send it? You send her a message. Did you get it? Did you get it? Now, coming out of this, ladies, I'm sure your inboxes are going to be full with where should I send it, right? I said, you send her a message and you say, where should I send it? Then he says, what happens if she doesn't see it or doesn't reply? I said, you wait for 2 days, you hit unsend, because you can do that on IG, and you send it again. He says, why must I hit unsend? I said, because if she opens up that message and there are 5, where should I send it? You're getting blocked and getting reported. The difference between being charming and being a stalker is 1 more phone call to your prospect. You need to know how many calls to make and when to stop making that call. Stop calling your prospect saying, I was just following up. Nobody replies to a call where you said, I'm just following up. I'm going to tell you now what to say rather than I was just following up. So I say to him, you unsend and you send again. He does this exercise for 2 weeks. Every second day, unsend, sends again. And every second day, unsend, sends again. And every second day, unsend, sends again. 2 weeks later, she replies. She says, excuse me, send what? Now, the answer to this question either makes you the cute, charming man she wants to have a dinner with, or the person she's sending her uncles to come and beat up. So you need to think about the answer to this question. But now remember this, he's got currency because he's got her attention. 180,000 followers she had. He's got 22 or 26 it was. But now he's got attention. So she says, excuse me, send what? I was at home in Dubai. So he calls me in a panic. Ronald, hi. Oh my God, she replied. I said, wait, what? She replied. Who replied? She, who? She. She. Tells me her name, says she replied. I said, what did she say? He says, she said, excuse me, send what? I said, what have you said? He said, I called you. So I said to him, well, here's what you say next. You say the following. You say, because You can also play the line and go corny here, right? So I said to him, here's what you say next. You say the following. You say, you see the guys paying attention. This is, the guys are on their notepads. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay, all right. Say what now? Now what? Do I put a full stop or a comma? What are we doing here? What are we doing? Send what? She says. I said, just reply. I said, just reply and say the following. I said, say, the cup of coffee I was hoping to take you out for, but know that I don't deserve your time to have over. Standing ovation, come on. Give it to me. Give it to me. Yeah, 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 yeah. DJ. Yes! Yes! So you've got to figure out the way to be unique in a cluttered market. You've got to talk in a language that creates interest, but is still authentic. So I said to him, what happened? Well, we're talking a week later. She lives in London and he lives in South Africa. He boarded the plane, flew to London to go and have the cup of coffee. They are engaged today. A simple testament of what happens when we open up conversations in a way that's different and authentic. When we take the time and are daring but spontaneous. Daring but spontaneous. For those of you here who send out emails as marketing, I feel so strongly, I wish I could walk up and down, but they're broadcasting. Your subject line is everything. The subject line of your email is everything. Because even if I don't read the mail, I see the subject line. We tripled our closing rate on clients who are inquiring about my speaking. We tripled our closing rate for clients that had already been talking to the salesperson, and then the conversation just dies off. Hands up if that ever happens to you. You're talking to someone, they've got your time, got your interest, and then out of nowhere, the conversation just fades. They stop replying. They maybe might or may not be reading your stuff. You know how we tripled it? We changed the subject. The subject used to say, just following up. Are you still interested? We made the subject 3 words. I am sad. Hands up if you open an email coming through from somebody that says, I am sad. See? Hands up if you open an email that says, just following up. I rest my case. All the email said would come from my salespeople. So Dr. Kenny is inquiring about me being here. Sends through an inquiry, my team gets back to him. Then sends something else and my team gets back to him. And then he gets busy. He's running his business, he's meeting with these people, he's meeting with developers, financiers, clients, he's hosting a conference, he's got things to do, right? And all the while my salespeople are reaching out to him trying to close deal and he doesn't reply. Until he opens up his phone and there's an email that says, I'm sad. Of course he's going to open it. Who are you and what are you sad over? Then as he opens it, it says, I'm so sad that it looks like we're not going to be doing business anymore. But if you still want to reach out, here are my details. We tripled the volume we were getting in sales just by changing the subject line. Just changing the subject line. Just changing the subject line. So in the conversation, especially those of us who are dealing with clients every day, never ever say, I'm just following up. Nobody replies to people that are just following up. Nobody replies to people that are just following up. So we go back. Coaches, mentors, sponsors. Build a relationship out of value. Open up the conversation in such a way that it creates momentum and value so that you can go somewhere with it. If you're smart and you're unique, you can get the attention of any person that you want. Just be smart and just be unique. Just be smart and just be unique. And feel free to trial, test a few things, see what works and what doesn't work. Be smart and try a few things. Hands up if you're getting value from our session today. Come, let's see. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Where should I send it? Now, I know what's going to happen immediately after this. Inboxes are going to be full. Where should I send it? I'm almost sure it's coming. It's absolutely coming. I'll tell you guys another one very quickly, very quickly. I'm going to tell you guys another one. Gents, this one's for you. This one's for you. No, actually, I'm going to skip it. What I think I should do is I'm going to write a book with all of these sayings and how to put them where, right? Help all of us here better our chances. Help all of us better our chances. Beautifully turned ankles. A smooth neck. Ladies, a round of applause for yourselves that have smooth necks, ladies. No, only the ones with smooth necks. Only the ones with smooth necks. Now, finally then, if you're pursuing anything worth pursuing, and our time today has been about how to thrive in the environment that you are in, an environment that is complex, an environment that's chaotic, but also an environment that's got thousands of other competitors with you. Being unique, I hope, is the point you're realizing I've been emphasizing to you. First, take guidance from people. Have a coach working with you every day and invest in that coach. Have a mentor that you take advice from and invest in that mentor. Have a sponsor that gives you guidance and invest in those relationships that sponsor you. Spark and start relationships in a manner that is unique and then scale from that place of uniqueness. Scale from that place of uniqueness. Now, you will most certainly face objections. That goes without saying. You will face objections. That goes without saying. So I'm going to give you then the trait of what to do when you're facing those objections. By show of hands in the room, can I get a sense how many of you here have ever faced an objection from a client before? I can't afford that. I don't have the money now. We decided to look at something else. But you know there's another development going up somewhere, etc., etc. Yes? Yes. Now the sales novices will teach you that what you do when you deal with a client's objections is you first let the client object, and then you deal and handle the objection. The smart way to do it is to object on their behalf. That's the smart way to do it. So how do you deal with objections? Well, make a note, all of you in the room, of the top 5 objections you've heard over the past 12 months, the top 5 that you hear every single time over the past 12 months. The price is too high. I can't afford that. We're looking at another property. We're dealing with another realtor. Write all of them down. And then in the conversation with the client, say it on their behalf. So yes, I would like for you to buy X, but I know what you're thinking. Is the price too high? Yes, I know you're interested, and I know exactly, by the way, just on the other side of town, there is another development. Have you been to see it? Lay the objection down as a conversation piece, because then they will answer you honestly rather than feel like they can't do business with you. I'll tell you the one objection I hate when I do business with people. This is the one objection I hate. I love all of this. I just need to think about it. Or I need to go home and talk to my husband. You ever heard that one? Yeah, I need to go home and talk to my wife. Usually when somebody says that, there is no partner that they need to talk to. There is something that is unanswered that they want to go and talk to themselves about, and then hopefully come back to you. So here's what I do when I hear, I need to go and talk to my wife about X. I go, sure, absolutely no problem. Here's all the information that you need. By the way, if your wife was here, what are the questions and objections that you think she would have, so that I can answer them for you now and you can discuss them with her when you see her? And typically what happens is they will tell you the objections and questions they have that they need to hide under the cloak of their wife or husband to pretend as if it's their objections. Well, she probably would say something like, it's just a bit too far from the kid's school. Now you know what the issue is. So the trick then in scaling everything you do is recognizing that in everything you do and in everything you scale, there is science, there is method, and there is methodology. There is science, there is method, and there is methodology. Science, method, and methodology. Science, method, and methodology. There's one last thing I want to share with you guys, and then I'm going to go. I hope you've enjoyed our time today, yes? Shout out to Dr. Kenny for having invited me here. Let's give him a round of applause. Let's give my brother a round. Come on, give him a round of applause. Don't be shy. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm jumping to it. I'm jumping to it. I want to share something with you guys before I leave here that I hope is going to transform a little bit about how you think about what you're building, and how you think about what you're scaling, and how you think about what you're going to have the opportunity to leave behind. I'm going to share this with you guys. I'm going to share this with you guys. Talk amongst yourselves so this looks like it's not awkward. So here's what I want to share with you guys. You need to decide up front what it is that you're building, because not all of us are building the same things. Decide up front what it is that you're building, because not all of us are building the same things. What does that mean? Well, it means the following. In every single team that you lead, there needs to be 4 groups of people. Make a note of this, please. Ma'am, can I get some water? Thank you. If you're building a team that you lead, they should. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. I was beginning to look a bit like glycerine up here. There should be 4 groups of people. You need somebody in your team who is a collaborator. A collaborator. Somebody who works together with people, who brings people along with you. You need somebody in your team who's a creative, the visionary, the person who sees things for what they can be, not for what they are. You need somebody in your team who is competitive, who wants to do things quickly, who's aggressive, who's goal-oriented and target-driven. And then you need somebody in your team who's the control person. They make sure that you do the right things, not that you only do things right. Now, if you get all of these right, they should in your organization be these 4 groups of people. And as you're building and scaling your team, you need all 4 of them at the same time. So the question I have for you is this: who in your team is the control person? In other words, who is the person in your team that can say no? In large organizations, you find them in these departments called risk, legal, compliance, and finance. For a lot of us here who are entrepreneurs and business owners, we don't invest in these departments that can actually tell us no. Their role is control. And then who is your person in your team that's about targets and getting things done quickly? Who's aggressive, who's competitive, who's going to move you to the next level of your organization and what it is you're building? Who's the visionary in your team that's going to constantly ask you to see things the way you should see them? To understand first what is in the past, then what is in the future, and then what is in the now. The person who's constantly going to push you to see things for what they are. And then your role as the business owner, remember, is this: is to be the integrator, to be the person that pulls it all together, so that everybody you're pulling together is pulling together in the same direction. Everybody must work towards the same goal and the same vision. The same goal and the same vision. Same goal and the same vision. So having made a note of that mental model, I want you to start picking up where you have weaknesses. Earlier on in my career and in my business, I had a lot of the people doing the create stuff, nobody doing the control stuff. You know what that meant? It meant that when times were good, they were good, but when they were bad, they were abominable. Because we would spend money based on how much money we made, not spend money based on what the plan said. So the minute I started hiring people in my business who were control people, they built budgets and they had the people who could manage. So even if we did 3 times the revenue line, our expenditure was always the same. Because even if I wanted to spend that money, there was always somebody to say no. And while there was somebody to say no, there was always somebody to go, but we could do this thing differently. We could take this thing to the next step and take this thing to the next level. Somebody to take it to the next step and to the next level. Next step and to the next level. I'm going to jump on this. I really need your help. Media, sir, guy at the back. There's a slide right towards the end. That one, pause. Thank you so much. So, there we go. 1 million times. All right, good. Now, this is what I want to leave all of you here with. This is what I came to share with you. There we go. That's what I came to share. This is what I came to share. This is the seminal work of my time. It's the work I enjoy the most. It's the thing I invest most of myself in. All of us in this room are building, but we're not all building for the same reason. And there are some of us in this room who think of ourselves as entrepreneurs when we are not. And I want to share with you what it is that in the work of my organization, the School of Scale, we estimate is the difference and these 5 levels of business maturity. Now, up front, let me just say, I don't share this in judgment. I share this with you as knowledge sharing. Second, that neither of these levels is better one from the other. They just mean that we are different and we're different stages of maturity. A child is not better than an elder. They're both humans at different stages of maturity. Now, I share this with you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I share this with you because is there anybody in this room, who has ever suffered a panic attack? Is there anybody in this room who suffers from anxiety? Is there anybody in this room who's ever had burnout? Any of you who ever opened up a social media post or an email and your brain was too foggy for you to think about what to type? Is there anybody in this room who cannot stop working because if you stop working, money would stop coming in? Is there anybody in this room who hates the end of the month because the end of the month is the time when you are the most broke? Is there anybody in this room who is the one that everybody phones when they have a problem and they have nobody to phone when they have problems? Am I preaching to somebody right now? So, similar to a lot of you here, I got to a stage in my life where I started wondering why this was my lot. And I started seeing other professionals who were happier than me, healthier than me, wealthier than me, but not working as hard as me. And this didn't make sense because every book I read said the harder I work, the more money I make. It didn't say the harder I work, the broker I would be, the more angry I would be, and the less healthy I would be. So I began going on this journey to try and discover what it was that I was doing wrong, that those men and women had long discovered that they were doing right. There was a time in my life, you will not believe this, I was envious of people who sat in traffic. Because by the time there's traffic on the road, some of you here will know exactly what I'm about to say is true. My day was starting when everybody else's day was going home. During the day, when they're all working, I'm helping them do their work. I'm in meetings, I'm taking consultations, having conversations. The minute they get in their cars and drive home, only then do I go into my office and I start to work. Yes? And I was wondering what it was I was doing wrong. And then I realized something. That there are 5 levels of building and levels of maturity. And being honest with yourself about which level you are at is a game changer. I say again, neither level is better one from the other. They are just different. The first level is where you are the professional. How do you know? Well, the question is simple. Could you get 10 perfect strangers to buy your product? 10 perfect strangers to be your customer. And typically when you do, they will buy from you and you will sell the product. You are the one dealing with them every single day. Now, we call ourselves at that level entrepreneurs. We're not yet. We're just professionals practicing a particular thing. The doctor healing the client, the lawyer writing the documentation, appearing in court is a professional doing the work. The level above that is where you are self-employed. Here, it's usually you and 3 to 5 other people to whom you have outsourced the parts of the job you hate to do. You hate doing admin, so you've got an admin person. You hate doing bookkeeping, so you've got a finance person. You hate doing legal, so you've got a clerk. You do the value work, they support you. You are now what we call self-employed. And the litmus test for being self-employed is very simple. Could you take 90 days from your business and it still makes money? 3 months. If the answer is yes, then you're not self-employed. If the answer is no, then you're self-employed. It means that you haven't yet built a business. What you've done is you've created a job for yourself. A nice paying job, but a job. The level above that is where you become the business owner. The business owner. And at this level of the business owner, what does that mean? You begin to have 1 or 2 people in your team who are managers, a very flat layer of management. And you trust them to execute certain tasks when you are not available in the business. You've come up with a strategy and a vision of where you want to go. You've got a business plan with monthly targets of what you want to hit. And even if you were ill for a week or 2, the business would keep ticking along. You are now a business owner. For those of us who have offices and franchises, typically what you've done is you've opened up 3 or 4 other franchise operations. You're a business owner. Most people go from this level to this one, and they stay here. Very comfortable, you'll make good money, nice middle income lifestyle. You'll be able to afford 2 international trips a year, 1 to London and another to Dubai with your partner. You'll send your kids to school somewhere in Texas, in a little place called Dallas, which is now called Little Nigeria. Did you get it? You didn't get it. You will do well, but you won't be rich. You will do well, but you will not be rich. You'll be stretched, you'll be tired, you'll be stressed. Most of us get to this level. Let me tell you the difference. When you get here, the only way you go above this level is if you subject yourself to being accountable to other people. So you can't be scared of accountability. The next level is where you become an entrepreneur, as we call it. All of these are entrepreneurs. We reference this level for our specific case. What is the entrepreneur? This is the person who's built and developed robust processes and systems. The business can run without them. They've got a solid management team. And the most important thing is this. Entrepreneurs don't manage process. They don't manage tasks. They manage outcomes. So if you're finding yourself sitting in conversations that's about process or task, you've not reached that level yet. It's about building the systems in your business so that you only get called when the outcome is not what was the targeted outcome. So the phone call only comes in when the sales team does not hit their numbers. And the level above that is the founder. I love that word, the founder. It's such a beautiful word. It's so descriptive. You ever think about what that word means? The founder. Being the founder of something means I recognize that there will become a time when I will not be the CEO of the thing I founded. It means I know that my mission was to start and that I will have to hand over at a point in time. All of us in this room are different. And all of us in this room are marching into the future with different ambitions of what you want to do. The only question I have for all of you is this: which are you? Because entrepreneurs, founders, business owners, and self-employed people behave very differently. They think differently, move differently, plan differently, hire differently. When you are a founder, you do things different. Your values are different. You begin to hire people on the base of what values they have rather than what skills they have. Because you recognize that you cannot work with people who are skilled, but who are empty and shallow. So for all of us in this room, a sense of clarity about what you want is going to be the game changer for you. Now, because Brother Kenny is my brother, here's what I'm going to do for all of you in this room. Comfort, are you okay? Here's what I'm going to do for all of you in this room. In our organization, we've got a 90-question deck. It's an assessment that helps you analyze where here you are and how to take you to the next level. Hands up if you would like to have that assessment. Hands up nice and high. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to make it available on a 7-day basis for free for every person in this room. And all I ask of you is this. Whatever level you are at, ask yourself this question. Is that the best level you are capable of? That's the only question. Whatever level you are at, ask yourself the question, is that all you are capable of? Is that all you are capable of? So I'm going to offer a 7-day free trial to everybody in the room. Come up and scan the QR code. Guys, go back to the QR code for me. When we're done, scan the QR code. It'll take you to the 7-day free trial. Download the assessment. Do the assessment. I don't need to sell it to you. It sells itself. But for those of you in this room who want the next level of your game, take it and get yourself to the next level of your game. Listen, all of us have come to where we are because of what we know. So getting to where you want to get to depends on what you are willing to learn. Brother Ken, I'm so humbled that you've invited me here, brother. And most people are not aware, but the first time I met Brother Ken was the last time I was here, invited by Trisha. And we were rushing to the airport, and Brother Ken invited me to his home. And we spoke about life, love, and politics over a good meal of Ghanaian jollof rice, which is better than Nigerian jollof rice. It was good Ghanaian jollof rice. So. All right. I'm going to hand the microphone back over to our incredible MC. I want to say to all of you here, thank you so much for having me. I look forward to coming back home because Nigeria is now home for me. Brother Okonko, Mrs. Okonko, Trisha, and everybody that's put this together. Thank you so much. Make some noise for Thank you very much. Ladies, make some noise for me. Yeah, I've told him he has a Q&A. So we're going to take 2 questions. Gloria's in the crowd. All right. Very quick one. Have a seat, please. Can we get her mic, please? So who has questions for Vusi? Who has questions? Please, can we get a mic for Gloria? Vusi, by the way, before you mentioned it, I sent the message, where should I send it? And it worked. I got a response. And the response was, do you guys even want to know the response? The response was, Oscar, don't you know the account number of your children's school? So that advice is only for single people, not for married people. Now, a real disclaimer. But thank you very much for the pearls of wisdom. A coach, a mentor, and what's the last one? What's the last one? All right, then. Let's see what questions we have. We'll just take 2 questions very quickly. I think I'll let Vusi pick who he wants to ask the question. Vusi, please let me just any random, just 2 people, so that I'm not blamed for this. No, I'm gonna let you choose. I can't choose. I can't choose.
Okay, we'll take a male and a female. In that corner over there, there's a male there because we've not had any questions from there. Over there, right there. Yes, that's you. Please, can you come forward very quickly? Let's have you over here. It says a female for here. Oh, gentlemen, very quickly, let's get you over here. And then we have a female. There we go. Your question, very quick, very crisp. We only have two. Don't worry. Vusi will be coming back to Nigeria a lot more. Big shout out to Trisha Biz and Femi for bringing him to Nigeria for the first time, if I'm correct. And that has opened so many doors, and we're glad to have him here in Nigeria. Gloria, your mic.
Sound, all right. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Vusi, for your time. Thank you so much, Dr. Ned, for this opportunity. We sincerely appreciate it. My name is Comfort Olugbami, and I have a very simple question. So how can we identify sponsors? Because from your teachings, I think sponsors are people who trust you. They can vouch for you, or this is how Comfort is. I can go into a room and beat my chest that Comfort will deliver on this. So do we move from building relationships with coaches, and then they become mentors, and then they know us enough to recommend us in rooms that we're not in?
Thank you, Comfort. And by the way, everybody here, I run a mentorship mastermind, and we meet twice a month. And I run the sessions myself, no matter where in the world I am. It's called Club 100. And it's for people who want to get 100% out of their lives. And Comfort was one of the very first members of Club 100. Would you believe it? Yeah. All right. So Comfort, you're absolutely right. The way you build relationships with sponsors is, this is an important disclaimer that I didn't add, Dr. Ned, which is this. None of those relationships, coaches, mentors, or sponsors, you're going to walk out of here and have built at the end of the week. That's not how it works. It takes time. First, it takes time to find the right coach, because it's somebody who's got to be able to be honest with you, and you must be able to be vulnerable with them. It's somebody who must critique you without destroying you. And some of you here know that's a very fine balance. Somebody who can reflect what you need to get better at and not make it as if you're so bad that nothing works, right? So it's a relationship with somebody you trust. A mentor is a relationship with somebody where you've built trust in the past. But where you are absolutely correct, Comfort, is that a sponsor is somebody who trusts you. A good sponsor relationship should take you at least 18 months to build. At least 18 months of being intentional and being consistent. And here's the trick, a little cheat of how you build sponsor relationships. Identify one sponsor and start volunteering information about yourself, your business, and your journey to them without them requesting of it. So I've got two young people at the moment that I'm a sponsor to. And both of them did the same thing. One of them is a young lady, Cameroonian, lives in the US. And when she wanted to get into private equity and venture capital, she started sending me emails every month, updating me on her company, how much progress she was making, who she was talking to, who she was raising money from, what bottlenecks she was facing. And then she would ask me a question at the end of every email. Hi, Vusi, do you think there is anything I could do better? That was it. The first time I see the email, you reply, maybe you don't reply, etc., etc. After 6 months of receiving the email, I now want to know what is she doing next. And I want to see where I can help. And now I volunteered myself as a sponsor. Yes? These relationships take intentionality and time.
To add to what Vusi just said, I had a young man I met in my church, doing well.
And we started having conversations, and he'll tell me what he's doing. There were times that I didn't accept what he was doing. And because we had already gotten so close, it got so bad that I went to report him to my pastor. And I said, what this young man is doing may bring shame and ridicule to us if we don't curb him. You know, and gradually my pastor said, okay, Kennedy, you need to talk to him. You know, he's your brother in church. You need to. And gradually, he opened up himself and kept telling me the challenges he was having along the way, why he did some of the things he did.
Very good.
And gradually, one day, he said he had a major funding issue. And I said, you know what, I'll call this bank MD. They're going to give you a loan. Go fill the form. How much do you need? He said, 500 million. I said, that's it. Don't worry. I'll tell them to give you the loan. And then they went, loan mortgage process, all of it. They came back and they said, loan rejected. And I called the risk people. Why did you reject that loan? I'm guaranteeing that loan. If anything happens, hold me liable. They said, really? I said, yes. They said I should send a letter and I should sign it off. And I did that. I called my pastor. I said, Pastor, are you sure? He said, not a problem, not a problem. You know him, don't worry. But because we have cultivated that relationship over time, I was first sure in my heart that I wanted to be a sponsor to this young man.
Very good.
And the truth of the matter is, I did it without flinching. I signed off, and the bank in Nigeria gave him $500 million. You want to know the story? He paid that money in record time. And so when the loan was due for renewal, it is the bank now asking him, do you want more? That is the role a sponsor plays in your life. And then when you're about to make that mistake, because you have consistently reported the things that you are doing with sincerity and openness, he looks at you and tells you, watch it. I don't think this part is okay. Don't feel your sponsor does not want you to grow faster than him. Because there are times when he will tell you the bitter truth that you don't like to hear. There's a young man who was about to move $30 million into Nigeria to start up a bank. And I spoke to him, looked at everything he was doing. I said, no, if you go this path, you make a mistake. Go the other way. And at the end of the day, today, he's flourishing. He's doing well. I'm super proud of him. He listened. Would you listen to your sponsor? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ned. My name is Uzo Serio. I'm coming from Enugu State. And thank you very much for this wonderful event. I mean, I've learned a lot from this event. And thank you, Vusi, for your teaching. I mean, it's wonderful. But I have a question. You mentioned levels of business maturity. And I mean, there are about 5 levels here. And my question exactly is, can we skip these levels? I mean, can you come from just a self-employed to being, a business founder?
No.
Please don't like it.
Yeah, no, let me answer you very, so no, actually, let me say it differently. Can you skip the levels? Yes. Should you skip the levels? No. It's a bit like if you watch a human being evolve and grow, a teenage person can act older than they are. Usually what happens is when they get older, they want to act the age they missed. You know what I'm talking about? It's the same in business. If you skip a level, then what happens is at a later point in your business life, you now want to do things that you should have done at the other point in your business life. Or there is a part of your thinking that is not evolved enough to make the decisions of the stage of your business life that you are in. So, by the way, I must tell you, back home in my own country, this makes me very unpopular. Because there's now this thing about accelerating all of these new entrepreneurs and, giving them millions and millions of dollars. And they go from a one-man band to a 1,000-man band over 10 days. How do you go from managing one person to managing 1,000 people in a month? You can't. You don't have the systems, the processes, the knowledge, the material, the management team, you don't have the institutional memory, you don't have the support, you don't have anything. So then what happens is when that person fails, they say, see, we told you these people are failures, but they set them up to fail. I think we have a huge responsibility today as a generation to be the generation that makes doing things the right way at the right time cool again. Not to rush things. My brother here is at a different stage in his business to me. We're not even in the same business. But where he might be, I learn, and where I might be, he might learn. And I take that as a part of my growth journey because there's no race between me and he. His destiny is his and my destiny is mine. So I don't need to worry about getting there over 2 days or 5. No, it's going to happen when it happens. I cherish this moment that I'm in, and I live in this moment that I'm in, and I learn from this moment that I'm in. I tweeted yesterday because it came upon my spirit. It says in the good book, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord for when? Forever. Not for when I get there. At every single part of the journey, he walks with me. So why am I trying to leave him behind and skip to the next step? I want his guidance for the part of the journey that I'm in. I am so busy enjoying the journey, the destination is going to happen by itself. I'm so busy loving the process that I'm going to get there when I get there. And I think for all of us here, enjoy the journey. Enjoy it. You know what makes enjoying the fruits of your labor worthwhile is when you remember what it took to get it. So we can drive Range Rovers and they mean different things to us. Because I went and bought a lotto ticket and he worked his lotto for 30 years. Same car, different process. This is so important, don't miss this. Your ultimate testimony in the world is not how much money you make. It's the character of person you are. That's it. What you leave behind in the room is yourself. What we in my country call ubuntu, who you are. Before you walk in, what they say, and when you've left, what gets said. Character. Money can buy you many things. It can expose you to many things. But the one thing money will never give you is depth of character. And so that's why there are some of us who come from poor families where the person with character was that old grandmother that everybody came to when life in the city was showing them flames, and they made a 3-year drive to the rural village to ask the grandmother, what do I do now? Because wisdom and character, my friend, is a hard-won battle that's forged in the fire of time and experience. That to me is sexy. So that for me is what's it. When you're ladies, wait, so brother, I want to say something. Ladies, y'all make this mistake all the time. All the time. You date men.
Should he say it? Should he say it?
It's coming. You date men. You marry men who don't even know themselves. No man who has never faced himself knows himself. And there is only one time in a man's life he faces himself. It's when he is broke and broken. When the world has discounted him and written him off. When the world has said he's out, he will never come back. When the world has said he's a nobody, he will never come up. And he wakes up the following morning and says, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me, thy staff and thy rod, they comfort me. Do you understand? So ladies, I want of you to ask of the partner in your life, who are you? Not what are you, not what do you have, not who knows you, not where do you live, not what do you fly, not what do you drive, Not what watch do you wear? Who are you?
Who you be? Who you be? We'll see for president. Can we have one final question online, ladies and gentlemen? Online, so sorry, just the online. If we can project that on the screen. I know we want to have as many questions as possible. Unfortunately, my question to you is, who are you? No online? Question online? None. We're good. Okay.
Take this young lady here. There.
Where's the young lady? Please step forward.
Yeah, she's been yelling once.
Your name, what you do, who you are, and your final question. Just a very quick question, please.
Hi, my name is Hannah Abraham. I sell construction materials. You said that there is a thin line between being a stalker and getting what you want.
Yes.
So I have a problem. So it's not a question, it's a problem. I think I am confident in what I sell. I can approach anybody. I can talk about my business. I am quite persuasive. So my problem is I have a potential client. Someone gave me his number and I called him and I said, is this a good time to talk? He said, yeah, sure. It's a good time to talk. So I think because he told me, sure, go ahead. I let my guard down.
Yes.
And I just pitched away. And the next thing was like, you invaded my privacy. And what are you expecting? You want me to rapport with you? And it was like, if you have anything to talk to me about, send me an email. And it was like the same way you got my number, find my email and send it to me. And I did because I'm tech savvy. Yeah. So I got his email address. I sent in an email. He didn't respond. I chatted him on WhatsApp.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
It was flowing because I was a new person. The conversation was smooth. See you, I brought business up and he stopped responding. And he kept on asking some questions and he was like, sorry if I'm difficult, where do I know you and all that? And I'm like, my name is Hannah, I've called you before, da, 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 da. Then he stopped responding.
Yes.
And
yes, you know. Carry on.
I sent, my last message was to him, was, good morning. Embarrassing, but do you know the Bible verse, Genesis 32, verse 6? To be honest, when he shanked me on the call, I was hurt. He bruised my ego and I said I was not going to talk to him and just, there are other potentials. But the moment I remember that I am letting a potential client go, I still want to push more. Anyways, I said I will not let you go unless you bless me. I have called, email, WhatsApp, sent you a message on LinkedIn, thinking of how else to get to you. I sent him a message on LinkedIn. I connected with him on LinkedIn. He accepted my connection. I sent marketing materials to him on LinkedIn. He didn't respond. I said,
I'm going to save you. Can I save you? Can I save her? All right. And for those of you who are recording this, maybe not great to stream or record this part, because it might not land well. And by the way, this is my own personal perspective. I may completely be wrong here, but I think a lot of the men in the room will resonate with what I'm about to say to her. By the way, you're gorgeous. You're absolutely, isn't she beautiful? You're absolutely beautiful. So it's not relax. The look you're giving me, relax. So it's not implausible that you are presenting a conversation and he doesn't have a mental framework of somebody like you presenting that conversation. Systems 1, systems 2 thinking. Human beings, the human brain is wired to look for efficiencies, right? This is the reason why it's now almost impossible for Nigerians to get visas to get into Dubai. Because when I mention Nigeria, what do you think they think of? Exactly. And by the way, 99% of them have probably never traveled here and never will. But once I brand you as something, it's easier for me to remember the thing I branded you as than to spend time trying to learn that that thing isn't you. Does that make sense? So what is possible here is that you are dealing with somebody who has branded somebody like you in a non-context that frames business. So when you introduce business, he's lost. He doesn't know where to go. He doesn't have the mental wiring to have that conversation with you. That's the one possibility. The other possibility is that you are all hook and no jab. So if you follow boxing, and by the way, Tank did an amazing job with Garcia. But if you follow boxing, right? Before you hook, you jab, jab, jab first. I'm hearing a lot of hooks. I'm hearing no jab. I'm hearing a lot of take. I'm hearing no give. I'm hearing, I want to have a conversation with you about this business where I get something. I'm not hearing you saying, here are the things I have offered to this person before I try to withdraw from the bank account of this relationship. Every person you meet frames a relationship. Think of that relationship as an ATM, as a bank account. And before you withdraw, ask yourself, what have you deposited? So maybe here's a trick for you. This particular individual, you seem completely obsessed with doing business with them. I'm not sure why. Me personally, I would have found somebody else. But because you're insistent on this, here's a thought for you. Find something in his world that he finds valuable and offer it. And offer it with no intention of reciprocity. And every person in the world has that thing. As a young lady who was trying to do something with my business, and my managers were getting in her way. So she figured, because I posted a video on my WhatsApp status, and I've got one number that's private, two numbers that are private, one that's public, and she's got my public number. And she figured, I posted on my WhatsApp status, my daughter performing at a concert. So immediately she learned a few things. I'm a family man. I've got a little girl and she's a singer. And about 2 weeks later, I posted a thing of my daughter playing the piano. So she must have pattern spotted, because the next time she opened a conversation with me, the conversation was about a European pianist who coaches children having a workshop. And she said, I bought a ticket for your daughter if you want to take your daughter there. Do you see it? So now I'm receiving this text from this person and I've never spoken to her. So I reply and I say, excuse me, who's this? Says, I'm so-and-so. I've been trying to talk to your people, blah, blah, blah. Says, but that's not the point. Here is this, if your daughter wants to attend. I then say to my daughter, are you aware of Mr. Giuseppe, whatever? She's like, yeah, he's coming into the, so you go to the thing. Au pair takes the daughter comes back, loves it. Now she's got the contract. But she's got the contract because she knew how to open the conversation. so that by the time she would try and withdraw from that bank account, she had deposited funds. Don't be so eager in your season of withdrawing that you don't know that you can also deposit as well.
Thank you so much. Wizzy, you're nice, so you're a nice guy.
I want to hear what Dr. Ned has to say to this. I want to hear his answer.
What I would have said is similar to what Vusi has said. A lot of times you find marketers very aggressive to connect, to sell, but they miss the part that people only relate with those who they find have value to offer them. A lot of time people say, I want to sell you a house. I don't want to sell you a house. I want to give you a lifestyle. What you have been missing. I want to make aspirational living affordable for you. I want to change your life. I want to give you that thing that your boss in your office has been enjoying in Ikoyi, Victoria Island, and the rest of them. By the way, have you seen the pool at Citadel Views 1.0? Olympic size, 2 of it. Have you seen the gym? Just imagine Vusi likes boxing and he has this beautiful boxing glove with the big boxing bag in Citadel Views 2.0. And I understand that he has a love for boxing. All I need to do, rather than going the way you are going, is to take a picture of that gym, that this is the house I've been offering you since.
Nice. Very nice.
Because he likes boxing. He just spoke about Tank, how Tank hits Garcia and dropped him in the 7th round. If you follow boxing, I love boxing, I follow boxing. CEO has no choice but to love boxing because I love boxing. So you need to connect with what he likes or what his significant other likes. A lot of times, men come for inspection and you're asking yourself, why hasn't he bought? The decision maker is at home and is busy coming for inspection. He's wasting your time. As a matter of fact, the day his wife realizes that he's a female that is offering him that house, you are no longer picking that call from that woman.
That's very
again.
true.
What is she trying to sell you? She's stalking you. What is the bit? Please block her now while I look at you. So there are better ways to go around it. And I'll lead you through the ladder. I'll teach you some of those tricks. CEO, you need to teach her.
Take over.
Take over.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. What was your Bible verse? What did you say? Hey, give me the verse. I want you. Does anybody want to hear the verse? I want to hear this verse. I want to hear it.
Genesis.
How about you hear this?
It's the book of Genesis 32. Genesis 32, verse 26. I will not let you go unless you bless me.
Ah!
So before Vusi steps down, we need to do this again. We need to tell them that we spent 2 days in the classroom. 2 solid days of impactful teaching. 2 solid days of unlearning, relearning, and learning. So we need to do this for Unleash for Takeover 3.0, right? So we need to raise our lights now, our phone lights. So I will take this picture together. Right? You can go now.
Yeah, put your phones up, please. Put your lighters up.
Phone lights is up.
Put your lighters up, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick one. Big shout out to DJ Manny D. He's been on point. Big shout out to our DJ in the house.
I come from the niggas either do or they gon' laugh.
All right.
Keep that chick close by. I don't want to hurt it. Nobody see nobody heard it.
Put the lights up, Lee. There we go. Still have some giveaways, so just hold on. I have one or two things to do. And the gentleman who won the dancing competition, where is he? Where is he? Please show up wherever he is. Where is he? So put the lighters up, ladies and gentlemen. This is about to be iconic. All right. On the count of three, I want us to shout, "Unleash for Takeover 2.0." On the count of three. 1, 2, 3. One more on the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Then one more. I want you to say, where should I send it? 1, 2, 3. Let me send it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very much. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so quick one, ladies and gentlemen. If you came from outside Lagos, please keep standing. Make some noise for Busi, please. One more time. Show him some Nigerian love. Enter his DM and send what message? That's what's up. That should be on a t-shirt somewhere. All right, so if you came from outside Lagos, please keep standing. Technically, that's outside Nigeria. If you came from outside Lagos, keep standing. Now, can you please step forward, please? Very quickly, let's get this over and done with. The gentleman who won the dancing competition, 50,000 naira to you. Courtesy Unleash for Takeover. Where are you? So go meet Trisha, the lady in the lemon. Congratulations to you. Very quickly, if you're from outside Lagos, please make your way to me on the stage. If you came for this conference from outside Lagos. Very quickly. The vote of thanks will commence very, very soon. So we can close officially Unleash for Takeover 2.0. All of you from outside Lagos, is this it? Is this everyone? Okay, so you're being given a little something, something. We'll let you know what that's all about. But we wanted to show you love and appreciate you and thank you for making the effort to be here. Please, a round of applause to each and every one of them. They had to come from outside Lagos, Ikorodu. Outside Lagos. So let me just get a quick one. Let me see, Akure. There's Akure here. Where else? Port Harcourt, where? Asaba, Anambra, Abuja, Ebonyi, fantastic. Anambra, Warri, I know they carry last. Banga soup is on point. Ilorin, Abuja, Edo, Port Harcourt, fantastic. Thank you very much for taking the time to be here. Maybe Unleash for Takeover 3.0, we'll just send a private jet to you guys. Maybe. You've all been a fantastic crowd. Gloria, how you doing, girl? It's like you soaked in everything Vusi was talking about. Outside Lagos, if you're from outside Lagos, please come here very quickly. Please be honest to yourself and to your creator, which means your address is outside Lagos. All right, fantastic. There will be time for pictures. We need to officially close this event. It's been 2 days of learning, 2 days of excellence. Some of the best minds and best speakers on the face of the earth have been here, and it will get better next year. Amen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There is no better time to be here than a time like this. You guys have been absolutely amazing. I want to especially thank the guest speakers who came all the way from far and near. I want to thank our sponsors who supported us, the Balmoral Event Center, Marco Polo Hotels, Tomek Global, AU Donak Industries, Bozak, Imperial Mortgage Bank, Lasrera, Lassa, Citadel Views, Victoria Crest, all of them, they've been amazing. I want to also thank our vendors, the creative workflow. You guys have been super at coordinating this event. I will not forget to thank my team at the Victoria Crest Homes. All of you guys have been amazing. Not to forget our very amazing DJ, our hosts and hostess. You guys have been super. I think after this is only international events you guys will be hosting, right? They've gone global. They've done this. We are super proud of them. I will not forget to thank my very, very, very supportive team, UFTO 2.0. That team did this event with only one physical meeting, only one online meeting, and Unleash for Takeover 2.0 became this much a great success. Is there any other team that can do such a feat in this country? Only one physical meeting, and that meeting was held a day before the start of the event on the 30th of April. I was out of the country as at 28th. I came into the country 29th. We had that meeting on the 30th, and the rest is history. What it tells is a testament of the fact that that team operates like the Navy SEALs. One person looking out for one another, and nobody would say this department must be allowed to fail. And that is the spirit. Together, everyone achieves. I would not fail to thank, there's this amazing couple, Dr. and Dr. Mrs. I have one as my executive assistant. I have the one as supporting senior special advisor, Dr. and Mrs. Olufemi and Trisha Olumide. You see those two, they are too loaded. Too loaded. They're a blessing to any organization they found themselves. And they've been doing this pro bono for the team. Thank you. I cannot forget our volunteers. They did it. Some of them
make some noise for yourself.
Different parts of Nigeria just to volunteer for this event. Thank you. I cannot forget also one person in my life. One person. Don't think I want to talk about the CEO of Lagos. So I want to talk about the one super amazing kid. I've got 3 amazing kids, but I've got one that calls himself the Takeover Master. My little son, Ivan, one day during our pillow play at home, we normally do these pillow plays on Sundays. We'll beat each other up with pillows. And he said, Ivan, tell daddy to leave me. I'm unleashed to take over. And so when he started seeing Unleashed for Takeover, he said, Dad, you took my name without permission. I said, please, I'm sorry. That was the day I came back from South Africa. And he said, but because you are my father, I will allow you to use it. Next time, don't just take people's name and use because they are your son. I said, I'm sorry. And so after making that statement, I said, what do you want me to do for you? Should I post it that you are the owner of this name, Unleashed for Takeover? Or should I announce it to the audience? Okay, announce it to the audience. That is a 7-year-old boy telling me that what he wants is I should announce it, even though he knows he will not be there. And he knows that most of you don't know him. Anyway, thank you, Takeover Master, for allowing us to use Unleashed for Takeover. And we're also thanking him ahead because we'll use it again next year, right? Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Nicole and Ryan, for the beautiful scripts that you guys have written for our home, Citadel Views Estate and Victoria Crest. In that family, what we do is to talk business everywhere, even in the bedroom. Everything is realized. If you must earn money for your game, you must be able to do something in the family. Either you write a script for mommy or you write one for daddy. And when you write it, you earn naira and kobo. Thank you. I cannot also forget the vessel through which God has given me those amazing kids. The bone of my bone, the flesh of my flesh, the woman that when I come home with this crazy idea, says, God, you can do it. You know, Vusi said, you don't know the man you marry. But I also want to say here again, you do not know the woman you have in your life until when the odds are down. When everything seems to be against you, you need a woman like the CEO of Lagos. She told you guys a story. That story is real. One day in my life, I was working as senior strategy advisor. My salary was about 84,000 earlier. Now I started earning nearly 300,000 naira. And I did it for 3 months. Mind you, I've gone to go and ask for a hand in marriage. And her father was still saying, how will I allow my daughter to marry an Igbo man? And while he was still thinking about it, I came home and told her, babe, I just lost a deal. And because of that, I have decided to resign. She did not tell me how. She did not call her parents that that young man is very unserious. She decided to go with me blindly. And, you know, it's only someone like Chris who lived with us. By the way, give a shout out to my younger brother. He flew in from America to come and cover this event. He owns Luova Concept Studios. I've got 2 amazing brothers here. Ade Okonkwo is also here. You see, Chinedu is married, though. Don't think. He flew in all the way from America. He flew in from Maryland. He's one of the best cinematographers in the United States of America of Nigerian descent. Super proud of him. I told him that the only thing we need to keep is our name. God will definitely bless the works of our hand. And today, the rest is history. Thank you, amazing guests. Thank you, amazing audience. All of you guys rock. We love you. See you at Unleashed for Takeover 3.0. Thank you.
We love you. Can we chorus? We love you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
and
you,
of
sir.
course, Gloria, well done to you, sister.
Well done to you, Oscar.
Mr. Wilmouth,
Wilmouth, thank
please
you.
come
for
on stage.
yesterday.
Now you there yesterday. Make some noise for Wilmouth himself. He was the compare yesterday as well. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being part of this. We appreciate you. We thank you. Wish you all the best. Put to practice what you have heard, what you have seen. Okay, just wanted to confirm we have a quick raffle draw for you. And we're going to pick out some random numbers. And of course, Holy Strings, he's going to perform to close up the event.
And just as Oscar confirms the numbers, we want to say thank you once again to our sponsors, Imperial Home Mortgage Bank. Thank you so much Thank you very much, iVantage. Thank you very much, Bozak Aluminium. We're grateful, Castle Muse Limited. Thank you once again, Marco Polo Properties Limited, Fidelity Bank, and everybody that has supported this. We are grateful.
Absolutely. And of course, for those of you who have the bands, it's for a dinner, which is happening tomorrow. We will communicate that to you, but keep it very close to your chest. We also have a raffle, just some random numbers. If you hear your number, please just stand up. Number 8. Number 8. Check it.
Number 8.
Okay, so if you have, it's not everyone, it's just what we had left. So if you have a number, just raise up your hand very quickly. Number 8, fantastic. Number 12, where are you? Number 12.
Number 12, please come forward.
Number 12. Are you coming? Number 18. Number 21. 18, 21. If you have the number, you know what I'm talking about. Make your way very quickly. Generator girl is here to give it to you. Your invitation. All right. Number 52. 52. Don't worry, we'll just keep saying until they come out. Number 62. Number 62. Number 19. What number is yours? 19. Number 25. 25. 26. 28. 101. 120. 121. 128. 299. 156. 155. Please do not leave your belongings on the table. Ensure you have everything with you. Please ensure you have everything with you.
Please, if you've left your phones, your power banks, please come back to pick them up. We wouldn't want to start reporting stolen phones, stolen items. I remember I said it this morning, I said it yesterday. Please, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, return to pick your valuables. We wouldn't want you to lose or miss it, please. If you're taking pictures and you left your bags, your phones, the security personnel have picked some bags and power banks already. So if you're looking for yours, please just meet any of the security personnel and they'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
If there's anyone that went to the VIP section for our special guests and you're looking for your phone, please come to me. In the VIP section, if you're looking for your phone and you were in the VIP section, please come to the stage. The next number to call is 306. 306 28. $29. 250. 36. 38. Just write it as something. 3, 2, 2. 3, 2, 5. Funny Bone, I see you, my brother. Great to see you here. Now you, that girl they talk about, Abby Genesis. Now you. All right. So while we keep okay, I think we'll need to move on, but make some noise for Holy Strings. He is going to close out this performance.
First, you go be the guy. You go be the dancer. Because I want to feed my family, and I will feed my own dinosaur. You must allow for money and time. From sleeping, you go need the transfer. If it is that you want that in my way, you go need you chasing short. Don't be me.